All right. That's good. That's fine there. Good. Hmm.
The name of the stream says Q&A and Internet Archiving.
There's no way around that.
You can't name it.
It's a pain in the ass. Like once you can't like name individual streams very easily. You have to name your whole thing. Like what do you do? Like I'm a streamer.
But you can't say like right now I'm in birthday celebration.
It says birthday at the bottom. Miss, do you think somebody's gonna look at a stream that says birthday at the bottom, then see it says Q&A and archiving? It says, "Oh no, this isn't for me," and leave. My friends are not elderly relatives.
Yes.
No, they're not. Hey, Mike. Nice to see you. Totally 50, buddy. Look at this hair. Look at this gray garbage. I'm just fixing up the 50.textfiles.com so that it says something for people. 50. No, I get it. There's not going to be a whole lot from me that's going to be. Well, I mean, maybe. I've got some friends that are going to come on, and maybe they're going to. Let's go. My producer's here. Yes. What is it, producer? Are you going to do a little show for just Miss? There's only
Who's here?
3 people here.
Who are they?
Me,
Mm-hmm.
you, and Mike. Oh, and Snapman's here. Snapman's cheating. Snapman's always here. Snap.
Jason, how can you tell? You can't tell how many people are watching it through the site.
Yes, I can. I have. Oh, through the site.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah, no, you can. It'll have a little thing in the corner if you. Are you using the Xbox?
mm-hmm.
So if you put your little thing over the thing, it'll like light up for a second and tell you.
But including if people are watching it through the like um, website that you're embedding it in.
I mean, well, no, because I'm not going to embed it. Well, first of all, I can embed it, but even if I was to embed it, it would still be going through the API. It would still be going through there. So no. And then P H1.
You're just gonna eat your ice cream right away. That's kind of.
It'll melt, and I'm not going to get up and leave and acquire
You
more.
could ask me to get you things if you need something.
Maybe.
I mean, don't ask me.
See you later, Mike.
Store and get. What he's done.
Yeah.
That's it.
Mike's busy. He said he had to attend the thing. So
He just came by to say.
yeah, he said hi.
All right. You just holler if you need me.
Oh, I will certainly do that. I'm a big star now. I've forgotten where I've come from. Remember to like and subscribe to come to all my birthdays. All right, let's see how that looks. It does look pretty good. Oh wow, is that really gonna be? All right. Good. Okay. All right.
What's this background? Is that a real game?
No.
I like it.
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
That's one of my favorite Patreons that I follow.
What do
It's
they
an
do?
artist named Wanila.
Who makes?
All she does is make little animated, like Japanese scenes.
You have to send it to me. I like it.
Yeah, come over. Let me just show you very quickly, just so you can understand. So, so that's one of Wanila's, and then here's another, and then here's a third, and then let me do that so it fits in the thing, and then let's see, like there's another. You see?
Mm-hmm.
So like that's all Wanila does, is just Japanese.
Pixel art.
And if you look, you see just lots of little subtle movements. And Wanila moved to a Patreon.
Mm-hmm.
Used to have like a Tumblr, but moved to a Patreon. So there's like 90 of these that aren't there.
Mm-hmm.
And so just every I pay like $1, and like every month, like 6 more come, and over time Wanila has made them so some of them have like 1 minute cycles. Like it'll be a thing, and then like a train will go by and all things. Anyway, they're the most relaxing and calming things in the world.
And you can use them for background.
And well, I don't know if you can't use them.
But you're doing it.
Mm-hmm. Well, because I wanted a dynamic background that had a nice feeling,
That's nice.
and that's what it is.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. Anyway, if you send me a link later, I'll back that. Put it in here or something, and I'll look at the back.
All right. So first, I have told my Twitter stream. Second, I have added a link from the 50.textfiles.com for the people who are looking there. That'll also be where I put updates. What else? This is I've been on a diet. I've lost 10 pounds in the last 2 weeks. But it's my birthday, so I had some extreme low-calorie ice cream. It's only, there you go, 290 calories for the entire thing. I mean, it's primarily ethanol and probably something really else deadly for me to make it work. But there we are. So, hello, Blue Knight. Always nice to see you, pal. I'm very old now. I've become an old man. It's nice to see you, though. Hello, Brit Mob. So, my goal is to kind of just hang out here, say hello to people who come by on chat, probably start up some conversations, and I'm going to do those really stupid live stream horseshitty things people do where they have um, like friends come on and everything else. A number of folks offered to come to um, come to be on this and be conversations. So I'll be doing that. So that's good. You know, I don't have a way. I bet you I could do this and like lose the. There you go. Now I'm as pretty as possible. The microphone's right here. It's a good microphone, and I can shift around. I have actually an enormous amount of control over the broadcast stream, even though I know it doesn't quite look like it, but I do. So I can actually like add things, which I'm going to do right now. Let's see. Select a good font. I know it's easier to take one of these, paste a duplicate. Hello, Sapphira. Hello, short selling. Thank you. Let me remove this. Fiddling with things is what we like to do here, so that's what I'm. Copy, paste a duplicate. Property. As you can see, I've got actually an enormous amount of flexibility. There. Oh, hello, Chris. Chris, hey, look, Chris, if you're awake, if you're up, let's do this. Let's do this, man. Can you do it? Are you ready? Can you go online? You can be the first one. You can help me bulk test how well this works. You want to do it video or you want to do it audio only? Okay. You want video or audio only? Just let me know about that. That'll define which one we do. So Chris is going to be my guinea pig to make sure that this all works. All right. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Excuse me, sir. Blue Knight. OBS is super heavy duty. OBS now is like really the creme de la creme. It's the best combination. I mean, somebody who's trying to sell me something for like $1,000 can tell me that like, oh, you know, we do it better. But software-wise, you're not going to get better, especially on Windows, which is what I use. And I mean, you can go ahead and spend the money on those like, you know, video stream switching things. Like you could do that if you wanted to, but you don't need. You know, like you can get like the really super switches. I mean, one of the things I could probably do here. One of the things I can do here, and I really should do this actually, is let me do this. Let me set up Brave. good. All right. Streamer console buttons. You don't see what I'm doing, but that's fine. Um, all right. And I'm going to do this so that I don't go insane. And I'm going to say add a window capture. Okay. I'm going to, yeah, so because this is going to work just fine, say okay. There. So now I can actually, look at something and, oh, this is too much. This is garbage. But anyway, you can see here, like they have this kind of stuff where like you attach it to OBS. I mean, it's really neat. It's sexy to have like a bunch of crappy buttons, and then you click on it. But it's just a USB keyboard that's connected in parallel with your computer. Like, okay, like it's a bunch of metal. If I saw this correctly, and I see this, create your own icon with key creator, so that's so that you can see for yourself that you're pressing the button. So that's just, woo. All right, let's, but anyway, now I have that. I'm going to rename, just give me a moment, I'm going to rename this window. All right, now I can just go like that, and there it goes. So good. Let's see, okay, so Higgins, I'm going to, we could just use, what do you call it? Just use Google Chat. I think we're both on Google Chat. I'm actually, let me do this. Let me, oh yeah, Vanguard. Yeah, sure. No, send them along. That'd be really nice. I'm happy to deal with that. Yeah, no, that's easy, man. I can do it for you. Let's see. I'm starting up. Well, I'm setting up a lot of windows here to do this stuff. Let's see. Let's see if this works. Just give me a moment. I'm creating a, there we go. To add more rooms. Oh boy, okay. No. All right, I need you folks to tell me if my video or my audio stops. I'm looking at it right now. It does not. Good. All right. Let's see. Yeah, Sapphira, subscribe, because whenever I do large scale CD rips or I do large scale video rips, then that's where this is the stream. There's also a second stream for my gaming, because I discovered that those two audiences are not the same. All right, let's see. Whisper. All right, I'm excited to see if this actually works. And then oh, you see, my first spammer. Banned. I am my own. There we go. Good, excellent. All right. Higgins, I sent you a direct message. So if you want to hop on that, see how that works. And then based on that, I can attach you to the thing. To my great sadness, I have to not show the page until somebody connects. But that's fine. I'm going to put that over here. Then I'm going to, hello mouse, great to see you. Let's see. And then get back to there. Yeah. All right. Say hi, Higgins. Okay, so I don't hear you. I know why. It's all right, man. One moment.
Hello.
There you are, buddy. All right.
All right, I'm going to mute the actual stream part here.
Yeah, no, and you can hear me in real time, right?
Apparently, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, the words that we're saying right now are words that I can hear and respond
Right,
to.
no,
Yeah.
that's what I mean. It's going back and forth, and you're not using the thing. I didn't test the feedback loop.
Yeah. I think it's weird if you actually watch the stream while you do this, but this is fine.
Well, that's the classic.
For
what do
me.
you call it? That's the classic.
Right. It's like you point the camera into the monitor, right? Like the TV.
Yeah.
You go deep into the.
Or when they say mute your phone when you're on the on the thing.
Who's not muted?
Exactly. Who's not muted? Who's not? Excuse me. Could
Remember
whoever?
to mute your phone.
Well, my favorite part about that is when people are like, okay, so there have been multiple times when they, especially in the modern era, CEOs and higher ups love the impersonality. Like I had a guy in 96 when they laid off all of Signosis US in toto, right? And to do that, they sent a guy, and he was an English dude, and he was coming, and we were all like, that's weird that somebody from Sony corporate would be coming here. And the assistant, Elaine, to the manager of our level, of our division, Signosis US, was crying and taking photos of us in our cubicles, which we knew was like a really like not positive sign, right? So, so she's telling us this, and so she's going around like that, and he like they load us all into like the big the conference room, which is like not very big, like so we're all stuck in there. So he's at the front with like two people next to him, you know, like the manager and whatever, and he's just like. And so, like, his first words were, so as we know, we are, you know, laying off, we are changing this division. We're laying people off. And we were, you know, of course, there was no note before then. So, like, that's how he had to start it. Because he had to mentally be in a room and kill everything in that room.
Right.
So now, CEOs can just go on this thing. They don't have to feel any of the...
Right, to express their deep, deep sorrow. And, you know, it hurts, but I'm just firing all of you, and we're going to sell your desks and that laptop, right? Like, actually, I'm going to need that, so just bring this back to HR.
Can we ask that you not cry over the desks because these are, you know, these are all going to be sold.
Well, technically, your tiers during company time are property, so you know, we'll be measuring your weight on the way in and the way out. So if anything unaccounted for, we'll just take it out on the back end.
Right. So just give me a moment here. I am doing this for people.
Still Still Portland, yes. I am. It is so bad outside. I can't. I can't exit the upstairs. It's like it's very ashy out there.
All right. So what I have done now is I have set things up so that okay, good, good. And then blah, 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 blah. All right, people. People are responding. I'm just making sure. I just finished. All right, good. Because here's the thing. I could have gone like super slick techie for this, but I figured, and now we have this. And let me just change this. Reply window. It's easier for me just to on the fly, just
Yeah.
do
Now, I've
this.
done a few of these lately. It surprised me how much Twitch specifically or streaming in general has become like a way that I talk to people who I've known for 20 years or whatever. And they, a friend of mine had a birthday stream. He turned, I think, 45, and he was going through all of his old band stuff. And we used to, play and I would open for his band. It was sort of the best I ever did. But he found the old flyers. He had all that stuff, and he was just going through it.
Yeah.
But yeah, the tech problem, essentially, I was like on some Apple thing. I was looking, I think, through his phone or something. So I was staring at the back of his drum kit and speaking to him on a 9-second delay. Anyway.
All right, I did it. So what I'm also doing here is, this is a lot of. I knew I didn't want to spend like 2 or 3 days. Like I've had people. One of my coworkers really like when she promotes our events, she like makes us all rehearse. I don't rehearse, and so it like drives her nuts because. And again, a lot of my gift to myself today is I'm just going to go off on these tangents. Like you'll see like really, really good actors, like really know like what the camera and the production and everything needs. I just listened to a really inspiring talk about or a thing from Nichelle Nichols talking about the first kiss with Kirk and how that went down on production that day. Which was like the director was not up for it, and Gene was for it, and then a person from corporate showed up, and they were filming on film back then, so there was no tap, like they just filmed, and so. Nichelle Nichols talks about like how she's just sitting there and they're all talking about her, like in this very like, how are we going to do this? Can we do this? Can we do this? Can we imply this? Whatever. And the corporate guys from there. And so when they did like a few takes, but one of the things that happened was they were like, can we, they're like, they want to take where they don't kiss. And it's very obvious they're going to use that. So they,
right.
He's like, well, let's get the other kiss done. So they do the kiss scene. And then they're like, oh, we're going to do another take, whatever. And it's towards the end of the day. And Shatner knows everything about like dealing with cameras. So Shatner, like the camera guy's here and the director's over here and they're doing the thing. And he like leans down to, to fake the kiss, looks right at the camera and crosses his eyes. And the camera guy doesn't react, nobody else reacts. So when the rushes come in the next day, they're all there, and that one goes by, and the guy from corporate's like, use the other take, and just leaves. And that's how that got on there. Like it took like conspiracy, but it was because he knew how to like run the thing. So
that's how progress in television works, I guess.
It is. So I don't like. I was able to do, so when I'm doing my rehearsals, I would do my rehearsals at a certain level and it'd be like, do it at high energy or don't do it at high energy. And I would like do it at a certain level and then I would do a completely different variation of the speech during the thing. I was just actually looking at some of my old talks, my old speeches at some of these events. And I'm like, oh, that could be improved. Like there was one thing which I'll like lay off as like a whatever. But there's one where like I keep doing this because I'm trying to like, I think in my mind, I was giving across kind of like I got so much to tell you, it's making me excited, but it came off as fidgety. And I'm like, okay, I won't do that next time. Like it does help to watch yourself. at my level.
It's kind of that seems like a car sales move.
I don't
like,
recommend that for everybody.
Hey,
Yeah. So this is my Jason Scott Signosis shirt, by the way.
Oh,
So,
wow.
This was done by Ange Albertini. It's actually for sale.
It's beautiful.
He just whipped it up. I made some joke about, like, I said my grave marker should be this, like Jason Scott in the form of the Signosis logo. And like an hour or two later, Ange Albertini pulled this out. And I was like, that's amazing. Make it a shirt. And it's like on Zazzle or something. And then I ordered one. And if you order one, like half of it goes to like the archive and so on.
That's great. I do love knowing artists, right? Because I just, that is an ability I do not have.
Well, Ange is very interesting. So Ange is, I forget where Ange is. The main things that Ange does is Ange is incredibly good at hash collisions, is a fantastic artist, like can do like amazing vector art, is going through a divorce, and involves with like a bunch of like hacker publications, including GTFO. I forgot the first name. Wait. POC GTFO, Proof of Concept to Get the Fuck Out, which is a really nice hacker zine. And Ange will do these like amazing vector illustrations. And so, and the reason I mention all that is because that's literally what their Twitter feed is like, I just figured out how to hack this hash collision. Also, I'm getting divorced. Also, here's some art I did. Also, here's this thing. And Ange is so good at, like, so basically what they're proving is, like, over time it's becoming easier and easier to do hash collisions.
Huh.
Like, obviously the higher level the hash, but like MD5 is so cracked now that you can craft an incredibly effective hash collision to go, this item, like this PDF, well, this is one of the things Ange does. This PDF of this hash is this hash. And that hash collides with this known Windows application. And
these words that I'm saying they hash to the original,
Yes. And so, but then Ange has been doing these like multi-levels of like, this is also the SHA-1 hash under it. Like, it's these two hashes. It combines to both. And like showing like how easy it is to hack it, but does it with like beautiful art. It'll be like a beautiful piece of art, and then it'll say like, I'm this. So they're an incredible artist. Somewhere in there, Ange got like really into doing vector recreations of like Apple II art. So like title screens of Apples or logos of companies, and just kind of like, yep, here's a beautiful vector version of the, Apple logo or the Signosis logo or whatever. So amazing stuff. So people are wondering about that. Let me just pop this up. See, so
I'm looking for a link, I think, in the chat.
Yeah, so no, I can actually, if I do that, let me see what happens. So let's, all right, so I can actually do this, and then I can put you down. Yeah, so, so one of the things, if I had not already been trying to do this thing, you grew a beard, bro.
I did. I'm curious about this. I'm about to do a Kickstarter video, and I'm like, this is a lot of beard. It's a lot of beard. And I can either go, obviously with beard, you can go to less beard or no beard.
Right.
But you can't really go the other way rapidly. And my curiosity is essentially whether beardy lumberjack maniac, shut-in is a good look for asking for money or not. Informal poll in the comments, I guess. Would you give $12 to this guy for a Tetris documentary?
Well, what is your thing for?
Well, it's not up yet, but I guess anybody who's watching this will know. We're going about live in, I think, 1 month. It's the 2014 Tetris competition documentary. So I shot it in 2014 and 15, and I just never edited it. And we've been doing post stuff. So I'm looking for a little bit of dough to finish editing. And it's going to be like, because of reasons, I've decided to make it into a series. And so we're going to do like a 6-part thing. Oh, wow. Hash stuff.
Yeah, no, like this, for instance, is Ange doing a thing about like the header in the, basically the data structure of a PNG.
Right.
See, so that's kind of how he's like kind of constructed it, but he's used art to kind of explain how it's working and what it does and shows you the stuff in it. And I'm not looking too close, but there's a chance that some of this is like embedded into the item itself. Like this is the actual header of this thing you're watching. Like,
right.
That's the kind of stuff that they do.
Yeah.
And it's just amazing stuff, right? It's just really, really neat. So let me, so I see what I did there. So yeah, this is my browser window. And then, and this is, I think this is, oh here, yeah, see, so if you look at Ange, all right, there we go. So over the years, Ange has done a variety of art, right? Like just whatever. Here's one of there's one of Tazbot. That's an interesting, Nintendo thing done as a graphic. And or yeah, like see, like I love that one. Keep calm and segfault. So again, they redrew the top part. Let's see, what else do they have? I just want to see what else they got lying around here. It's been a while. Yeah, see stuff like a Java class, Turbo. There's the Jason Scott one for sale on Redbubble. So it's not Zazzle, it's Redbubble. So anybody who wants that one, just does it have a name? Let me see. Yeah, see, so fake. Nobody ever posed with my crap. But anyway, so great. Like this, like I said, the thing here, it's looks good. Anyway, let me see if there's anything other. I want to ask you more about your thing because I'm interested. All right. Anyway, so you can see here, like, oh yeah, see, like there's a sexy one. See, so like great overview of like.
Oh yeah.
Like the logo. It's just beautiful, right? It's just this.
It's like the Vitruvian Commodore or 6664.
Yeah, no,
or whatever.
It's just glorious. All right, and then I can turn this off because I can do that. Let me do this. I like that I have like some vague control. Anyway, just make sure nobody's asking a question. I have to always look over to see if anybody had anything. All right, so. I guess my question is, what will the series have that Ecstasy of Order didn't?
That's an excellent question. One thing it'll have is a whole lot more gameplay. One thing that's happened by the way, for people who are not aware of it, there's a thing called the Classic Tetris World Championship, where people play the NES version of Tetris. That's the 1989 version. And there is an annual tournament that's about to start I think the qualifiers start in October, and then it runs through December of this year online. But it was founded by a friend of mine. I went to school with him. He was a film student, and I was like a library student. And he was like best friends with my roommate. So anyway, and he moved to Portland later, and so I worked a little bit on that film. And that initial film was about the establishment of that tournament, so year one. And the whole conceit of that movie is, we have this game, this very understandable kind of game of Tetris, and how is it that we don't have a champion for this? Well, there goes Totoro. And so they created a format for a competition and did the first one. And the first competition, obviously, like they hadn't, there were kinks in the setup of it. But someone wins. I won't ruin the film. Then it happens the second year, I think, also in California. The first one was in, I think, LA. And then the third year, also, I think, in California. Then it moves to Portland. And that's the point where I get involved because my friend says, hey, can you come and basically volunteer and just be a ref or whatever? So I go and I referee people playing Nintendos, which is actually really fun and interesting. And I wrote a couple articles about it, about that experience, because, I mean, to me, the central thing of Tetris is. Oh, this is a very long answer. Are you looking for a long answer?
Did I just go off for, I believe, forever on my thing? So
You disappeared for like 2 or 3 seconds, I think. Like the whole video layer.
yeah, because I'm messing around while we're talking to try to get, you know.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll try to like loop the circle around.
Okay,
The point is,
first of all,
yeah,
right. For my
First of all.
birthday, it's my birthday. So what that means is I'm not in service of some company or community or something where, oh, we're trying to raise 50 grand by the end of the day, or I'm trying to make sure that my scheduled guests all get here, or that, you know, like I mailed out to about 30 people. I think it was about 30. And I just said, hey, you know, you're from my past. I liked you. Haven't talked to you in a while. It'd be nice if I could just kind of throw you on this. To which, you know, I'd say like 9 responded with like, sure. Some of them would like, yeah, sure, but, you know, it has to be later in the day because I'm, you know, something, I got family or whatever, and, or do this here or whatever. And then now I have that quiver of people and I get to talk to them and they're all interesting. I wouldn't have linked them if they weren't interesting. And so it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if I talk to 3 or if I don't do anything. Like, it's my birthday.
well, great.
And then
Happy birthday.
So for me, like, so just so you know, here's my 2 memories of you. First of all, you were a clean cut
Right.
dude with like a little outfit at XOXO.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah.
We went out, and because I'm a engaging fellow, you emotionally dumped your entire ups and downs of your entire life on me
Yep.
over a nice lunch, I think it was, or
It was like a sandwich or something.
yeah, like a nice sandwich. And even you, like about 17 minutes in, went like, this is a lot. Like, you were talking about like ups and downs in relationships and ups and downs in family and tragedy and happiness, and you're like, oh yeah, that's right, I just met you.
Yeah.
Normally one would like want to like drop investments of time with your pal before at the campfire 2 years in you go like, oh, it just didn't work, I didn't understand what was going on. But it was great. I was quite happy because, I mean, the thing is, like, the general XOXO buzz was like all cultish thought leader connection thingies. You go like, wow, I just vibe with everybody, and you're just happy. So the anyway, you were there. We chatted for like some time, and I was like, this guy's great. And then you had actually worked on this movie I really liked a lot, and so and what I loved about Ecstasy of Order was just like,
Hey, Rachel.
here was a extraordinarily complicated. Well, no, see, it didn't have to be a complicated subject. Like, you could have just stuck it on the surface, just like a pure
Sure.
sports crap thing. Like, oh, there's 5 people. They're kind of nuts. We're going to do our version of a sports thing. We're going to have chyrons. We're going to have a few bios, and we're going to make it look like it's really important, and it's all going to be whatever. But instead, like, not only does it like go into like, well, why do these people do it, and look at them in their original guise. When the actual event happens, watching it like stop for a moment and go like, and this is what's happening, and now we're back at it again, was extremely powerful. And that's what took it from like standard video game documentary or ersatz esports event. Like, I tell people it's a sports movie, it's an esports movie, but it's not shot like most esports movies are, which is people, we see them and then they're like, I don't know what I'm going to like. Nobody in the Tetris one is making money, so
Right.
you lose
Right.
all those lineages of like what happens when a 22-year-old realizes they're currently making 45 to 70 grand a year or more, and that tap is going to utterly disappear. And unlike a sports person who's been training for it all their life, knowing it's for a career,
Right.
they've fallen backwards into it. I guarantee. Like they've done it and they're in it, and suddenly they're like, I'm 27 and I'm still playing this game. What do I do? Like you guys didn't go about that. You guys instead went with like, look, all these people contain a secret power. Did you need something, or are you just coming over?
I wanted to tell you, your cousin Allison joined Twitch to follow this.
Oh, okay.
Aw.
You're a great
hey.
producer. Did you? Okay. Well,
What?
no, nothing. There's no way to. There's
Give
no.
Allison a shout out.
There's no way. Allison, hello. There's no way to back channel me these things. Instead, you're just going to stand over my favorite producer. Oh my goodness. Close the door, you little nut. Anyway, so you think 6 episodes?
Okay.
You
Well, so okay, Ecstasy of Order is one thing, right? And
right.
it's now been, I don't know, 10-ish years since that came out. What I went into trying to figure out was this is fundamentally a single-player game that the competition turns into not really a two-player game. It turns into two individual players playing against themselves. And the nature of this game is that every game ends in failure. There is no win condition. And
right.
all you can do is optimize your play so that your life before you die accumulates whatever it is that you're looking for, points or number of lines or whatever. And so the way to win in a competition is to get more points than the other person, but ultimately you're on your own journey. It's just you and a television and then like 500 people screaming at you, you know?
Right.
So I was interested in, again, going a lot deeper on, so what leads a person to play a game which they will always lose over and over and over again and achieve the closest, what does mastery mean in that context, right?
Right.
And so that meant spending a lot of days and hours in people's basements because this is a working class sport. Because also you don't need any equipment. You need a CRT television that you got by the side of the road and a Nintendo
right.
and like a Tetris cartridge, and like that's it.
Right.
So that was a part of the beauty too, is that like these people are not, the prize money exists, but it was not a motivator.
Right.
The motivator had to be intrinsic. There had to be some desire to do this thing. I was really curious about the question of talent versus skill, because what I did was film the 5th year of the tournament, and the interesting fact was the first year the same player won. Like, so we had this 4 in a row situation, and everybody said, "Can anyone beat this guy? Like,
right.
What's the situation? Like, what's the deal?" So I wanted to know, essentially, if anyone who hadn't been playing at this for as long as that guy, if anybody could skill up, or if he was just so preternaturally talented that he would just run away forever. And again, like you could just like Google the outcome of the movie, but like I picked a good year to explore that question. I think the other thing, the reason I'm seriesifying it, honestly, is because at this point, I think it was the year after I filmed it, we started doing pretty high quality live streams, and then that created a whole basically a scene, like a YouTube thing, and there were memes, and now it's a whole deal.
Right.
But that experience has created an audience that expects to see a lot of gameplay, and they expect to see it with like really smart commentary, and occasionally you kind of like stop and break down and say, okay, look, this person hasn't gotten a line piece in 48 lines, and so that's just like unimaginable that they're still in the game.
Right.
Okay, now back to the action, right? But
right. 150% of the quality of a live video game stream is the commentator. Like, there's when they made the American version of Iron Chef, which is one of my favorite series, the first tried to turn it into a more like a monster truck approach, which was very character based, very like they got Mick Foley to be the main announcer, and the chairman was played by William Shatner, and they filmed it in Las Vegas. They had some production issues so that like the food wasn't as good, but that doesn't matter. Like, let's set that aside. But the problem was it was like there's Shatner hamming it up, and then Mick Foley, who looks like me, like the really thing is just like, oh yeah, we're gonna do some chef work, and it's terrible, right? Then they rebooted it, and then they did it again. Now they got Alton Brown and the Thirsty Traveler, whose name I always forget, as the
commentators,
commentator,
or whatever, the judges. Were they?
There's a commentator and there's a floor commentator.
Right.
So Alton Brown was the commentator, and then Thirsty was like the floor commentator, which is what they used in the original. And so Alton Brown is encyclopedic, and Thirsty is incredibly genial and able to like respond to people. So Alton is like, oh yeah, right now we're seeing him do that thing there. By doing that, he's going to guarantee that the eggs are going to come out this exact way here. The thing there we go.
Right.
Oh, that's very unusual. You can't do this on the fly. There's an incredible amount of skill we're seeing right here because this person is running these three things through a freezer where you would normally have to use a very specific thing. And like Thirsty, what's going on down there? And he's like, well, I'm right here with this person. What do you think? This is the thing. And they go, and he's like, yeah. So back to you, Alton. And it was like 1,000 times better. But like people cooking, is not enough.
People doing almost anything at a high level, right? If you have someone who understands it and who can articulate it, and especially bounce off another person who's at a similar level, that's what gets right. Like you said, like that's what makes it worth watching. Now, one of the things we've also definitely seen with classic Tetris is it's a legible video game. So it's not like one of these really complicated, lots of explosions. Where you have to understand the rules. Like it's very obvious. Just pieces are dropping and there are no special effects. It's a Nintendo. Like it's very static in a way that anyone can look at it and say, I understand what they're doing. And as you watch it, you begin to believe that you have mastery over it. And then what's really hilarious is then you have like people walk over and pick up a Nintendo and then just go, oh, because like the pieces are actually going so fast. But you normalize to that speed.
Right.
So over time, YouTube has we have accidentally trained the YouTube audience to watch entire like 20-minute long matches. So like it'll be a game and then another game. Another game's best of 3 and then the finals are best of 5. And normally a match is, one person sweeps it 2-0 and that's it. And that's about 12 minutes, right? I didn't shoot this movie assuming we'd spend like 12 minutes just watching gameplay and like the various shots of the things we have going on. I thought it would be like summarizing a game. But now, 6 years later, people would be angry if I didn't provide them with the full gameplay, because that's the thing that the YouTube channel tells them is classic Tetris. I have the gameplay, I just didn't think it was part of it, right?
Right.
So now it becomes an issue of we're re-commentating it, and we end up with a series of like layers of audio and ability to use and reuse that same like a game or a match. I kind of think this is like, second, third, and fourth audio track kind of stuff. And one of the things I'm going to try to give away or sell or whatever in the Kickstarter thing is if you want the raw game footage, please throw me some dough, but go make your own like analysis video of this stuff or whatever, right? Because the players themselves, one of the things I did the year after for the finals, I went to those two players, I got to fly to California and like force them to watch it and comment on it. And it was a little bit painful, I think, to, watch yourself, one of them lost, right? They have to sit there and watch this whole thing. And it's a half an hour of gameplay. And we're just sitting there on camera being like, please narrate what you're seeing. And to me, one of the wildest things was the person who lost said, after this loss, I was going to retire. He said this a couple of years afterwards, but
right.
that act of, I felt kind of bad as a filmmaker forcing somebody to relive a loss, right? But he told another one of our commentators at the live event, he said, the act of watching myself play, which I hadn't brought myself to look at that game or those games, I suddenly realized I could actually play better. I had made mistakes and I knew specifically what I could do. And I decided that I wasn't going to just chuck it in and, call it good, and came
Right.
back. And then, other things happened, right? So anyway, the reason it's a series is because the internet is different than going to a movie theater. I originally thought, okay, it's like a 90-minute or 60-minute or whatever movie, and we're going to kind of summarize this thing, and it's a little bit sportsy with some deep thoughts about people in their basement and like why they seek to master the optimization of life, right? Like that was the original idea. And now, because I'm not going to ever put it on the movie screen, I'm like, look, this is just going to be on the internet for people who really like this game. And I also feel like if you don't want the gameplay part in that setting, you can actually literally just be like, zip, and just go to the next part where we go back to kind of standard documentary, going and talking to the people about what happened and how, why did this match matter to you, and how are you feeling? Because one of our central characters essentially says, like, the only thing that's going to make me lose here is my own nerves.
Right.
And then to watch how that plays out is wrenching, because you can actually, especially in the form of film, you can go back to that person sitting there and just demonstrating nervousness, and like how that's the thing. He's not playing against the person sitting next to him. He's playing against himself, and he's got people screaming at him, and they're on his side, a lot of them, but it's just a lot. It's a lot emotionally. And what's on the line is like $500, maybe, which, he paid a tenth of that just to like get there and park,
and
like,
no, that's the thing. And okay, so what are you talking? You're talking 6 1 hours, 6 half hours?
6 whatever we want them to be is.
Okay.
So I mean, I'm thinking 30 to 45 is the most.
Right.
Some of them might be 20, but I think we're going to go from kind of a character driven thing. I think the first episode might just be like scene setting. What is this? What is the history of this? We have 4 years prior to this. Here's who our people who we're going to follow are going to be. And then we're going to actually there's a debate right now in my mind, but it's whether we go person by person or through the bracket, right? Like this pair and then this pair, whatever.
Well, for what it's worth, my suggestion is history. Okay, so this is the kind of stuff that would come up in the room and get up or get shot. But I would tell you to put the history one in the 3rd episode, not the first. And the first episode is the idea of the competition. Like we see all these people and they're whatever, and they're talking about it. And then we see them start it, and then halfway through the 30 minutes, you have the thing assembling, like the event and the thing and the stuff, and here's setting it up with some illustrations. And then the second one is the competition begins, and you see them go, and it gets to a certain point, and then the third one pulls back for a moment. It's the history of Tetris, and then like why this has always been a part of things, and what the emotional, and then you're like feeding off the people who want to see that, they're there, but the first one doesn't make people think that what they're about to watch is a nostalgia-filled look back.
Right.
But then the third one is, like I said, here's even the fourth one, actually. And so that's the one. And then you want the crescendo, and then and you want the crescendo to actually be the 5th. And then the 6th is either the fallout, the response, the whatever. But anyway, that's if
this is kind of where I'm at right now. And I'm actually writing this down because this is exactly the kind of thing that I'm debating. Because I agree, you want there to be. Well, anyway, what I need money to do is we're in an edit. I've done all the shooting. I've done all the like pre-post production stuff I got to do, and I am hiring an editor because I've been through that process a little bit. And I'm just like, I need an actual person. Now everybody who worked on this thing got paid, but they all got paid like punk rock basement wages. So. Oh
no! You want to kickstart. And you see, the thing is like you get to a certain age. Okay, look, when you're
a certain age, what age might that be, birthday boy?
Well, when you're 19, like when I was 19, 20 actually. Yeah, 20 years old. I did this cartoon, and the cartoon ended up on Comedy Central actually. But I did a cartoon with these people, and we like overworked, and I had like one breakdown during it and everything else. We did it for free because we were doing it for a comedy show at Emerson College, and we were just kind of going over it at my friend's birthday party, his Zoom birthday party, um, and we were all kind of sharing how it was to all of us. And I had actually forgotten a person. Like it was funny. I was like, da 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 da. Someone was like, oh no, I was there too, going back and forth because they were shuttling between the animation location and home to get details, pick up piles of papers. But it. It was incredibly hard, and I had tried it once alone, and I just had this breakdown, and I had to go speak to them and say, like, I can't do this alone. And so they said, look, we're going to connect you with Mike. And believe me, everybody in the Zoom call was like, Jesus Christ, you went to Mike, like as a partner. I was like, and like Mike was great. He was buzzed, but he was great. And he sat there because at the time I was doing that animation thing where the way that you fade from here to here is to start with the image, take 16 frames and close the aperture.
Yep.
Then rewind 16 frames and
Yep.
bring in the new one. And, like incredibly difficult work.
Yep.
And I'm still like, it's been a long time, so I don't remember exactly how the bench was set up. But what happened was, there were sequences. First of all, the amazing thing, just to get to the end of it, was when I finished, it like actually all worked. We were like, okay, where are we gonna have to cut it so that it went out of sync with the soundtrack? And it didn't. It didn't go out of sync once for the entire 3 minutes. Like it started at the right moment and it ended at the right moment. It was all in. It wasn't. I mean, if it went off by like a frame because never saw it. But anyway, I had animation cycles. So there were cases where, because this is a parody. It's on. Okay, wait. So here's the thing, like, right? Because we're on the friggin' web. Let me.
Are you talking about flatbed editing? I mean, that's what you're.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to turn off the music, and then I'm going to turn on. Yeah. So you're seeing it. Unfortunately, you're going to see it like slightly at a delay because of the thing, because you have to wait for the stream. But I will tell you that, like, basically, everything you're seeing is hand drawn, and we don't have, we simply don't have any animation cells. So anything going by is 100%, something I drew where I or an assistant cut it off, and it's going to get to the one with the girl. Now that girl, her thing, what she's doing, she's part of the cutout animation at the beginning. She's on her own sequence, right? Because she's trying to do her own thing, and the other stuff is behind it. So you can see where it fades in, and then it's going to show Kennedy getting shot. That's me drawing directly on the paper by hand to do the thing, and then laying the stuff on, and then so I'm literally drawing these things, as we go. Assistants have crayoned it in, but when it goes to the girl, like that whole sequence, I have to keep track. Like, when is she moving? And then in the background, we're seeing these shots. Now, in the beginning of it, you can see like a couple simple ones where she stops and like there's a little bit of motion. But there's one in here where the girl says, "Where did the magic bullet come from?" And a bullet with a magic hat, with a magician's hat, kind of comes on, and so it's like there's like an animation of that. There's a again animation with that, and then there is a second one of her moving, and it's all cut out, and so like it's like 4 or 5 shots. There it is. I'm seeing it now. So that one is like 4 or 5 layers. So they're all like on their own numbers. So I'm sitting there having to like keep a chart and go, did I move this one?
Yeah.
Did I move this one? Did I move this one? And there's numbers at the bottom, and I'm just going, like, this was just an enormous amount of work.
Yeah.
I say all this because like none of us got paid. Now, when we sold it to Comedy Central, Comedy Central gave us like $1,200, and there were like 14 people had like worked on it. So we actually took the money because it was like 2 years after the end of college, and we rented a hotel room in Times Square and had a mini reunion for New Year's Eve. So all of us showed up. You know, it was catered. That's what $1,200 would do for you, right? Like it's like, oh, that's nice. I'm saying like that's, you know, like that was good. Like we were like, if we split this up, everybody would get like $50, and that would suck. So we didn't do that. And then so we ended up selling that, but that was like my last. That was my first of all my only paper animation. I think I got away from paper animation pretty quickly. I did computer animation once or twice for a few things, one in '96. I spoke about that extensively in the podcast. And it's one of those things of like, I'm capable of all that, but for the BBS documentary and for the other 2 movies, I ended up doing a lot of like, quote unquote animation like things, but they were like manipulating streams of, you know, the editing. Like there's like all sorts of like moving back and forth, and like that's where all that skill went, if you want to call it. It's like I didn't like go like, it's funny, like I have skills in certain things and I could have done that. I could have been that. I guess my problem is opposite to what some people feel. Some people feel like they're not with any talent. And of course, they're morons. They're completely, of course, they have talent. And I know my skills in things, and I choose not to. And like, I had a friend in high school named Alex Weissman, and Alex could draw at 16 professional quality cartoons. Like they're unquestionably with an incredible level of skill. Like, you know, like at that age, he was already drawing as well as a professional cartoon artist would be in their 30s. And so he did a few things for my humor magazine that are beautiful. He only did a few, and he did them in pen, but they look like they're ink drawn, like they're beautifully done. And he you know, the funny, again, what I like about this particular format is that I can just go ahead and, you know,
when you say, by the way, when you say My Humor Magazine, I very much get it, right? Like because everybody I know, everybody who's like my friend, especially in those early kind of years of being like a teenager, everybody was a musician and an artist and like a filmmaker if you had access to a camera,
right?
A photographer. Like we just did all the things because it was all. I mean, it all sort of seemed applicable. You just put your hands and your abilities to it.
Right. So
look at this.
So like his art skill, right? Like this is him just kind of whipping off a thing, right? So our issue number 1 of our humor magazine, I did this in the senior year of high school, was called the 10th anniversary issue, and I'm very happy. I'm very proud of the fact, although I don't know where my copies are. For our 10-year high school reunion, we produced the premiere issue, right? Issue number 1, and we issued it. And by that point, my co-conspirator John and I had not really socially gotten together for a long time. We had done a bunch of projects, and we burned out on each other. But we were able to. I finally understood something very fundamental in life. While we're talking about wisdom. You get like a band like Pink Floyd, who are producing such beautiful music together, and you see these other bands and comedy writers, and you're like, everything you do together is amazing, and then they're like, we're not working together, and people are like, but your stuff is so amazing, just can't you get along? And at the time, I was kind of like buying into that myself. I kind of was like, my God, you know, like you guys do such amazing work, why don't you do it? And with him, I understood that because the premiere issue is very fun. Like, it's a very funny issue because it's mostly about, because we did it when we were 28. So it's very cynical about the promises of high school. It's got like one part in it is reunion haikus, and they were 757, which is not a form usually used. I still look back and I was like, oh, it's supposed to be 575, but okay, fine. We did 757,
okay.
which is an alternate. I would have taken the anyway, but 757 is infinitely easier than 575. So anyway, it's in it. It's just all of these cynical, beautiful little things. And there was at the 20th high school reunion, or was it the 30th? 20th. Anyway, at the high school reunion, 88, 2018, so 30. One of the people came up to me and said, in that issue, you have one line in one of the haikus, and for 20 years I've laughed every time I remember it. And the line was like, the whole world is in front of us. What was it like? The whole world was once in front of us. Now living current life. Bitch drank the mortgage again. And he just could not get over that line for like 20 years. But the whole thing, anyway, the point is that when John and I worked on that issue together, I now understood. I got that wisdom of like, yep, when John and I work together, we push out amazing crap. But there's not enough money in the world for this art to justify us doing this. Like, we don't, even if our separate work, he's a I'm an archivist these days, he's a neurobiologist, each in our careers, very happy. I remember a photo of him with a patient. Like, he showed up, he was tagged in a photo in Facebook, and the woman said, "Here's the man who saved my life." Like, she's hugging him. So like, he's doing good work, and I'm doing good work, but together we could do something really special, but we just don't. So anyway, to get back to that, so let me just go. So again, most of this thing is not particularly, it's cute. It's cute in its own way, but you can see, like, if I jump forward on this and go to like where I wrote this thing and like Alex did the work, like, you can really see, like, that's a pen at 16.
Yeah.
He's already got the kid with the lighter and the stuff. And then the idea is the attendance Gestapo. The idea was that there was something called the attendance Gestapo, and what they do is that if you're a truant,
Sure.
they come to your house and they drag you off, right? But like, you can see this like amazing work of action. I mean, that is like incredible work, right? So
Totally.
like, you can really
And
see.
now he's a neurobiologist.
Well, no. This is the other guy. So the other guy.
Oh, the other guy.
When I bumped into him later, he had like moved. I just want to see if there's any other art that he did. No. So like, my art was much less developed. So you can see here, like, my art is, fundamentally less developed than his. But I mean, I got better. But he was just incredible. Anyway, I bump into him and he's like doing sculpture, and he's okay with sculpture. He's pretty good. And I was like, why aren't you doing more of the 2D art? And he just basically said, well, because it doesn't really excite me and it doesn't really use my skills, and it's not where I want to be.
Yep.
As a result, I wanted to, I could have done even more in terms of documentary work. Like, people liked the documentaries I worked on, although some people didn't. Although I've discovered now that if you widen out an audience, there's a certain amount of the audience who they're never going to get in the door. Like, the best casino or the worst casino is meaningless to somebody who doesn't do casinos. Like they're like, no, I don't do
Right.
casinos. Doesn't matter how beautiful it is or how you make the experience or anything else. And if you try to chase those people, your work gets worse and worse because you're trying to make the best plate of cheddar cheese for somebody who doesn't eat cheese, who's just straight up lactose intolerant, can never have a great cheese. You're never going to get them unless you do like a vegan cheese that has no lactose, that does not attract any other cheese people, right? Like,
Right.
the same slice of cheese can't be great. And in the same way, like the same piece of work, you go like, look, assuming you have any respect for the documentary form, and you fall into that, now here are the lineages of documentary form, or musical or movie.
Yeah.
And then given that, what can I do to make it the best that I feel it works in service?
Mm-hmm.
But people are never gonna, like, so there are people who are like, I don't like, documentaries, and I don't like talking head documentaries, which are the easiest documentary to make. No, it's not. Sorry. The easiest documentary to make is clip documentaries, where a narrator goes over a series of still images or videos. Just boop, 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 shot of a mountain, shot of a goat, shot of people walking, shot of whatever, and the person's just like, pharmaceuticals make us different from what we are. Here
Stock footage and titling. Yeah.
And you can move through those very quickly, as opposed to you go to a house and you get a person. But I think it's fascinating. Like, so I got into a bunch of arguments with people because just for a moment, right, I was in the middle of this Class Action Park documentary.
Yep.
Have you had a chance to see it?
I actually haven't. But it's on the list. I've got the HBO thing.
So originally, like, that was one of my films I was working on. I was like there's like 2 or 3 shadow Jason Scott films that never got finished.
Aren't there always? Yeah.
Well, no. I mean, if you're okay, look. So again, I'm just feel free to go into thing. If you're an artist, if you're a worker, if you're anything, a creative. Let's go with creative, right? If you're a creative, there is no situation of any creative that I can think of, unless they're dabbling, which I understand too, totally understand. Like today, I'm going to try bungee jumping. I did it once. There's not like other whatever. Like you tried a thing. You tried to write a story. You tried to make a movie. You tried to do whatever. But if you're like serious about it, sitting in your workshop have to be half-finished, screwed up things that never got out the door because you were just like, what happens if I, like,
oh yeah,
I was working, the original purpose in GitLamp was going to be, let's make it completely interactive. And I was originally going for, again, this sounds way more highfalutin than it should be. But when I was working on it, again, during the pre-production phase, you saw GitLamp, right? Yes, you did.
Oh yeah.
So originally,
I have a challenge coin over there somewhere.
And much like Christopher Nolan had Inception ready to go 10 years earlier, but he felt he wasn't ready to film it, so he waited until he had the Batman support to then get the funding to do it right. The original plan with GitLamp was that GitLamp was actually a different story, okay? Like an adventurer's story that was happening. And as that adventurer, I'm having a lot of trouble enunciating this, which is why it was a friggin' layup, right? Imagine an adventurer's story. An adventurer is on a quest.
Uh-huh.
And as he's doing this, we are learning about text adventures. So to make it easy, right, for everybody, imagine we are watching a person drive cross-country across the United States. So he's traveling from Boston to Los Angeles, and he's stopping at places. And while he's doing it, we are watching what was supposed to be a documentary about journeys on the open road, right? What could have been like people who have driven whatever, people who are in the Gumball Rally, people who have driven truckers, people who have driven a long distance. But we're watching a movie where a person is moving along. So we're watching them like buy things and like travel and sit. And there's like a television or a radio, and we're hearing the interviews. So a person is saying things like, when you're on the open road, you think this and this, but we're watching a person. So if you were to turn off the sound, it just looks like a guy is traveling.
Right.
Okay. And so you're watching kind of like the feeling of being on the open road, but there's actually this interview going on. And again, sit on something for too long and it cooks even more. I wanted that to be a story. Like, maybe he's traveling all that way to kill himself, to reunite with a family, to get his new job, right? Like as he goes there, and we see he's like in some of the shots, even though it's talking about the open road, he's looking at a picture, or he's like writing some things, or you see him like in a place and like going in and like renting a thing, and he's building something and like putting it into the box. So by the end of the movie, after you finish learning about the open road, it's running the credits, you see him like walk up towards a house, and he knocks on it, and a girl opens it, and she's surprised, and he's like holding out like some things he's gathered, and you realize, oh, this is his estranged family.
Right.
And then behind her you see like a little girl come out, and you see the thing he's been collecting is something for the little girl. So you've been watching two movies, you've been learning about the story. So
yeah, it's like this inversion of what's the A story and the B story, but there actually is an A story and whatever. Yeah,
right. And so there's this adventurer's quest. And so it was like the quest of like learning things, and he's trying to get through stuff. So it would be like somebody's talking about puzzles, and you see a guy like shaking a thing, trying to like run different parts, and like go to a, goes over and grabs a thing and shoves it in and opens it up and gets the thing that says story and whatever. And it's interactive, so he's doing whatever. So like, that was a lot of idea. And when I got to the thing, I said, okay, that's way too whatever. And then I promised people it was going to be interactive. So I added one interactive point. And even then I found it kind of clunky. I liked it. I liked it. I liked it only because for one solitary moment, it gave you like Steve Moretsky, and you realize you've possibly been, like it implies you've sort of been playing an adventure game this whole time. Like what you thought was like a movie was actually an adventure game. And now what are you going to do next? So it like dips down into reality and then comes back out again. And the lamps in every shot, or almost every shot, were meant to invoke a parallel sense of puzzle. Like people who care got invested in that. And also, if the movie was a little boring for them in parts, they would still be able to look for the lamps. And so some people would notice there's a lot of lamps in these shots. Other people wouldn't. And nobody references it. So it's a parallel. Like that's a very specific thing. And I've got, 3 or 4 documentaries that were kind of on the drawing board, and wouldn't it be neat to do? This is besides the 3 that got canceled. Like I had other ones, like one on Action Park.
Yeah.
And I had very specific feelings about what the Action Park documentary was going to be. And then I'm talking with Seth Porges, who was himself working on a and we were like sharing some other stuff. And Seth at some point mentions he's working on an Action Park project, and I said, "Oh, dude, so I was going to do that." And we start to share stuff, and every time I would talk to him, every time I would say to him, like, "Did you know about this ambulance thing?" And he goes, "Oh yeah, no, because I've talked to the people who ran the ambulance." And I'd be like, oh God, oh my goodness. And like he kept doing that. Like I kept going like, "Did you know this part here?" And he goes, "Yes. In fact, I know for a fact that it was built off of junk bonds, and it was a money laundering operation. And it was affiliated with this." And I go like, "Wow, you're really so ahead of me. But look, if you ever need me." and I told him like kind of like where I was going to go with it. So anyway, so finally, like later, he's like, I found a co-director. They're going to film it. They can do it cheap. It would be really helpful if you came in and did an interview because you're good at them. So I did one, and he gave me lines. Like there were like, it doesn't. He gave me lines to say. Like what he would do is he would say, "Here's this thing," and I'd say, "Great, can you show me the source?" Like we did this during the shoot, and he said, "Like I want you to discuss these following things." I go, "Great, show me the citations," and he goes, "Great, here's a booklet, here's the newspaper clipping, here's the report from the group, here's the what." In other words, like I wasn't just parroting lines. I said, "Show me what you finished that I was starting," because I knew that like this was fraudulently provided, and then he hands me a piece of paper, and it shows like in the report, this is what they say. I go, "Great, you verified it for me. I'm happy to say it." And I'll be like, "And this happened, and this happened, and this happened." And I was being used to do a whole bunch of like, bum, 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 here's a researcher. Right. Now, on the strength of that initially edited movie, two things happened. First, they released a trailer, and then people started sending them photographs and video of Action Park. So like the amount of B-roll increased exponentially. So that was good for them. Like here's all sorts of like they would mention a loop slide and like here's a lot of photos, here's a lot of videos of the actual loop slide. They couldn't believe that they had other angles because it wasn't known if there were any. Then they got the HBO Max contract, which he said, a streaming service. He said, keep it under wraps, a streaming service. He didn't want to say which one. They give them money. They use that to get a really good song for the closing song and hire John Hodgman as the narrator. Now that they have John Hodgman as the narrator, and they were able to get somebody who worked at the park who was like the business manager, like he knew where all the bodies were buried, a lot of the stuff I was saying didn't need to be said by me. So I went from like probably 15 or 20 shots to like 4, which was fine. Like I was like the Bondo, like the cake filling, and then they were able to find real people. Like it's great that I'm going like this happened here. But it's another thing when the guy's like, yeah, I was standing there when it happened. Here's what happened, which is what they got, right?
Yeah.
So,
can I interrupt and derail for 1 second?
Absolutely.
2 things. Thing one, I listened to I think the most recent or the one before the recent episode of your podcast where you basically said, hey, look, I'd like suggestions for ideas of things I could do as shows. And the first thing I thought was, well, you've been in and made a variety of documentaries, and I know you've talked about a bunch of them on the show, but the thing you just said, that's like a whole episode. Like you could just do a whole episode on Action Park, right? Like, and your involvement in this current film and how that differs from your other film. And you could actually do that with kind of everything, like The Lost Arcade, and I mean, I don't know, like pick a film, but those are potential episode ideas. I think the other thing, just to make sure we actually like synthesize the point of it, not that like we have to, but as old people with beards, one of the things you're getting at is selection. Like at some point as a creative person or just a person doing work, it becomes really important to select the thing that you're going to focus your energy on. Right. Because you sort of like, you're like, oh shit, the clock really is ticking now. Like I can only make X number of things just because time. And so it almost doesn't matter if you're, I mean, not necessarily it doesn't matter that you're like a great artist or a great whatever, but like that act of choosing is so much more important than it seemed when I was like a teenager, right? And maybe it is more important materially now, but I spend so much more time not really saying no to things, but trying to be, it's one of my biggest hangups is essentially trying to figure out like, is this actually a productive use of my time? And I think that the challenge for me is turning it from a hang up into a productive thing. But anyway,
like there's a beautiful book that just came out from Bitmap Books, and it's called The Games That Never Were. And it's like from 1975 to like mid 2000s, maybe early 2010s. It's like every game that never got finished that the person could find, and they extensively interview everyone like why. And it's everything from did terrible in testing, considered too violent, license came along, lost the license, you know, disaster, bankruptcy, whatever. And like, but it walks through like, here's what we were thinking, here's where it was going, here's why it fell apart. And some of them are falling apart as it goes. Some of them, they're like, it was ready to go out the door. We printed up the cartridges, but then we got this word that we had to choose. And one of the things that Frank loves to go into, Frank Cifaldi, is about how Nintendo, in their quest for having quality cartridges to prevent another crash, put so much onus on each game company over what the games were that were going to come out that many companies could only really put out 2 cartridges a year. But they would do 4 games and like really develop them and then go like, yeah, but here are the 2 winners. And those would go. And the other ones would be as far as being assigned lot numbers. Like, this is going to be your Nintendo lot number. And then they were like, you know what? No.
Yeah.
And so as those are found, they are gaining, attention.
Well, and but my variant of that story is that, I don't know if people know this, but like on This American Life radio show, almost every show, I don't know, well, hard to say what the percentage is, but a bunch of them, they'll just cut a segment. And so one of the things they've always done with that show is go live it's like live to satellite, right? So the interstitials between their pre-recorded like acts or whatever are done live, which, okay, cool, great. But the thing as a contributor, if you've been the person who made one of those pre-recorded segments, your segment might get killed, and it might get killed, like it's going to get killed within 15 minutes before broadcast because they've always overbooked.
Right.
You know, like they've always have extra stuff, and that stuff is like done. Like it is like radio quality done, and it might never air because they're just like, well, we just cut it in the room, like because whatever reason. And that's, I think, part of the. If anybody ever says like, what's the role of luck in your career? Like, well, there's like lots of points where it's lucky, but one of them is just simply not having things that I did get canceled at the last second, right? You know, like because I remember I was in mortal danger at one point where I was just like, I don't want to tell anybody that something's going to happen because there's so many factors that could kill it, right before it goes out the door, even though it's like done and finished, pretty good and stuff. Yeah, it's more common than I think people would understand. Like, I think there's a lot of media like that as well. Somewhere in some basement is, like completed television shows that just never aired, or like the back 6 episodes of Twin Peaks or whatever. There's that whole problem of like, oh, well, the show's kind of off the air, and then it takes, the fans revolting to actually get them to air the completed produced things.
Right.
Anyway.
So there's there's absolutely there's absolutely like all of these like completed works where somebody who's more creative, part of the problem is that it's lawyers. What they have is like, for instance, at one point, I remember watching this. I thought it was amazing. NBC on their streaming on their website. This is before Peacock. Had a thing where they had pilots that had been shot and that they had seen, that they'd paid for, and you could go watch the pilots. Okay?
Yeah.
Problem is a lot of times if you're dealing with like, because all the smart ones are being produced by these external companies, like Susan Harris, I believe, has died, but she had like a whole bunch. She had done Soap and Benson and a bunch of other things. So like that one.
Soap. I forgot about Soap. Oh man.
So Charles Burroughs Charles, a bunch of these like production companies. It's their product, so like they offer it, but then if NBC doesn't want it, they could always go to ABC.
Right. They can reshop it, or it's wholly owned. Right.
So NBC doesn't have the right to broadcast it under any situation, but for some reason there was some that they could.
Yeah.
And that's how I got to see a Munsters reboot pilot that they had. Okay. And it was called 1313 Mockingbird Lane. And I don't think you can. I'm just going to very quickly look. I don't believe you can. Let me just take a quick look.
We should make a wager on this because I feel like this is on YouTube right now.
Well, no, I don't mean. Can you look? I mean, I want to see.
Oh, you
if
mean
they
like
still have
legitimately?
it, like you can watch it. And then give me a moment.
Mhm.
And yeah, no, it's on Daily Motion. And yeah, unfortunately, I don't see it. So in 2012, Bryan Singer directed it, which is crazy.
Wow.
But anyway, here's the thing. It's like a Munsters reboot. It's really clunky. It's interesting how they did it. It's obviously in color. It's not in black and white. But the main, what do you want to call it? Like the main sizzle for most people is that Eddie Izzard is Grandpa.
Oh, okay.
So that was neat. Like,
Uh-huh.
like Eddie Izzard played a very interesting grandpa. And like when you see pilots versus the final series, like you'll see like they'll tweak things, they'll drop a character, they'll add a person. They'll be like, yeah, but we want, like the place will be like, well, we want it, but it's got to be this guy for this. So like they'll drop Eddie Izzard because they're like, too British or whatever. We want it to be blank.
Uh-huh.
But anyway, so it's it's very straightforward. It's cute. It's got to like sell the thing, but it doesn't. What's the word? It's not the final thing, but the fact that we were able to see it shows you like how much work could go into a thing. Hello, Andy.
Hello, Andy.
So, Andy, the one thing about all this that is really confusing for people is how if I was to link to something on my video, it's going to be. Let me just. There we go. If I was to link to something,
what I have done, this may be useful.
Stream for like anywhere from 20 to 30 seconds. I did the thing where I like screwed with the latency. You have two choices, which is real time versus whatever. And my discovery is that the way it does it is it just craps up the compression to increase latency. So I'm like, for the price of you having to wait 20 seconds to see what I'm talking about, it looks better.
It's like 6 seconds. What I've done is muted the stream and have that over on the side, and then yeah.
So let me.
Hey, nice get lamp in the background there. Nice demon.
Oh yeah, that's always there. Pure coincidence.
Hey, nice get lamp in the background there.
Coincidence.
Nice demon.
All right, let me mute. There we go. Hi.
I'm
BBS documentary. There's really a lot back there. Not to creep on the background of your thing. Is that Incredible Doom up top next to the dog?
There's Incredible Doom. Yeah, a bunch of.
Yeah, I hear there's some good stuff coming up on Incredible Doom.
Incredible Doom's fantastic. I also got.
I'm helping Incredible Doom on the back end.
Yeah, actually, a lot of us are, and I am just so excited for that to be out there.
I'm doing
bigger,
doing like historical. Like I've handed over like my extensive notes on like timelines of technology to make sure that it's as historically accurate as possible. Like, because he wants it like, what was it like in '92? What was it? Because he came to me originally to go like, what kind of computer should my characters use? And I said Amiga 500 because by '93 they would be around, used enough that kids would use them because you could get them for cheap back then, like a couple $100 because they were used. But they look so much like a computer that people in a general sense would go, people in the general sense would be like, oh, that's a computer. Like that looks like a real computer, as opposed to like doing what an artist would do as a computer, which would look like something from the 70s. And I'm in the comics twice, both as a 17-year-old and as my full age.
Yeah.
So for those who don't know what we're talking about on the stream, Incredible Doom is a Patreon-funded comic. It takes place in the early internet era, early 1990s, by Matthew Bogart. It is fantastic. You can get this like paper craft Look for it, yeah, and they're all great, and they come with like little feelies, and the whole thing is just expertly done, and it's a great story, and Matthew's an incredible storyteller. Definitely worth checking out.
I feel like the thing, Jason, by the way, here's like a feely where there's a little specially printed insert thing on the back page. Some of these are things that come out. But yeah, I feel like that thing of saying which computer should these kids use, it's a lot like when you're an art director for a film and it's like what cars should be in the period piece, what cars are on the road, and it's like not the cars. If it's a period piece from 1970, they're not 1970 cars, they're like 1956 cars because they're people owned existing cars, right?
Right.
I love that there's a niche for that now of like knowing a little bit about that context. I guess
Right.
is a time for us to use that.
And it's funny,
Andy,
'cause, like, one of the things
are
they
you able to
did.
breathe over there? Or is everything okay?
What?
What's that?
I'm like sealed up in a
Oh.
chamber so I can
Oh, I
breathe in the
forgot.
house.
I forgot. You both
We're
have
both
to
subject
check
to, like,
on
you know,
your air
wildfire.
quality to make sure which of your buddies is not choking to death on the West Coast.
Yeah. Chris and I are both in Portland. Yeah, and it is the whole house smells like smoke. My wife, my son, and I have just like headaches and burning eyes and sore throats, and it's just hopefully it's going to clear tomorrow. Start clearing tomorrow. But we currently have the worst air quality in the world, as far as I know. That's or at least of any major metro.
Sure.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal.
Yeah, no. In any other situation, everybody of means, or even not of means, would be gone. Like everybody would have just hopped into their cars and just gone west and slept in their cars because, just because of how bad it is. Oh, I know. And did you see where I found that somebody else did. Somebody else found that 1991 MS-DOS game called Death Cloud. And it's
I didn't see.
It's a 1991 game about a San Francisco shrouded in a deadly orange cloud, and all of the shots look exactly the same. Like, it's really stunning how prescient it is. Anyway, so thanks for coming, Andy.
Thanks for having me.
I'm just whipping it. A part of me is like, ooh, I could do this whatever. But like everything like that, can I monetize it to pay off my Kickstarter backers? Kickstarter.
Can I interrupt for a second?
I just quickly want to say Kickstarter is now the replacement for alcohol as the solution and source of all our problems. So excellent.
Well,
good job.
You're welcome.
You really brought it. You really midwifed that glory.
Not entirely my fault, but credit.
You're still getting pulled into the Hague. Just make that your opening statement.
Yeah, it was it's been a source of a lot of good things too. People definitely get themselves in trouble
at a certain
sometimes.
Level. Like a lot of things, it's brilliant, but when it scales up, it's destructive. It's like artificial sweeteners or sports or anything else like that. Like that's where it comes from, right? Like we have this. It made some amazing things happen, and then on top of that, we end up with this like huge pile of like, I don't know. I'm sure you've heard this quotable from me. I'm sure you love my quotables about Kickstarter. I said that most Kickstarters could be summarized as, I have an idea and no bank will fund it. Give me money and I'll show you why. Anyway, and just Kevin, hold back. What happened is I dropped a bunch of people this link, because I didn't know who checks their mail all that often, and I suspect I gave it to 3 people, which means I will eventually push one of you off, probably Chris, because you're the longest. So I'll say now that I love you. Thank you for everything.
I'd be
buddy.
happy to.
But not yet. Don't pop off just quite yet. I have to use you too as like an echo thing. So if there's an explosion in Portland, depending on when it shows on either of your, I can figure out the exact location and summarize it down to like a foot. You were saying
This would be the exact time for an earthquake.
yeah,
but,
exactly. Yeah. Just two. And now it's West Coast, and then it's East Coast. Andy, what was your thought?
Oh, I was just going to say, I mean, first off, happy birthday.
Thank you.
And I was just reflecting before, when you asked me to come on, I was just reflecting about the last, 16, 17 years that we've known each other and how, I've written about you and your projects for longer than that. And I did a quick search on Waxy, and I have either mentioned you by name or mentioned one of your projects at least 75 times. And one of them that I found from 2004 was I said that I predicted at some point you would be crowned a saint of the internet era for all of the preservation work. And just that, like, I just want to say, since this is this is like, not that you need any more ego stroking, but this is, I really admire your work. I have always admired what you do. And just, you are, I don't know how many people would even know this, but you are the only person I've ever met on the internet that would call me on the phone. You would like call me, you'd be like, hey, can I call you? Or you just call me and we would talk for, hour, 2 hours. And it's just it's such an unusual thing. But yeah, I just wanted to say just how long I have admired and appreciated your work. And I'm glad you're still around. I know you've had some major health scares, and I'm very happy that you managed to get through them.
Well, I lost 10 pounds in the last 2.5 weeks because my doctor said your triglycerides are getting high. And part of that was because we took me off the statins. So I'm back on the statins, and I'm like, today I went totally off the rails. And I had one Halo Top ice cream, which is 280 calories. And I had a pork burrito, which is like a really crappy pork burrito, by the way. And so I don't know what Kevin's having trouble, but we'll just keep going. But anyway, like okay, so the highest I ever weighed was when I was 27, and I was 250 pounds, like just straight up 250. And the lowest I've been since I was 20 is right after the heart attack, about a year, 5 to 6 months after the heart attack. I was 195. Right now, okay, so here around now, if I kind of like live my life as I'm living it, I usually sit around 215, 212. So I'm 205 right now. My goal is 182. And it'll be a very, like right now I'm able to just like, I cut out sugar and I cut out all these other things. And so bread and everything else. And so suddenly my weight's dropping. This is my fascinating project for next whatever amount of time. I see my doctor in like October, and I want to be like cruising in at like 190 and be like, hey, I got rid of my weight. But that's like the only thing left. Like I take an enormous amount of drugs now, and it's very, and I walk 5 to 7 miles a day. That's often how I'm doing my phone calls. I've got this whole Kickstarter phone call thing that I've been doing where I'm like, anybody who Kickstarted me for my failed Kickstarter, I will talk on the phone with you. And none of them have been to yell at me for an hour, but many of them have been like to like kind of like drill down into what went wrong and what worked and what didn't. And so I walk. So I'm getting healthy, and they are, and my energy goes up and everything else. Anyway, so that all works there. Rachel is always fascinated because she's known me for 30 years and knows me intimately for like 10. And you stand, without going into too much details, but like you stand as one of the only people I ever cast from heaven and brought back. Like she knows, like when I cut shit, it's like I off the back of the boat and just leave them on the ice floe and just that's it. That's the end of the pile. And you're the only one who came back, and I'm glad it did. And for that, you can 100% thank our little Andy, who did all that work. And then, ironically, I had to go unintentionally stab him in the back. So, really, honestly, life is a series of whatever. It's funny because I look back on being cast out of XOXO, and I'm always like, what I'm happy about is that it's a difference of opinion, and it's not because I was intentionally doing something. Because I've been cast out of things for being an intentional shit-breaking jerk. But like, I made a statement, and then it became like, would it be better for me to go and let this community continue? And I used to be much more like, well, screw them. I will stand my ground. But I also, thanks to XOXO, had already been indoctrinated with the idea of, do you deserve everything? Like, quantify it as, do you feel that everything has an obligation to accept you, regardless of your inability or ability to change or be what you are, when you have specifically seemingly erred? Even if you personally think it's fair or not fair, why not let people have their space? Now, there's things that are XOXO that aren't anywhere else that I would love to be a part of, but not at the cost of the good feeling that I had at XOXO being taken away from others. Because at the first XOXO and so on, with the exception of you, I didn't have anybody that I looked at where I was just like, oh, and even there, it wasn't me like, I have an issue with this person. It wasn't XOXO is really disappointing me by letting this person stay, right? Like a real Temkin situation, right? Like where it's just like, this person could be here and could be dynamic and could definitely look good in photos, but their presence is literally causing other people pain in a place that they were expecting to be elevated as it was going through its like beautiful vibey feel. So that was a very interesting personal discovery you helped midwife. And then on top of it, like, being able to interact with you separately anyway, just saying, look, I'm your buddy. You just can't, like, dude, we'll go out to the bar. You just can't come visit the daycare center. Like, just understand, my drinking buddy can't be with me at the daycare center. They are very concerned. Right. And I go, okay. I mean, I deserve to go anywhere I want versus, you know what I mean? Like, that's very, that is a personal growth. I was not that way in my 20s. Oh.
Just
for a moment.
Yeah, I think
you just lost me for a moment because it kept harassing me about Kevin, saying Kevin needs to be in whatever.
Well, now Kevin has physically removed himself from the situation, so I don't know if there's like going to be a pop-up about that, but
yeah,
I just wanted to. I know this is not entirely germane, but I just wanted to thank both of you, because if I backed the BBS documentary, and like I went to the first XO, and that's where I like pigeonholed Jason and forced him to eat a sandwich with me, and then somehow that, I don't think Jason directly did it, but kind of indirectly got me involved with Kurt and Irene, who were making The Lost Arcade. And then they became close friends. Like, I was just they have a radio show now?
Yes, they do.
An internet radio thing?
Have you listened to the radio show, Andy?
I haven't, no.
It's called Favorite Flowers, I believe.
Yeah.
And it's pretty groovy stuff. And anyway, like, it's just, those are like, I didn't know it, but those are like my people, right? And so getting to work with them and getting just to talk to them and like bounce ideas off of them and stuff. And then, seeing, I guess I saw Kurt at the last year's XO. He popped up, and it turns out that, I was working on a film that's about a guy who was like close friends with his mentor in New York. So like, anyway, just small world things. But that,
like, so like
they showed their a very very early cut of their Chinatown Fair documentary at XOXO in 2013, I think.
that was the one. I was in a beanbag, and I went outside afterwards, and they were like, we want feedback, and so I was like, let's be friends for the rest of our lives.
Yeah, Kurt and Irene had a, like, it's funny because they did like 7 cuts of that thing. And I always had extensive notes. And then somewhere in there, they recorded me and put me in as an episode, as part as an interviewee. And, which is great. And they switched around, like where the focus was, and more on these guys, less on these guys, and let's add this. And like there was some cool dark stories about the guys who like were in there. Like one of the staff members had been like, he had been homeless and had actually like lived basically in the Times Square arcade to get away from abuse and so on. So it's like a huge amount of like alternate story, right? And it was great. I mean, absolutely great. I don't know if you guys know this, I own all the physical copies that remain of the Lost Arcade. Because I'm still working on the loot box for the Kickstarter Goodbye. Some stickers are coming in. I kind of like, here's like, how about now, Kevin? Kevin, say hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes. I am going to predict
Yeah.
that your contribution to this is going to be relatively short and sweet because your connection sucks ass.
Sucks. I don't know.
And look
Yeah,
at these
this has
other
been my
two.
like COVID mission is to like make my internet connection better. I don't know what the deal is.
What have you done? Do you guys know Kevin, by the way? At all?
Hi, I'm Kevin. I'm in Charlottesville, Virginia.
Oh, hey, Charlottesville.
So-
I went to
What
UVA
is
for
your
a
last
while.
name and what do you do?
Oh yeah, I'm a professor at UVA in media studies.
Hey,
Here's how.
Yeah.
do you know Margot Figgins over at, I think she's in English?
I don't, but that is a familiar name to me, so maybe we've passed by each other before.
She's great. She runs a program for young writers as a workshop every summer. I went there in the 90s, and it changed my life. She's great.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, this seems like a really great place to come and be in that kind of environment for the summer with other people who are in the same like space in their lives, you know?
Yeah, so
Totally.
like let's just, I mean, because that's what this is doing. So I reached out to about 30 people about like, hey, maybe you'd like to be in this stream. And I'm going to be winging it because that's what I do best, right? Of like, here comes a guy, here comes another one. Only 3 people can be on at once. So that's why I may eventually push Higgins out because he's been here forever, although it's fine. But to very quickly explain, I was doing a lot, like one of the ways that Mark Hostler of Negative Land was making money for a bunch of years after he stopped being a teacher was he would take on speaking gigs. And he had like a whole prepared thing about like, here's Negative Land and how much it's gone through since 1992. So he had like a speech and like, here's some videos, and he would play the videos and he would play the things and so on, right? And he was doing these all over, but whenever he was in the Northeast, he knew he could stay at my house. So he would stay at my house and I'd drive him to events at Yale and Boston and so on, like as he needed it. And we'd sit in the car and chat. And of course, obviously for me, it was fantastic. And for Hostler, it was amazing. And in fact, without too many details, I got to be there when he got a groupie who stayed over in our guest room. And she was quite a groupie. Like, I was pretty amazed at this groupie. Like, one of the things people don't understand about groupies is that, like, one of the things about a very effective groupie is, like, they're perfect like in the way that they'll present themselves to like get close to you if you're a person of whatever. Like they'll totally vibe on what your favorite things are. Like, so for her, she was incredibly smart. She had incredible amounts of details, and she was very willing to like travel along with us as we were doing a few things. So like she stayed over, and it was. Anyways, at the time, I was like, if Negative Land can get groupies, life is pretty good. Like,
I don't know why, but that kind of blows my mind that Negative Land had groupies.
Anyway, so Hostler and I would do these presentations, these things, and I would just be like there. I'd seen this thing 100 times. I mean, I knew everything in it, and this was all like 2000s. Anyway, one of them was at the Brattle Theatre in Cambridge. And so Mark took over the upper theater at the Brattle Theater. My apologies, the Coolidge Corner Theater in what is it, Brighton? Is it? Do you remember? I always forget where the Coolidge Corner Theater is. I don't want to misstate.
Brookline.
Brookline. So Brookline, Massachusetts.
It's in Brookline, yeah.
Boston has a problem. It's 6 inches across, and so then everything after that is like other towns, and in what would be normally
Brookline is like inside. Boston is like this around Brookline because JP is Boston and Alston is Boston and Brookline's not.
Right.
So you pass through it like.
So like there's Jamaica Plain and Brookline and Alston and a bunch of others. And so like there's all these like really tight, and we're talking like, like 20, 30 blocks if you think of it that way. Like
like a half
blocks,
mile.
City, go blocks, city. Anyway, so like Brookline is like if you go south from Boston, suddenly you're in Brookline. If you go this way, you're in Cambridge. Like you can literally stand in some places and be able to see other towns. So Coolidge Corner was a renovated theater that had done it right. I don't know what they're like now, but they had really done it right. And they had a beautiful secondary theater on top, which used to be the balcony, one of those tricks. And then it had like little screener rooms. It was really smart. It was really good. And so they gave one to Mark, and Mark takes about an hour and a half to do sound check because he's Mark. And so as a result, Kevin was hanging around at the thing, like in the lobby, because there were like Negative Land fans who get there early, and he was one of them. And he had like interacted with Mark because Mark's very chatty. And I'm talking to him, and I knew he said he was a teacher, and he was and you were in one of those situations that teachers sometimes get, right? Which is like you have, I've met this kind of thing before. Like people are teachers, but they're drifting into stuff that's going to really negatively affect their ability to be teachers. And they're trying to bounce between it. It's like they still want to be teachers. They want to help kids, but they're also like, I want to be part of this like really experimental, cool art that's really got me excited. But half the images at that event would get me fired for just being affiliated with it. And this is all like early 2000s. So this is before social media. Like all you would need is for him posing next to like a really exotically dressed cabaret stripper at a event that's like 9 kinds of artists. And it would be like, Mr. Driscoll, is here with the thing. And it would tag him, right? And so then it would just be gone. Anyway, you were still on the cusp of that, of like, I can like do this, do that. Because you want to teach.
Yeah.
And so anyway,
we
kind of started interacting there because he had projects. And then I forget if it was like right then or later, you got super hardcore into some of the BBS art crap. And I forget. You definitely met me.
I mean, it was probably around the same time because I actually had was using clips from the BBS documentary like right away in my high school classes. And because I taught like computer science, which in high school can be extremely open-ended.
Right.
So it was like how to make things with computers. And Yeah, and the kids were really interested in all kinds. They just want to know where everything comes from. So they want to hear from people, and yeah, those clips and everything were doing me really well. So we probably were chatting about that. Just like, hey, did you know there's middle school kids watching your documentary? Would be like a good way to start a conversation.
Right. So I had already so that's what it was. In the 2000s, lost you. Lost your voice.
Yeah, it was like right around the time I would even have the DVDs. So, like,
well, you and I would have been interacting.
Yeah.
Knowing when I was married and when I was in that house and so on.
Yeah.
From 2000 November till May of 2005, I was working on the BBS documentary, which meant I was acquiring footage, going places, talking about things, and it was in my head, and I was doing years and years of deep research. So that's kind of like where we're like, we're both kind of interested in this BBS thing and kind of informing it back and forth. And so like the BBS thing comes out, and then like you got like dangerously deep into BBS history after that. For me, I'm done.
Later, yeah.
And I'm like moving on to GitLamp, and I'm trying to like understand and I gave a long talk to Chris about this. And then I was like really deeply trying to figure out what I'm going to do next. But people are now slowly, in my opinion, starting to like go after the ramifications of the BBS documentary. Like what's been missed, what haven't we covered, what's going on, what's you know. And so that's where he. So in the interim time, slowly, frankly, sir. He has been expanding out BBS knowledge in directions that it needed to be expanded. For instance, it only took you 11 years to do decent board watch scans. He had board watches.
I did a book about Minitel in the meantime. That took a few minutes.
Right.
So slowed down my magazine scanning.
That's what I mean. So like he's off there cranking away on a Minitel history, and the board watches are like sitting up on like 4 blocks in the garage getting dust for years.
No way, dude. They're in like archival boxes.
Yeah.
I went to bagsunlimited.com. I got the good stuff.
And so, but yeah, so one of the side effects was like Kevin kind of moved heavily into the same place that Oli Eliana and Dragon and a few others moved into, of like Corey Archangel, of like, I want to define it as pushing the early online experience into the face of established museum culture. Like, I don't do that because I discovered long ago, if you haven't figured that out yet, that instead of banging my head against trying to get institutions to recognize the value of my work, I instead do work until they can't ignore me. And that's been much more effective. Like, instead of like, oh, if I get this thing, people will... I'm like, yeah, how about if I just fucking drop 1,200 arcade games for free in front of 3 million people? How about that? How about you hear about my work on Fox? Because literally Fox News is reporting that arcade games are free. Now you'll invite me to your symposium. And you know, the hat helps when I walk into a room. Because people are like, Joe... and I've found my name in so many talks because people will be like, here's my work. Yeah, Jason's doing something. Jesus Christ. Anyway, I'm working, and I'm like, fine. If I am your example of how not to do it, that works for me. Anyway, you, however, were more than happy to work with these slippery wolves, and you worked on this extensive Minitel book with a collaborator. That is really well done. And you've done other things. I mean, like, you've done other very formalized, intense projects trying to, like, put them together. And you haven't stopped over the years. So we interact a lot. 90% of the time, it's me trying to make Kevin help me with something for him to say, I can't, I'm busy.
Not always.
He's busy doing things that I am very pleased he's doing. Like the result of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm like, come on out, man. We're going to do a road trip. And he's like, seriously, I can't. I have to reread these proofs because we're publishing in 3 weeks. I seriously can't go to, 100 miles north and work on one of your warehousing projects because seriously, dude. Although, no, the typewriter stuff isn't really within your wheelhouse except for the vague interest, right? It doesn't really No, it doesn't overlap.
Yeah, I'm like a fan of that kind of stuff. I mean, now I teach classes that are just like the required media history class for all the students who major in media studies or something. So now I'm like, I want all that stuff to exist. So if I can encourage other people doing things, or I want recommendations of things like that to build out these broader like curricula around what's another way to get at the how did we get here kinds of questions that young people want to know. And I think like sometimes going a little out, things like typewriters and print material or like weird audio formats that don't have a collector value, that kind of stuff, where it's like these paths not taken or ideas that were wrong place, wrong time, they end up having like so much intellectual value because it really shakes up your notions of like how things ought to be. So yeah, I mean, it's maybe not something I'm like specifically working on, but it's like part of the bigger mission.
Right. Let me just, anyway, I'm telling Chris, like, thank you for your service, buddy. If you want to have an extended conversation later, I'm all for it, online or off. So I'm going to push you out and push the next couple people in.
Happy birthday. I'm going to hit the leave button.
Oh, ooh.
Yeah, I know. I like that. Hey, I have to go. This is really random, but maybe appropriate to the occasion, because I have someone who's going to take some stuff from me on Craigslist, and I have to drag it out to the sidewalk right now. So can I like pause and be back in 10 minutes?
Yeah, just.
Or is it like the line at the water slide at the city pool, and I'm done? Like I go to the ice cream stand. And
pop out. I want to talk to Andy. Go ahead. Pop out. Use the leave button, Kevin, and I'm going to talk. How many phone calls do you think you did on average for an average XOXO, Andy?
How many phone calls in booking the festival?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, by the time it gets to a phone call, I've pretty much only booked them. Before that, it's entirely emails, just sending so many emails and trying to craft pitches that are going to be appealing to people so that they take it seriously. And then I'm doing calls or meetings with every one of the speakers. So it probably ends, and I do multiple of those. So I don't know, a few hundred every year between every speaker and performer. And Andy handled a lot of the logistics. Rachel handled a lot of logistics. So yeah, I was basically just talking to speakers until a pandemic came along and destroyed my entire career. So yeah.
Well, for you, I mean, again, did you like? Okay, so, in the wreckage in the wreckageating of the thing, was there in a moment? There we go. And I don't know. Let me just fix this. Sorry, there's a little technical thing. I have to remember which. There we go. I'm going to reload you. I got to tell.
What is XOXO? So I just saw in the chat someone was asking. So yeah, we're throwing that around a lot. XOXO is a festival and conference about independent artists that use the internet to make a living. So it's in Portland, Oregon. We did 7 years, and we're planning the 8th for this. It was supposed to be this weekend, actually, and so in March, when the pandemic started happening, we ended up canceling pretty early. There had only been 10 deaths in the United States at the point that we made the decision to cancel, so pretty early. But basically, we bring together. It's a very extremely online group of people. We bring together video game designers and tabletop creators and writers and bloggers, illustrators, designers, comic book people, podcasters, basically everybody who's like using, the internet to make a living and spend a lot of time on Twitter and use Patreon and Kickstarter and stuff like that to get their stuff off the ground independently. And we have 2 days of a conference, talks with speakers of all, coming from all different types of things and different backgrounds, talking about what they do and the difficult parts of their job. And then we do a bunch of stuff in the evening. It's fun. Film and animation screenings, which Jason had been involved in. We do indie video games with like unreleased games from the creators, tabletop games with the game designers there to play with, live podcasts, and a bunch of other stuff too.
Yeah, while we're talking, I have to be my own producer on this aspect. It's actually more like line tech. This is Andy. This is the legendary Mark Pilgrim.
Well, I'll be damned. Hi, Mark.
Yep.
Hey, Andy. Nice to see you.
Good to see you too.
The legendary. He's the low rent Why the Lucky Stiff, because unlike Why the Lucky Stiff, he's actually findable. And didn't do that like really weird. Granted, I was impressed. Do you know about the whole thing where Why the Lucky Stiff showed up for like a day? Do you know about this thing?
Yes.
Do you remember this? Mark, you would like this. So Why the Lucky Stiff disappears off the internet, pulls what we call a Mark Pilgrim, and disappears for a long period of time. But then one day, he uploads a file and then disappears. Like he uploads the file, a bunch of people get the file, and it disappears. And the file is a printer buffer that you shove into the postscript of a printer. And it produces an exquisitely designed kind of half autobiography, half manifesto, half what's the world really about philosophical piece. And then he disappears again.
With, can I add, an Inform 7 game in the text, right?
Yeah. Like it was so fucking on brand.
That's so much cooler than anything I've ever done.
We can argue about that, but
Okay.
but it was just like the artistry of it. I like the artistry. I'm a big fan. As somebody who has done things that nobody knows about, like nobody knows it was me, I can really appreciate working hard on, like, that's the magician's problem. Like the magician will be like, yeah, you saw this, but it took me 10 days of preparation to get me here. Like 90% of like magic is, I remember this in a documentary that Rachel and I watched. The person said, 90% of the power of magic is you failing to comprehend that I would possibly spend the amount of time I spent on what I'm working on. And so like that's the, like, learning the skills or making the thing happen or pre-planting. For example, I love telling stories that cause people to like shirk away. So I'm just like, a really good example of a magic trick was Chechnyan rebels buried a bomb under a what do you want to call a stadium? Like, not stadium, you know what I mean? Like a viewer, whatever those benches are in a sports event, whatever that name is for those benches that go up, like a stand, like a grandstand.
Bleachers.
But it was like bleachers / grandstand.
The word you're thinking of is bleachers.
Yeah, high-end bleachers, like they have for events. So they buried a massive bomb underneath it and left it there for 6 months until, as inevitably happened, high-ranking Soviet officials came to that bleacher to do some sort of self-important, like, look, here we are in this territory that we annexed and da-da-da-da. And they blew it up. And so all their security didn't work. because they never thought of a possibility where someone would just leave a bomb for months and months and months until the opportunity, like, you know, the line from, again, quoting other terrorists, because that's really what we need to do on Twitch. Nothing on Twitch will trigger. The line from the IRA, which was, you always have to be lucky. We only have to be lucky once. And so that's kind of like this life philosophy in there. Anyway, so there's like enormous like things like what the Lucky Stiff did, where I'm just like, wow, somebody worked hard. And it like and Andy, you love this, you love this in principle, this theory, because I've seen you do it, where you'll be like, we went out, we know we're gonna oh god, what the fuck, we're gonna serve food on these plates, and it's gonna come out, and at some point we're gonna tell people to start eating and clean off the plates, and on the plates is a unique design available nowhere else that leads people, or is like a commemorative thing. And to do that, you had to, like, especially the other Andy, had to be like on the phone with local plate makers for like 6 months to come up with a realistic design they could do and everything else. But all you want, the only reason you did it was for that 1 millisecond when everybody realizes that their plates are a unique, one-of-a-kind experience they won't experience again. And then as a bonus, and you'll enjoy it, are the years of people showing off that they still have these plates, or that they've done something with the plates. And like, that's kind of like your theme in your work. Your work is like, we, you know, your post, especially post XOXO, but you had done it a few times before, but like, look, we knew that you were all affected by this person. We now have this person. They've come. And we've caused this person who believed that nobody believed in their work, or didn't have any idea that this had this kind of an effect. Now we've presented them to you. They've all done this thing, and they've created it. And then, like, watching that response. Like, that's thematically what's really... Not very few people...
I know exactly what you're talking about. I think it's really easy on the internet to feel like, you know, the people that are on the other side are not real, or to not even be able to get a sense of the scale of who cares about you or cares about your work. And very often it's a frustrating thing, because if someone hates you, they're more likely to pipe up than someone who just quietly loves you. And so something that I've done like over and over again, I used to do it annually, was like post that, like, you know, just a reminder that, you know, for every person, for every like hater that you get, there are, you know, hundreds or thousands of people. You know, if you're someone who is continually creating things online, there are most likely hundreds or thousands of people who just quietly love you and appreciate the stuff that you're making. And so bringing those people, finding them and bringing them and putting them in front of an audience of, you know, 500 or 1,000, or, you know, at our biggest, I think we had, you know, 1,800 people, and having them all, you know, either show their work, or you have them talk about what they've done, and to see the impact can be a really profoundly moving experience for some of those people who just, you know, they might see, if they're a YouTuber, they might see views, you know, a view count, or they might see a number of subscribers, or if, you know, if they're a writer or a blogger, they're lucky if you know, get analytics on that, and to put them in front of an audience who, you know, some know their work, some don't, but to talk about the impact, it's moved people to tears. It is a big deal.
It is galactically easy to move you to tears. It's very endearing. Although, you know, it's funny, because I think I did a blog entry on it. Maybe I'll do a podcast on it, on like what makes me cry, and it's always very interesting. Like there was a commercial. It was like an insurance. It was either an insurance commercial. It was a very mundane product, nothing special. But I think it was even a bank commercial. But it was talking about like recognizing value. You know this commercial? You don't. No. So it's about recognizing value, and I tear up just thinking about it. So like the first shot is falling water, and a wrecking ball hits it. And then there's one of like a a Jackson Pollock painting like in an alley raining on it, and like a whole bunch of other ones. And it's just saying like if we don't recognize, like we recognize the value in things, because what happens if we don't recognize the value? And I just got so sad because I was like, yeah, so much of like people don't recognize like the specialness or uniqueness or value of things, and they, the Van Gogh paradox of like no idea to the person, which is why like the Doctor Who one where they bring Van Gogh to see his own the effect of his work. Let me just do nice. Where it says someone is trying to join. Interesting. I'm sure they'll mail me if they're whatever. I'm learning a lot about like what this thing does. Anyway, so like one of the things you do is you pull people who would normally like the co-creator of BoJack, and like she got up and gave a speech that would normally never hit a general audience. Like it might fly on a Tumblr or in like a Q&A or something, but like the ability to say like, yeah, when I was young, all I said I wanted to do was draw horses, and now I'm doing BoJack Horseman, and now I've done Tuca and Birdie.
Lisa Hanawalt.
Yeah. So like that's like I'm gonna bring this person who like Hope Conference, the Hackers on Planet Earth. For a while, they brought a few people from like NGOs, and the NGOs like these were people who were like they couldn't believe they were going to get a chance to talk about like North Korean crimes to a general audience. These were people who, if they were lucky, they were able to get like 5 or 10 people to listen to their screeds, and you could sense like in their speeches, and they would mention it just like, oh my God, I'm standing in front of 1,000 people, and I'm able to tell people this thing that I've been working on for 15 years to bring this knowledge to people. So like that's kind of powerful, and I like to like track those down as opposed to like professionals. My latest thing, you'll be proud of me. My latest thing is building a stable of speakers who I super respect, who are not whitey with a top hat. And a lot of times people will reach out to me now and be like, we want you to speak at this event. And I'll be like, oh, how about this person instead? Not that I'm like I'm like, it's less about like without me, they're nothing, but it's more about without me putting it on your radar, you don't have the radar. Like your radar isn't built that way. You go for like the good brand self-promoters. You don't go for these people. And so there are these amazing people who I've built up like a small set of like, pull them in first. And they might still go, no, we really need you. We need you because you're the sizzle. You're going to bring in more viewers. And I'll be like, fine, but I'll just keep trying. Doesn't mean I don't keep trying. So like, that's kind of been my thing lately. I'm like, I got plenty of platform. Like I don't have to worry, right? So like, that's kind of like been where I am now. Like, 50 to 60 is going to be very interesting. Statistically, I may or may not make it to 60. I probably will. I have a lot of self care and health being watched now. And if any, whereas before somebody might go, 3 to 4 years with an issue, I don't go for more than a couple weeks. Like if I start to feel, like if I have cancer or if I have a condition or a disease that can be treated, I'm going to notice in like 2 or 3 weeks because I'm keeping track of all my numbers and all my things. And I'm like, something shifted. So I'm probably going to do pretty well as opposed, because part of the thing was I had been warned for nigh on 20 years about like, some of your numbers ain't great, buddy. You should probably do something about it. And they didn't do a very good job of selling it to me. They kind of sold it as like, now you're going to take pills every day. And I'm not going to take pills every day. That's crazy. Screw you. And like one of them would be like, and there's some side effects. I don't want side effects. And so it just happened to be that when I had the heart attack, the old doctor who doesn't mince words, and was only vaguely anti-Semitic, kind of like walked me through like, so here's what happened in this way, which is why you didn't drop dead on the sidewalk. Like this happened to happen, which happens sometimes. And that's why you didn't die. But what would have happened is I would have just gone down, straight down. And so like that was my big like put off cleaning the gutters until the roof explodes thing. So I'll probably keep track of that. But Jason, between 50 and 60, I'm really focused on only doing projects personally that I can find nobody else to do and because I truly feel it needs to be done. Documenting everything I do and focusing on doing the best work I can in the things I want to do. And only taking on grandiose projects as part of a team as opposed to solely. Like, if I was to do another film, people are, oh, you want to do a film? I'm going to do a film with a 20-person staff. Like, I'm going to do it with like a whole range of people, and we're going to go, what works here? And what do we want at the end? And do we want to profit share at the end? Do we want to do this for free? Like, we all agree at the beginning, like, here's how it's going to work, and maybe I'm the director, or maybe it's better I'm the executive producer. And like, I would do it now as like 20 people. It would not be a 32-year-old sleeping 2 hours a night, driving through the Midwest while his marriage implodes, right? Like, it would be like a much more coherent piece of work, right? Otherwise, like, I'm focused wrong, and it's not going to last, and I can't throw my body at the problem. I'm too old, which is fine. So I'm old enough that I can make things happen, but I'm not so old that I'm. So I've got a 10-year plan. I got a good 10-year plan. And then keep going from there. Somewhere in there, I'm a quiet elder statesman, but that's a while to go. Elder statesman.
That seems extremely unlikely, Jason.
Well, you try to go.
Quiet part seems
The quiet
really
part.
ambitious.
Yeah, that's kind of a stretch goal.
Well, like you try to go like, well, look at elder statesmen in various forms that are known to be shit kickers. Like, how was elder statesman Abby Hoffman? How was elder statesman Pete Seeger? How was elder statesman, Noam Chomsky, or elder statesman, like people who were known to be shit kickers between their 20s and their 40s, now they're 60s to 80s. How are they, right? Like, how do they conduct themselves? And try to build up what was more effective versus not effective. And that's kind of studying tables of how did they go about it and so on, especially if health problems. Like, we don't want a situation where we don't want a situation where I collapse alone because I once again took on something, traveled out to a long distance, isolated myself, and hyper focused on something for a week. Where I'm lifting all the boxes and doing all the no. Let me get 5-10 people. We're doing this together. I'm overseeing it. Rachel's with me. She's part of the project. If Rachel says it's not a good idea, then she's probably seeing factors and forms that I don't, because I'm too focused on the thing. Is this a good idea? This is very cold. What's happening? Oh, what? Oh, so she's what's all that about? Was that just because I learned? You're he finally learned. He became a real boy. Anyway, so the idea being that I'm not it's too easy to burn yourself. I chose to burn myself on the BBS documentary. That's the primo. That's Bowie and cocaine and the Diamond Dogs album, right? Where he just lived on cocaine for half a year and did Diamond Dogs, dangerously. And he paid for it. In his 60s, he was barely able to function. I did that. That was my thing, was no sleep, travel all over the country, go to 30 states, interview 250 people. And the result is pretty good. People generally like it. GitLamp has less adoption and DEF CON even less, but BBS documentary really worked that way. So that's mine. That's my piece. That's my over the top. That's me and my Bukowski typewriter. That's me and my Hunter S. Thompson. That's it. That's like what I did. And then variations of that going forward and just being happy with it. All right, that was a lot.
Jason?
I'm sorry. I kept talking. Mark, did you have something you wanted to talk about before I kick
No,
you
just
off?
on that theme. I have a personal anecdote along the lines of magnum opuses and so on. I don't know if you remember this, but I wrote a couple of books back like 10 to 15 years ago.
Yep, before you broke.
And 2 years ago, I found myself interviewing for jobs, and it doesn't matter where it was. It was a well-known, well-funded company, and they gave me a choice of programming languages to do the technical interview in, and I chose Python. And I completely bombed the interview, first of all, because it turns out if you don't use something for 10 years, you don't remember all the ins and outs well enough for people to watch you under a high-stress situation figure shit out. And the second half of that is that not a single one of the 10 people who, this was like I'd already passed the phone interview and they flew me out and I had a day of like in-person interviews, right? So like they just keep coming, like I stay and they just keep coming into the room all day. And not a single one of the 10 people who interviewed me that day knew who I was or knew why anyone should care or knew why it was ironic that I was completely bombing a Python interview. That is my experience with Magnum Opus. 10 years.
Nice. Rachel, if you could bring me a small earphone piece, something that can go in here because people are reporting the hiss, and I think part of that's coming from the desktop audio, and some of it's coming from here's the deal. Like part of this is that we have a pretty active air conditioner, and we refuse to shut it off because I will die. So it'll sound great, but I will kill everybody. I will track you all down. Yeah, Mark, I have actually, like, what's funny for me is, I was a sysadmin from 1997. See, there, the thing just went off. So some of you might notice the hiss is gone. But 1997 to...
what did you do with the ones I gave you before?
I have no idea. That's why I sent a producer. You were like, how can I help as a producer? And I'm like, do it without interrupting me. That's how it works. It's the worst, least thankless job.
I should never leave things with you.
You shouldn't. Don't give me anything. I'll destroy it. I hated sysadminning after a while because I realized how much of it was like artificially gatekeeping. Like this is what happened when like Linux and others fell into the generalized populace. Like there was a bunch of stuff, like it was basically broken stare writ large for tech, which was people who work with computers are like, not only is this unfair, but it's fundamentally cool and fine that it's really hard to use and people feel excluded because they fail to know all the little tricks. And the fact that there's no effort to make it better, or when they are, they're not really adopted. Like you'll find out that like somebody busted a nut to like write a really nice, like there's people who have written these neat utilities where you take a cron table and you drop it into this web tool and it just goes, every Thursday and Monday at 2 p.m. it will do this. Like it does the job of like translating it to English, and it's an extra jump to go, why can't everybody do that? Like why can't that be there? Like why not? And over time this technical annoyance built up more and more in me, and I started to hate more and more being a sysadmin, because all you're doing is you're implementing other people's crap ass wishes. So ever since I quit that, or got fired in 2009,
Those are two different things, Jason. Ask me how I know.
So, well, in your case, the situation is different than mine. I'll go with that, because I had mentally, well, no, because
that's like an understatement of the year. But okay, let's just move on.
In your case, your company had become adversarial to you, and you were vaguely adversarial. But I was as adversarial as my company. Neither of us wanted to be there. Neither of us wanted me to be there. But I was getting paid so much, and I owned a house, that I was like, I'm staying until you come up with a reason to fire me. And they're like, we're going to keep trying to fire you until we're successful. And what happened, again, I don't think I went into this in my podcast, but like basically what happened is that I had 7 customers, and the total income for the company of those customers was roughly $2 million a year. And one of the customers had said, if you ever fire Jason, we will leave this company. And so that would have meant that the company lost like $1.5 million a year. And 2 things happened. First, they started to get enough customers where $1 million didn't really matter as much. But then that customer in-housed, and brought it back to a much less quality in-house data center, where they're like, we'll take the 24 hours of downtime a year over paying $1 million. And so we ended up, the hiss, by the way, is Kevin. I figured it out. It's Kevin's fault. Anyway, it's you. I know it's you. But if you want to stop, you can stop. Go back and watch annoying partner television. So she's watching on the big screen outside in the living room, the worst television show. I'm blaming Jason Scott show. I'm blaming it on Kevin just because it's easy. That's my slogan. Yeah, that. I knew it.
That's the Python. That's Python programming.
Python programming. So, anyway, once I got this I did talk about on the site, on the podcast, because once that customer left, now they had to come up with a way to fire me. And they spent 6 months setting up a non-actionable case to fire me. And so one of the side effects of that was they put me on the worst customer in their stable. They're like, you have a brand new customer. And it was the worst customer. It was Condé Nast. And so for a short time, I was Wired, Reddit, and Condé Nast Publications sysadmin. And these are not nice people. These are the worst people on earth who do not directly deal in murder and death. And so they just abused me. They put me, and people were like, oh, how bad was it? And I'm like, well, I was on a 48-hour support call. Like a 48 straight hours. There were other things like that. So anyway, and then eventually somebody came and fired me. Anyway, so once I left that, I was like, I didn't like any of that world. So every time I've been put in a position of having the sysadmin now, I get furious. Partially for all those years, but also partially just because I don't like the aspect. So there's somebody who I'm going to bring on later, Forrest. And I basically have Forrest do all of my sysadmin. Like, Forrest, WordPress is shit in the bed. Can you help me fix it? And I'll work with him, but he's thinking in that mode. And I can't stand it. I can't stand working in that mode. It's like I used to work in a field and I hate turnips. And I'm just like, can someone help me pick turnips? And I'm sitting up on my thing going like, yeah, there's good. I remember there's good turnips there. There's good turnips there, man. But I'm not going to go down there. I'm not going to. If I smell a turnip, I'll go crazy. Anyway, Andy, thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate.
Thanks for having me.
I appreciate you stopping in. You can watch the stream if you want.
Would love
if
to.
you've ever got projects in which my participation does not represent a reprehensible downfall of the project, I'm happy to help you.
Well, I don't think that will ever be true, but if it does, I'll keep it in mind.
Up to and including, and you know this, anonymous contribution. Like, I'd rather help you than be known for helping you. Like, it fully eclipses any need for credit or branding. I'd rather be part of what brings your ideas and dreams into reality, because they're always great. So
I will always appreciate that, and I'm actually working on something new that I could use some feedback on. So I'll be in touch.
Pull me in. I love the work you do. You are going to leave a extraordinary legacy in all the stuff you're doing. So, continue with that. Actually, I have a project I'm going to pull you into too. I'll give you stuff about that next week.
All right.
How old is your kid these days, by the way? How old's your kid?
Mark.
Good to see you, Andy.
Mark, I love you. Keep doing what you're doing. We know what you're doing.
Okay.
I'll catch you.
I don't know what I'm doing.
I'll talk to you later. All right. Bye.
Bye-bye, Andy. I'm going to leave it open. Let me see who was.
Hey, Jason, can I drop a couple of birthday questions on you?
Absolutely.
Okay, so when you said you were going to do the stream, I came up with some oddball questions that I think you will like to talk about, but people might not ask you.
Okay.
So, my first one is, why is It's the best musical ever, and would there ever be a better one?
Why is which one?
Into the Woods.
When have I ever said Into the Woods is the best musical ever? Would you say like nobody would ask that because
it's
they'd
a
be
provocation.
Wrong.
Okay, carry on.
Matt Mathaui of late of Metafilter, now of Slack, did a podcast for a while and then gave it up. And I am now completely forgetting the name of the podcast, which is a shame. But he only did like 15 or 20 episodes and he gave up. It was really annoying that he stopped. Let me see. Mathaui podcast. It was called Hobby Horse. So Hobby Horse was brilliant. The setup is brilliant. I would steal it if I could. I'm not going to steal it. But here was the setup. So he would choose a person and it'd be like, oh, how, like, this person is known for something. So let's go with I'll give a really good example. One we may or may both know, Darius Kazemi, who does like Twitter bots and does writing on like the games industry and is known for all these things. Is also a big anime fan. So what the podcast is for like 3.5 to 5 minutes, he interviews them about, their Twitter bot. And then he goes, so, I heard you love some anime. And then the rest of it is them just discussing anime in great detail, right? Like incredible detail. There was somebody who runs the podcasting platform that he uses. It's like whatever it is, Podbit, whatever the hell the name is. So like they talk about that business for the first 5 minutes of like, I worked on it. Here's what made me do it. This is why I'm really happy with it. And that's why you host with me. And because I think it's this thing and I work on it. And then he goes, yeah. So I heard you're into watches. And then like they talk hardcore about watches for like 35 minutes. And I was ready because I wanted 5 minutes on, archiving and technology. And then the rest of it is just Broadway musicals. Because once people...
Yeah, I knew you would take the bait on Broadway. When you said you were going to have another podcast, I was like, in my mind, my first thought that is that it would be a Broadway podcast.
I can't hope to compete in the Broadway podcaster to YouTuber space because
Jason Scott sings his way out of it.
well, I can't do music
Yes.
theory, and I don't know all. Like I know a good amount of performer names, but I don't know like in other words, like I'll learn that there's a person who is like doing there's someone just died who did like the lighting direction on Hamilton, but he had like been in a bunch of things, and he like it was like a major deal. It was like bringing in like a Drew Struzan to do your artwork. Like it was like, whoa, this person is coming in and they're known for all these other iconic works, and oh my God, they did the work on Hamilton, and they're using their years of experience to go, now that's a challenge I wouldn't have normally been able to take, so I'm going to take it. Like that's part of what makes Hamilton very interesting, is that a bunch of these folks who they brought in on, it was all on the strength of In the Heights, like, oh, the In the Heights people who won all these awards want to do a new musical, and they have a budget and the support. So they spent like a year on the lighting design. They spent a year on the, instead of like 60 days, it was like 12 months of design work, and let's build that rotating table, and like it was a whole thing. So that was like, I couldn't go that deep. I could go like in certain performances, and I'm really big on the writers, and like I know like this author versus this author. Rachel and I went to a very special performance. That's the only thing you would do if you were a true insane geek, which was so during the war, World War II, the government funded this very odd project that they basically created musicals and reviews that could be performed on battleships so that the crew could get entertainment, okay? So they brought in like 3 or 4 writers, including one writer who had done work who had written How to Succeed in Business, Guys and Dolls, like they brought in like major people, and they wrote these musicals. And the design of the sets and costumes were specifically designed to use items that would be accessible on a battleship, like mops and blankets and certain kinds of stuff that they knew would be requisitioned. So they could say, if you want to have this, joking set of jokes that take place on a desert island, here's how you could build a desert island set. So it's everything for them to do. And they only got a little of these out, and then they were never used again, ever, right? So what they did was they went and got these. They got military people and civilians, and they put on a show on the battleship that sits in the harbor of New York City, like the I think it's the Constitution. It might not be. It's whatever. It's that museum, and you sat in the middle of this thing, and they did a full review, and some of them jokes were landed, some of them didn't. The performances were good, the performances weren't, and they did this whole. We watched this whole thing, and at the end, one thing I really remember, besides just like the songs were pretty good and everything else, and they're really easily set up, and they're set up for the range of non-professional. Like, if you have a person on the boat who can really sing, they had versions of the music for that person. And if you're a civilian, here's a version you could sing because it's a half octave range. And then at the end, they finish it, right? And the curtain call is people come out, and they're either dressed in their military uniform or they're dressed in their civilian uniform and come stand out and take their bow. And like, that was just like a really neat historical performance that I wouldn't have anyway. Like, this is like my favorite kind of thing, and I would love, yeah, sure. Did you see what I chose, by the way, as my my thing? Like,
What, on where? I can't. Is it on Twitch?
Do you know One moment. For some reason, I'm spelling Virginia wrong. Just fixed it. No, did you know what my second podcast is about?
Yeah, I liked how you. I can't remember the name of the event, but the way that you framed it as like a Victorian hackers conference.
Yes, because whenever I've done talks about cons, I have said, I I have said that, like, I've done a thing on hacker conference histories, and I've always like, well, the first one is the great exhibition of the industry of the works of all nation, because it's a bunch of engineers. It was like 6 months. They were all there getting drunk every night and then doing demos all day for like months, right? Months. And they had competitions. Schuyler Town went into this about the locks, the drama around the locks, because there was like a push to like make the unbreakable lock, and they challenged each other over who could break it over time. And I have an incredible amount of information about the Great Exhibition. Like, I have lots of readings. So I haven't had a chance because I was working on this and doing some stuff for work. But sometime in the next week or two, I will put together the first podcast, and it'll be free. You know, the first episode, quote unquote. But they're not really episodes. Like, it's not going to be the same. And it's the essay that won the essay contest for the Great Exhibition. So it's the one that was created as part of a contest to say, write the best inspirational essay about what the Great Exhibition will be. If that makes any, like, that's the, you know, just very
Totally. I mean, people of this period, like, so obsessed with the future and being able to be in touch with each other from different cities and places,
right,
and actually travel. I mean, depending.
Boy,
on
that
people
didn't
with
work out
means,
at all.
Well, look,
I have this idea of like far in the future, people looking back and just blurring together everything from like 1750 to 2050 as just this like mush of time, and they're like, that's when people traveled and built communication systems, like just summarizing the whole time in this little way. And then it will be like, you know, you can imagine people just thinking that this 100 years is all proximate, like the difference between a few decades, it will not make sense to people in some near future, in the same way that people generalize about like the Middle Ages were like X, Y, or Z. And I like the idea that this could be confused with like hope or something like that.
right. So just let me just here we go, very quickly. All right, very quickly. Let me fix this. All right, so you're this. Sorry, the technical issue. Yeah, because normally I have it like this. Let's go right here. All right. Am I wow, what's the, I'm losing words now. I'm starting to get too old. Am I starting to distort when I have it like this, or is it just right? Jason.
Sounds fine.
Sounds fine. We are upon the eve of an event which may certainly be looked upon as the greatest wonder of the world, one which seems to grow in grandeur the more we contemplate it, and which becomes more surprising the more familiar we are with it. For it is not a work wrought out directly by almighty power. At all such works we cannot, in one sense of the word, wonder, for omnipotence can do everything. The piling up of mountains, the excavation of caves, and the adoring them with drops of fancy work, or with stones of sparkling brilliancy, the painting of corals, the exquisite creations of the animal or vegetable world, all these were affected by one word. There was no resistance to be overcome, no effort but the will of the great Creator. But when marked as the human mind is by a variety and independency, agitated as it is by countless motives and passions, and affected by conflicting interests, we see the various families of our race consenting so far to restrain their hostilities and to check their independence and to forego their personal interests as to join with one heart and mind in carrying out any one single idea. It may justly be said that we have before us one of the most surprising events which has ever happened. So that was like 90 pages of that. And that'll be my first podcast. And people will either go, I want to be part of that. That's worth $2 a shot. Or it'll just be this weird thing that I do every once in a while. Anyway, so that's like that podcast. I just thought that would be an exciting kind of way to bridge things. I originally was going to do science fiction and wonder of the time and everything else. And I just was like, there are science fiction stories that are written-ish around the turn of the century. My rule will be that they're at least a century old. So using that, I will be able to say if somebody wrote something in 1901 that references the Great Exhibition. There's one that I don't entirely like. It's sort of there, but it's a family that goes to London to see the Great Exhibition, but they run into problems. So they're constantly trying to get to the Great Exhibition, but they get waylaid by the wonders of London. So there's travel guides for people who are going to the Great Exhibition that describe London. There are, there's let's put it this way. There's a lot of power and there's a lot of richness that could be there. That would be, to me, fascinating. It would be exciting. I'm going to just quickly, I click on him. What does it do? Oh, wow. That is a terrible interface. Oh, wow. There we go. I'm bringing in a third person, my sysadmin, just because why not? So was that your entire question, by the way? Or was there?
These are all just little sparks.
Do it again.
And you can take them where they
go.
Go
Ahead, buddy.
I have a more controversial one. So and this is based on a recent another musical related, but it was on the local radio here in Charlottesville. The question is Hamilton nerdcore?
No, it's history core. It's
it's a different genre.
Yeah. No, part of what made people excited about Hamilton was a remixing of the idea of the founding fathers to make them fresh and new. That usually when you were telling an older story, you were getting hung up on the massive lore. So by using very different characters to represent, very different races, very different approaches, they're trying to bring back we don't know what's going to happen with these people, as opposed to, most of the audiences baked in shorthand will go well, I'm seeing an older actor who's 6'4" and he's wearing a powdered wig and he's just a big old white dude. Well, this is obviously George Washington. And then you're just I've never heard George Washington, therefore I don't have to judge anything on that. This guy looks a little bit like the portrait. That's enough. We got a large-nosed performer to, wear the powdered wig and he's singing like George Washington, and that's fine, right? Contrast that with Book of Mormon, where they perform some of the Mormon acts to tell the story of Joseph and Brigham Young to do it. They use it as a diorama to kind of show how distanced they are from that story, by being in Africa trying to portray this very bizarrely wrapped up diorama with the lighting and everything. With very whatever. Hamilton just kind of dispels with that and says, but wait a minute.
Yeah, it was a question because the local radio station was doing a show on nerdcore, and the presentation flipped it where they were like, you love Hamilton, now hear this, and I was like kind of surprised by the framing.
Yeah,
I'm gonna throw another question at you, unless you want to talk about Nerdcore and Hamilton more.
No, keep going.
All right. So, if you could manage any classic 1980s mall chain store, what would it be?
If I could, what it?
If you became the manager of a store at the mall in the 80s, which classic chain would it be?
To what end? Like, are you saying to be able to walk through it again? Because
This is your fate.
store.
This is your fate. You're in purgatory, and your role is you have like within the boundaries of you have to be in this purgatory mall. You can choose any store to be the manager of.
Egghead Software.
Yeah, see, his is Egghead Software. When I was younger, I would have said Dream Machine, which was an arcade, but like my time with arcades is as truly faded, and so you start to say like, what would you want to be in? And so that becomes a little exotic. But for the sake of not getting way too whatever, either an Orange Julius or a Radio Shack. So one of the two.
Radio Shack is such a cliche answer.
Wait! Watch this. Right. There we go. Look at that. That was a magical trick. Anyway, so Radio Shack was wonderful and contains wonders from all over the world in it. It was a beautiful store. When Radio Shack is finally sold off and turned into essentially a phone store, that's just, it's dead. And then they slowly killed them. But when it was like all electronics, a really big one, electronics and toys and like a really beautiful gadgets, and it was a work of art. If you really want to get tricky, okay, all right. So if for whatever reason, I guess I'm in the Mark Pilgrim purgatory where they push your first answer into the fucking sea when you come up with it, then my next answer would be Spencer's Gifts. A 1979 to 82.
Oh, now we're talking.
Spencer's Gifts is
You can have your hat, and you can flip through the posters in the back and regale the customers with which posters they need to have on their bedroom wall.
And try to figure out who the market for Manti-Hose is. There are some... when you're 9 and you're trying to understand a vibrating egg, you're like, why would anybody want a vibrating egg, says 9-year-old. And, and they always have the egg like when on the photos. I don't know if you remember this. In the photos for the vibrating egg, it would have someone like this, like, oh. Like it would have a woman with her holding a vibrating egg against her cheek, like, of course I would, which doesn't help a 9-year-old, right? There's no hint on the packaging. It's just, oh, this is so relaxing to have a vibrating egg. Now I'm going
I guess
to
in a way you're mapping out like the arc between Spencer Gifts and Radio Shack, where you'd have to have like Brookstone and Sharper Image somewhere on this corner of the
Sharper
mall.
Image.
Right, Brookstone.
That's a good answer.
I would have no. I would of course never put down like the magic of Sharper Image when it was a store. Let me. The only
Sam Goodies.
Well, okay.
Goodie's got it.
Now you're cheating because Sam Goodies is not a mall store.
Nice, this is true.
Not that you want or need this, Mark, but I am well versed in the deep lore of department, chain, and franchise history.
Why does that not surprise me?
I know which chains utilized which classes of material. Like, so there's a class of retail establishment which can be put into locations without plumbing or a bathroom, and either in low income or low traffic because they drive traffic on their own. So that's where arcades went in the 70s and the 80s. There would be like the part of the mall that would be like in the back, down here, way in the corner, underneath whatever. And it wasn't trying to draw in ambient traffic. It wasn't like a clothing store or a makeup store or a left-handed store, right? So they didn't need to draw in traffic. See what I'm saying? Like you knew you wanted to go to the mall and go to the arcade. So you're just going to find the arcade. Same thing with the movie theater. That's why the movie theater would never be prominent. You'd have to like go across this way and go that way to go to the movie theater. No problem. But the people who have like a restaurant, they want to be like right at the front because they want you to be the restaurant they go into, and so you pay a premium. Anyway, so arcades would go into those spaces. Now, as arcades fall out of favor, they've been replaced with other classes of material. It's starting to fade again, especially because with COVID, but
mostly vape shops, I think.
Well, vape shops are one of them, but another one was nail salons. So nail salons took over a lot of these kind of spaces because you could just build them up. You could use relatively cheap labor, train them relatively quickly, and have them do the work. And then in the similar way, Sam Goodies, everything from Sam Goodies to Walmart, like you have companies that will buy space. Like during their quote unquote peak, McDonald's is using satellite imagery to calculate where the best places are to put McDonald's. And when you're a franchisee, they will go, great, you're going to build it on the corner of blank and blank because that's where you're going to get the most traffic because we know the roads go this way and that's where they're going to go. You may resist them, but that's what they'll tell you. Similarly, Sam Goodies, Sam Ash, Beefsteak Charlie's, a whole other variety of these kind of Crazy Eddies. Although Crazy Eddies is less a franchise than a multifaceted store. But anyway, those places want a certain kind of traffic, which means they specifically want plazas because they want people to drive in front and move things out because they're moving so much material. And in a mall, you can't keep walking out with televisions and guitars and other things. You want a big display out front and you want to be able to offer it this way. Crazy Eddie's is the same way. Whereas like an Orange Julius or a Chess King or a Sharper Image or a variety of others, they want mall traffic because their items are easy to pull. They can negotiate really good deals with centralized malls, and they can give the materials to maintain it in like literally a weekly truck. So like a weekly truck pulls up on like Monday morning and gives Orange Julius like 30 boxes that go into the back. And like that's your, juice mixture followed by your oranges. Like that's a thing.
Right. And that's all they need to survive for the whole week.
For the whole week, as opposed to
because they only make one thing.
Right. Whereas like Walmart was specifically wanted certain property, so they would like build to a spec in a new spot. That's like 90 to 95 Walmart, where they start like really building their own self-sufficient designed top-down warehouse space sized superstores, they called them. I live next to, Rachel won't go in because it's an odd lot now. But there used to be an A&P, an Atlantic and Pacific Company supermarket near me, where I was born, which is about 6 miles from here. And the A&P, I remember it like when it was like a little store. And then A&P just screwed up for like 50 years, like as a company. Like they just kept making the stupidest mistakes, stupidest management. And they created something called A&P 2000. And A&P 2000 was a reimagining of the A&P experience. So they built what could be best described as a very interestingly architected supermarket building. And then it was like a whole new thing inside. Like it was much more designed. It was the idea of like the self-checkout and the design structure and everything else. Total failure. But I mean, everything they did was a friggin' failure. So anyway, those hollowed out, those died. A&P got bought. A&P got sold. There's an entire there's like an entire deep lore of department stores that like existed for like the 30s through to the 80s, of which only a few kind of still exist, so they look like they're unique, even though they're going out of business right now because this was a little bit too much for them. But like Lord and Taylor is like a really good example. But like there's like dozens and dozens and dozens, right?
Woolworths.
Yeah. Woolworths also though has a whole bunch of
the Woolworths in Asheville is now like split up to be an artist's, vendor fair kind of thing of like independent artists. Like they kept the Woolworths name on the outside, but then you go in and it's actually like it's all it's gutted on the inside, and they have little booths and stuff for the local artists.
So they turned it into a farmer's market then to a certain degree.
Right, without any pesky, dirty farmers.
Right.
Right.
There's an army. Sorry, there's a.
It's the perfect encapsulation of Asheville, actually, which is a compliment in a sense. I mean, if you like that sort of thing.
There's a building. So IBM was the big reason I'm here. Right? IBM had a semiconductor plant here that was the largest in the world at the time. Most people know it because it manufactured what became the center of the Nintendo 64. But they did a whole bunch of work over the years, and that's why my father came to work here, and that's why he built a house here as part of a development of IBMers who needed a place to live that was nearby work. But IBM had presciently bought 2 large swaths of land based around 84. Okay, so there was one that was one that was East Hook Road, and then there was one that was Route 9. And the idea was that Route 9 would be more development later, but right now East Hook Road would be the main area. And they built this massive plant, right? And when IBM moved away from that and outsourced and then eventually faded away from doing semiconductor manufacture, they spent years trying to get rid of East Fishkill, which is what it was called. And they had all this other land that they had bought speculatively in case it had become factories. So they slowly sold it over the years, and it became this big area of hotels and a Walmart, and there was a mall there. But IBM still owned the land. But this mall was on it, and that was my first mall, the Duchess Mall. And in the meantime, the Duchess Mall has been completely demolished and has been replaced by a large Home Depot. But that's where all my mall stuff was. And there was this big building. And the big building was, this collection of smaller buildings. But one of them was the Mays department store, which slowly became something else, and then became IBM property, and then became a farmer's market, and now is part of like a college. So like that thing's gone through like 9 different revisions over its lifetime. This weird ass building. So like, I should do a thing on that, because I mean it's just really interesting kind of watching it. But one of the side effects was like it was an IBM building for a while. Like you would check yourself into what used to be a department store, and we visited it recently when it was a farmer's market, and now it's turning into a school. But it's like a terrible building. Like it's very like 70s how it was built and everything. Like it's got a lot of problems with low ceilings and not very good air, and that's going to become a premium. Like all the companies that have buildings that are like solid good air are the ones who are going to like bring people back in various forms. They're going to be like, yes, we have the ability to install filters and filter our air, and there's going to be companies that will be first to filter. Now, are they going to properly filter? No. Are they going to get some of them wrong? Yeah. Are they going to like claim that it's N95 complete and it's not? And that's fine. But I'm saying like there's places where like they can't even pretend to claim that, and those are going to be like not as well leased. And then there's going to be ones that are going to be like coherently able to put on the effect of feeling like they are medical grade air, and they're going to come back. And this building is not ready for that. Like it would have to take like a multi-million-dollar renovation. There's going to be a lot of money in filtration systems, which is fine. One of the nice things that I experienced was like a couple of the businesses that I visited. There's this like little, it's almost a bodega here in my town, and they had to be like closed forever. And when I went back there finally to go get like a sandwich or something, it was so clean inside. Like it was scary. Like it was terrifying. They had obviously like pulled everything up, and they had like refloored it, and they had redone everything, reshifted everything around, and it looks incredible in there. Like it was super clean. It was just like so disturbing because it's like power washing. Like when you just power wash the sidewalk and you're like, oh my God.
That sidewalk's actually light gray.
Yeah.
Not black.
Wow. And so it just looked amazing. And Rachel has the picture. It's my favorite picture. I haven't had a chance for us to put it anywhere. These Haribo bags of like cola candy and like sugar candy? You know what I'm talking about? So they moved this rack of Haribo to one wall, and one of the bags hung down near the vent of the slush machine. So it was a solid 2-inch block of sugar, like multicolored sugar, that had like, obviously this bag had just been blown on by this slushy machine out the vent until it had just melted all the candy into it. And I wanted to put it somewhere like, and how was your day? All right, Kevin. When he comes back.
He's trying. The internet's hard.
It is hard. When Kevin comes back, I'm pushing Kevin off the boat. I don't hear you, Mark. You're muted.
Hey, good point. Anyway, goodbye. My laptop is at 4%, so I'm going to die soon.
Emotionally, I'm at 4%.
Just
thank you for.
Well, if it makes you feel better, I'm not actually going to die. I need to go plug.
Thank you for
my
visiting.
laptop in.
Thank you for visiting, Mark. I'm always glad to do things with you. Did you see my newest collection of CDs?
Of course I did, Jason.
I used your trick. Mail's here.
Yes.
So, well, anyway, thank you for making the visit, buddy. I'll talk to you later.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Talk to you later. So when Kevin finally shows up, he's going to show up just so I can kick his ass off.
So how's it going, Scott? I know it's been a while.
It's going actually pretty well. I'm like my projects, my most pressing thing right now, frankly, is work. We want to okay, see what I mean? Kevin, I'm kicking your ass out.
Hey, I was just gonna say, I feel like
I love you.
Yeah, my 56K connection is not gonna hang.
No.
Happy birthday.
Your 9600 connection.
Yeah, exactly.
And,
my courier. Oh no, it's really nice.
But thank
Sure,
you,
blame it on your
thank you for
ISP.
stopping by. Now wait. Just
It was great chatting. I'll be listening,
before
but
you
I'm gonna say goodbye.
before you
okay,
wait
I'll hang for
before
a
you
minute.
go. What was the thing that's eating your life? Was it a kid?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That was
This is
it.
nap time right now.
No. I get that. How old's the kid now?
2.
2. Yeah. Okay. So
Yep.
no, that's fine.
Yep.
I was just trying to remember because it was something like I remember there was like a factor X, and for a lot of my friends, it's kids. They're raising kids or stuff. So good, excellent, wonderful. Well, anyway.
Yeah.
I'll keep that in mind. I mean, I'll keep trying.
Enjoy the.
I'm never going to stop inviting you to things. So
don't. Yeah. Life goes on.
Okay. Well, I will do my absolute best to bring you in wherever I can. But anyway,
same. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jesus Christ, buy a better connection.
Yeah, it's got to be the coronavirus, man.
Call up the call the what do you call it? Call the
At least get some CompuServe.
Yeah, call CompuServe. Tell them you want the pro account, and then just work from that, man. I mean,
hey, I'll leave you with my favorite funny historical detail lately, which is I was looking at the CompuServe first public filing with the SEC, and they said that a huge number of their POPs, their dial-in centers, were in the back offices of H&R Block. So bringing together our malls, our internet history, weird retail stuff. I just love there's got to be H&R Blocks with old switches and stuff in the back from the CompuServe era.
So the fun part is about CompuServe is that CompuServe is the endpoint for Visa credit cards.
I heard that they did card processing too. That's so interesting.
Yeah, they did dial-in for Visa.
Yeah.
So yeah. Oh yeah, those old ATMs you'd find at a gas station, and when you made your transaction, you could hear the modem handshake from the inside of the box.
I have a cool story about that. I can tell you later about how I had 30 of those in a building.
Kevin, go listen like everyone
I'm
else.
going to drop off and save everybody the bandwidth, but I really appreciated being a part of this. Have a good rest of the birthday.
Okay, you bet. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Worst connection in the world, right there.
Nah, I've had worse. There was this one guy at Hope. We had he was talking about demo scene for 5 hours in the middle of the night in the bottom of a museum using a PlayStation 2 camera as his primary webcam on some borrowed ass Wi-Fi. I had to present his slides for him because his connection was so shit.
Was he well? Wait a minute though. Was he trying to be ratchet?
I don't know. It was he had an old IBM. He was an old archivist. It was so crazy, that talk.
Because there's people who are there's people who do things to be funny.
I don't think that this was the case.
You don't think so?
He was just stuck in the bottom of a museum because that's where he worked. Okay. It was in the middle of the night.
Like I said, I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot of people this is really neat. Like when Tazbot did everything through a Nintendo that was pushing.
Yeah, pushing to Twitch. Yeah, that was really cool. If you pull the curtain behind, you really know how that works, and it's not that much better.
Right? No, it's pretty nutty. In fact.
Yeah.
So So I just tell people you're my sysadmin now.
Is that how that works out? Yeah, I do pretty much admin most of your major websites now. Until I get a hold of text files.
Right. No one needs to go near text files. My next one moment. I'm just somebody put up a birthday image, so if I need to, I'll switch to that. Anyway, where was I going with that? Wait a moment. Sorry, I got confused by this image. I have forgotten what I was going to tell you. What was it? Let's see. You were mentioning. Oh, I know what it is.
Text files. Yeah.
So sysadminning text files. Here's how I do sysadmin. Here's how I do sysadminning on textfiles.com. Textfiles.com runs FreeBSD, and I usually run it at like a few layers behind current. Usually like a little bit towards end of life.
Mm-hmm.
And I usually forget about it because it's just meant to be static. So I just constantly do it, and I don't overdo the pieces and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
And then every once in a while I'll upgrade it and I get locked out, but not usually. But the way that I usually, you know how it's like, what do you call it? Whatever, like, as part of daylight savings time, switch the batteries on your fire smoke detectors.
Right.
In the same way, every time somebody threatens textfiles.com, I go ahead and I upgrade it. I'm like, time to upgrade it. Like, somebody writes me and is like, how dare you have this information online? We're going to take you down. So, like, one of the most popular, let's not go with one of the most popular, one of the top browsed files involves having sex with dolphins. And there's a group that will be like, you're advocating sex with dolphins. And I'm like, no, I am housing a file that is also hosting 50,000 other text files on everything that represented all the stupid stuff people threw at each other over the years. And that's one of them. Anyway, and then they go, we must destroy this site. And every time they do that, I'm like, time to upgrade FreeBSD, upgrade. It's relatively painless, and I can do it remotely. But there's always that one part. There's this GIF that I friggin' love. And I don't think I can, let me see. Where's this thing? I'm going to see if I can do this.
So, fun fact, the version of Apache that you're running, 2437 on text files, doesn't have any major vulnerabilities because you don't run HTTPS.
Correct.
There's like 4, and it's like HTTP2 has a problem, and then there's one with like client certificates, and it's like, well, it doesn't run HTTPS, so they don't matter.
Yeah, no, exactly. So, here, let's...
I will say the text files was the only website that I could get to from Internet Explorer 2 and NT4.
It is true. Anyway, you can't see it until everybody else sees it. Sorry about that. But this is the video that always reminds me of when I have to reboot the machine remotely for textfiles.com.
Yeah. So there is about a 5 to 10 second delay.
Yeah. So I'll do it again. So this is.
I've seen this one.
So
Yeah.
This is my FreeBSD box without me. It's just the most. What do you call it? It's just like there's something like inherently over the top about that, and it's of course smiling the whole time, right? While this is going on, and I'm just like, that is horrifying.
As it temporarily dies.
It temporarily dies, and then wakes up like, I guess it worked. And that is, it catches me as a person who does this kind of remote work, because I'm like, it worked. It actually brought back the thing, and that's amazing, because normally it wouldn't have brought back, and holy crap.
I've done that a lot, actually. A lot of the server swarms that I manage as a hobby are all remote as well, and sometimes they don't like to come back up. Or you accident a firewall rule, and well, there goes the box. Guess I'll just have to reinstall it.
You'll be glad to know somebody in the chat is demanding to know what is my critical stance on fucking dolphins. And it just comes down very quickly to consent versus abuse. And I'm going to say that on the whole, we have discovered in history that unless you receive a directly communicated consent, you should not assume it. In general, you should generally assume that if you're not explicitly given consent. So I'm going to err on that side and say, I'm not really sure animals can give consent. So I'm on the animals probably can't give consent farm. Let's not go too deep into it, but there's my stance, sir or lady. I'm glad
But
that
it's still something that exists on the internet, and that this is the craziness that the internet provides.
Yeah.
I guess that's pretty much the whole point. Is that really the content that you host isn't about the content itself? It's about the history of the content and the history that it provides. That being able to see what these cultures were like back then.
Right. So one person just said, "I think that an animal that outweighs me by 400 pounds can refuse consent," and I'm not debating that. I'm not debating that. Certainly, certain animals can effectively resist you, and certain people can effectively resist you, but that doesn't mean the absence of their lack of consent means an assent. That's the
Correct.
fundamental debate. Anyway, so people have lots of great attitude. They've brought in SeaWorld, so it's gotten dark quickly. I'm not going to keep going on this subject.
Yeah. Let's just segue away from that one.
The people think I'm. How are things going on the piece there? Let's see. Oh, I see. Oh, there's a thing. People are making stuff. Anyway, so this is you. Okay, there you are. Okay. I was forced now by somebody to just double check the stream and all the other stuff, the discords and everything else. I don't have a person next to me actually running the stream, so
yeah.
As a result, I have to do everything.
I get it.
Anyway,
when I ran Hope, that was a lot of the same problems that I ran into. It was my first Hope, and if I can volunteer, might as well. And ended up doing 15-hour shifts. That was super fun. Actually, longer than that. I was doing 9 until 1 a.m.s.
Yeah, I mean, there were some people who were like on. I mean, there was a really funny dynamic because I did my radio show as well as the 2 talent shows, and
yeah,
I would come in and, I mean, on one level, not to whatever, an unnamed member of the staff had no functional audio mixing knowledge, so they had an incredibly loud fan, like disturbingly loud. Okay. And we, to Rachel's great discomfort, would turn off our air conditioning system for my thing so that there was no chance of external noise. And I would be working really hard to have like incredible lighting, and background was fascinating, and all these materials. And then this person would be in the beginning of the talk, and they wouldn't mute, even though they have nothing to say. They're just the producer. And it would just like the whole time they were there. And I'm just like, that is so friggin'. And I mean, I'm sure they don't even know. But there was no like real back channel I could have really told them, like, to really not knock it off. But it was just one of those things of like, you're just like, yeah. So some people just don't have any concept of like the presentation piece and so on. And it annoyed me, but not enough where I'm like, I'm getting paid the same.
That's why I always prefer to use headsets if I can, due to the fact that it really prevents a lot. Because I have a loud box fan down here you probably can't hear.
Right.
I've got an air conditioner running in the corner, and then I have a server rack which is blowing a god knows how loud.
Right.
So, and then trying to reduce some of the background weirdness that I got running on the back here because my house is a mess.
It just occurred to me that your icon on Discord is a dolphin. So my apologies to you and your people if you felt wrecked. But anyway, I just noticed.
Whose icon is a dolphin?
Yours.
No, it isn't. Look at it closer. That's a T-Rex. I'm wearing a Velociraptor head. That's a foam. Here, I'll get you a larger version of it. Hang on.
From here, it looks like a dolphin. Okay, good. All right, good. Well, no, that's all that matters. All that matters is I didn't bring down sadness for you.
Yeah.
Good.
That's the image he's referencing. You can kind of see it now that it's a shirt I'm wearing. It was a dumb photo work took with me.
It's a pretty distinctively weird photo, man.
Yeah.
That is a distinctively weird photo.
So, yeah, we're probably not gonna. We're trying to hold B-sides in March up here, B-sides Rochester. I don't know if we're going to, due to the fact that we minimally would want a vaccine out, but
oh, you mean for your next show?
Yeah. I don't know what we should particularly do. I want to cancel it to a certain degree, but none of my staff do.
Yeah, like that.
I don't think we're going to be ready by March.
Yeah, I mean, what's funny to me is, there we go. I just sent out the next, like, come on in. But like, it's been interesting. So Astrid Smith, one of the co-founders of Archive Team, did this amazing document that I saw once, and they were tracking time before event that various events canceled, and kind of like tracking like how long before they say no, and and I thought it was very telling that you could see different ones. We had a big problem in Kansas Fest. They waited way too long. One or two people got screwed on their airfare. But
yeah,
we absolutely had this,
yeah, we shut down whenever RIT shut down, pretty much.
So there was and it's been interesting to watch, kind of I mean, so I'm known for the thing Doomed, right? Like I'm known for Doomed. I was on the phone with my buddy, and we were just kind of ranting at each other, and this was like back in June. And I was at a plaza because I forgot what I was doing. Like I think I was mailing something, or I was at a plaza near where I was mailing. And we were talking about businesses.
Mm-hmm.
So there's some businesses where you can kind of see where they're running, like which ones are kind of running on, which ones are paddling water, like they're second or third generation businesses that have no idea why they're there or what put them there.
I see that a lot.
Can't make big decisions, and are just treading. And then there's other ones that you can see the energy of the family and the work that put them there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can see which ones are doing that now. Like they've been hit with a thing. They've been hit with they have been legit hit with a disaster. How are they conducting themselves? And some of them are like, screw it. As much as we can, we're going to stuff people in these rooms without any other thought because we have to survive.
Yeah.
And we're going to make our staff do this, and we might say a few things, and we might quote stuff. We were in a restaurant in one place, not around where we live now, different state, and the sign on it said, please wear a mask. However, if you don't wear a mask, we cannot ask you why, which is kind of like the crappy way of getting around it. So that already tells you, it's we're not going to whatever, as opposed to being hardcore on the masks. And similarly, you can see some of these businesses are we're going to push this here, we're going to push that there. And some of them, though, have completely pivoted to having outside tents that they put and outside areas and decorated them and really done their best and have all the routines in and are because it's just uptime. and this is impossible to explain to the general populace, that like the difference between 3 nines and 4 nines.
Yes. So to kind of put it in the best perspective is trying to say how good do you want your service to actually be? What is the minimum level of effort that you're willing to put in to get by, to be able to run your business or elsewise, right? So that's that passion that could be missing from whatever project that you're doing,
Right.
or whatever business that you're running.
Correct. And so I'm getting echoed.
Echoed.
Is that you? No.
No.
It's from MS.
It's from MS.
What?
There's a third party.
Is there?
Yeah, it's right under your. He doesn't have video.
Oh, let me look at the. My apologies. One moment.
Yeah.
Oh, Mark.
Yeah, Mark's here.
Let's see if Mark stops pumping my own voice in. I can turn him off.
Yeah, I've muted him for now.
Let me mute him. Okay, Mark, when you get your act together, I know it's going to take you a little bit. The thing will pop up and I'll see it. Sorry, the way that I have the thing set up, it'll, Anyway, so there's some companies that are doing like extraordinary work to sanitize, where like if you use hand sanitizer and you do this thing, you're taking a certain amount of perspective. You are still causing some transmission, but it is greatly reduced. Then there's efforts you can do where you guarantee that almost under no circumstance you will ever get whatever, which in security, computer security, we say, well, yeah, unplug the machine and power it off.
And bury it in an ocean.
Right, well, but beyond that, forget that. Like, unplug it, disconnect it and unplug it, because otherwise it could be turned on, because even we know that now.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And remove the hard drive that's in a thing and put it aside. And you're going to still be affected by physical security, but you've reduced the thing. Whereas that's very inconvenient. So what if you just did this? What if you just made a large password? What if you did this? Like, you're making all of these choices. The only difference is, like, to some level of this, you're mitigating human, life.
I deal with that on a daily basis. As you may or may not know, I'm a DoD subcontractor, cybersecurity auditor is my day job. Mm-hmm. And pretty much what we do is that there's this document called NIST 800-171, and it's a special publication. And it's one sentence requirement saying you have to have two-factor to protect the confidentiality of CUI. And it's like, well, what the fuck does that mean?
Right.
How far down the rabbit hole do we go? And so that's a really bad problem in compliance and cybersecurity right now, is how far down the rabbit hole do you go?
Yeah.
Because you can really enforce it, and it's all the way, defense in depth all the way down, but is it really required? No.
I was surprised. I was surprised and not surprised that Visa and MasterCard had very specific rules of, like, how websites could type in or not type in passwords, and, like, in other words, like, they had, like, increased their standards to, like, whether or not the card could ever be displayed, how the caching worked, how it was supposed to, like they have all these rules, and they're like, if you do not follow these rules, if you don't comply with these rules, you can't put our logo, and we will not accept your credit cards ever. And that's a specific thing, right? And not to go in this direction because it's not a way to celebrate my birthday, but lack of leadership at the top, or I should say confusing leadership at the top, is adding, whatever it is, like 25 to 40% of confusion. But it is unquestioned, I guess, that, like, there still is that 60% of, like, you're asking a lot of people to, like, suddenly upgrade to a medical quality situation, especially when architecturally, one of the reasons there you are again, Mark. Mark, you should definitely get a headphone if you can, and we'll figure that out. He'll figure it out.
Yeah.
But anyway, I read a document talking about, like, why is Japan, like, doing well in something. And this is from, like, bear in mind, this is from mid 80s, 80.
Yeah.
Like it's a while ago, right? And it talked about how the effect of the Shinto religion was a dedication to rituals of cleanliness,
Mm-hmm.
and that it was a factor in improved health and general health because, it said you want to have an allergenic, a hypoallergenic cloth and fabrics, and you clean every day, and you make it part of your process, and that it really benefited from it. And so that would be an advantage. And same thing with the what do you call it? The use of masks in years before, and people were debating it, but it was like, no, but unquestionably, even though it wasn't very effective, it was semi-effective. And
Right. It's all about
semi-effective at scale is very effective. So
yes.
anyway, it's again, I don't want to go too far into whatever. It has been a lot of education in the last few years to remind myself why we have certain instructions welded onto the side of machinery, and why we have very specific like why some things have major procedures to handle them. And then we watch as these businesses that were barely holding on, and you and I have discussed this in other situations, businesses that were holding on, and they're just one disaster, one setback, one whatever away. I mean, it could have been a fire, it could have been an arrest, it could have been a bad review.
Ransomware is the most common business closure reason for like just unexpected or unexplained right now.
Yeah. So, you get hit with a thing, and then your business has a certain lifeline of how long it can survive.
Right.
And individuals may have stuff as little as like 2 or 3 weeks. Like an individual who loses income will only have like a few weeks before they're running into major issues. So known thing. Hey Santa, how you doing? You got your action going? Hey sweetheart, can you hear me?
He's trying.
He is trying. He is very admirable for trying. For 10 years I ran a game. Although and like all good things, eventually I wore out my own welcome. And then I quit because I was spending too much time on it and I wasn't getting along with people. And this is one of the people who ran it with me, one of the longest.
What kind of game was it?
Tiny Tim, a mush, which is still working, by the way. I mean, it's still out there, but I have not. I mean, I don't even think I've been on it in any.
Mushes are fun.
So, but it's interesting because I had we had some. I started that when I was 19, and then I started it when I was 19, and then I left it when I was 29. It's effectively. I mean, I've been there. I'm still there, and then I still kind of ran the machine for a few years.
Mm-hmm.
But then I got taken away too. So I have nothing to do with it. And,
yeah, I've been in projects like that before where you just have to give them back to the community again.
Well, it became a thing of I started not liking or not getting along with people. And so I realized that it was either going to be me driving out a lot of folks to revitalize it, or I should leave. It wasn't going to be where I should be. So I left.
I really wish more people had the insight to do that at times. I've seen many projects where there's, the toxic creator has made this amazing thing, and it starts to grow, away from the community, starts to split from the community to the point where the project dies, but the community still wants it to run, but he doesn't provide any resources to be able to do that.
Yeah, and it's painful.
He won't give it up.
It's painful because you affiliate it with yourself. The phrase, I mean, the phrase, it's part of the generalized frame of what's called founder's syndrome, which is that the founder births a project and then at a certain range says, wait a minute, this isn't going to work. And I enjoyed being a leader, and I enjoyed aspects of it. I was certainly a problematic leader, but it was really nice how it had all worked. And then I noticed stagnation, and I wanted to take it somewhere else. But the question becomes, would the growth have been at the expense of its community that had built up, even if that community was a sliver?
Yeah.
And so it could have gone two ways. One was to rebuild. One was to improve it so that that community felt more connected to it, there was a lot of resistance to that.
Mm-hmm.
We were not very web enabled, and some of us liked that it wasn't very web enabled. And
Right, it was this little secret enclave that you had.
Right, it was difficult to get to. It was difficult to get onto and difficult to use. But the people who got there were now part of it. They had come through the gauntlet. They were part of our deal. And we stopped getting new people, and so it just became an interesting study. But I moved away from it when I was about 30. And I had run textfiles.com. I remember the meeting. I think you were there, weren't you there, Mark? This was in North Carolina. When I said to you, what I said to all of the people in that room, which I think included you, was it's becoming harder and harder for me to spend a lot of time to satisfy 75 people I'm not 100% liking over 2,000 or 3,000, later 10,000 people that I at least get reaction from, and who I don't know. And that's essentially where it went. I started to become more known for textfiles.com, and then doing, vintage work and doing historian stuff, and now I'm the famous archivist. Very few people know about me for Tiny Tim. And to be Tim got what it needed in Gadget, which was a new generation with no political connection to the founding staff. Gadget doesn't really know me and John, so it doesn't really have any connection to why it was.
She does know me and Rich, though.
Huh?
She does know me and Rich.
No,
she does know me and Rich, though.
Yeah, but you two didn't found Tim. You both functioned within what it was for when you came there.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And also you didn't have a deep, abiding connection to your own person as it.
It wasn't, well, my Tim character was very much part of my identity, but Tim was not part of my identity as it is yours, or as it was yours.
Yeah.
It was not the same. It was not something of me that I had to, stay with or something.
Right. And I think that functionally it worked. I mean, let's put it this way. In the aggregate, I think it all worked out.
Tim was going to eventually go away anyway. I mean, it's not. It really was on the decline eventually anyway. Maybe well after you left, but even so, it wasn't going to make it quite so far into the into the new generation. Just that's the way it is.
Unless it underwent a series of somewhat traumatic re-engineering
changes. Yeah.
And that's not, Rich was against that. Fundamentally, Rich turned himself into a gatekeeper of the code. And
yes,
it required...
Oh, well, I remember there was one time when I had to actually change Rich's code. And it was so crucial that that I was actually permitted to do it, and Rich was really had a hard time dealing with it afterwards.
Right.
And possibly nobody else could have done it but me, even, because I'm sufficiently harmless to Rich.
Yeah, and we, he locked us into a very specific operating system version because he was very resistant to all that, which is fine.
Yeah.
You get people who are engineering along a certain level, you're taking you're just functionally taking a bet, right? That which I think Nimdoc really was smart to like hardwire the access to the TIM machine by going through whatever machine it was. I've totally forgotten its name. To get to, like that was very smart. So Forrest,
it was a jump box or a bastion box.
Yeah,
a bastion host.
Yeah, he used a bastion approach. In fact, I think it was bastion at tim.org. It feels like. But that was his approach, and Nimdoc had been there for the split of Usenet into an alt group. Like he had been there for the great renaming of Usenet. So he'd been around a long time, and so he was also focused on like minimal effort, less trauma, in return for having to be much more heavily careful about like what kind of systems you're going to put together.
We used to think Nimdoc was so old because he was 50, right, Jason?
Yes, Nimdoc was the old wizard.
Nimdoc was ancient, and now I'm 52 and you're 50.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. So he was our old guy. He was our resident old guy, and in fact, when we had various problems with authorities or ran into issues, we would throw Nimdoc.
He was a grown-up.
Because we're just like
Nimdoc and Marsha.
Yeah, we'd just be like, Nimdoc's here to help you. He'll talk to you.
And
Byron,
Marsha also, because they were adults.
Right. Byron
Nimdoc and Marsha were the adults.
And Byron had and the funny part is this is what I've done, right? Which is, Byron had these. I've got contacts with the National Archives, the Library of Congress, the Internet Archive, hosts of various famous names, people will sit up and take notice, Vinton Cerf, who I could call in if there was like a true emergency that I needed to back up. And Nimdoc had that. Nimdoc could be like, oh yeah, no, I was at this, standards meeting. This is what's going on here. And this is a fine group. So he was able to talk to the government when we had government issues. And he was able to talk to people. Very good stuff. And now, one of the things that's been kind of fascinating for me is that when I was born, my father was 30. So, one of the side things I've done over the years is, as I've hit certain ages, I have realized, my father was this age when this happened. When I was 37, when my father was 36, his marriage started to fall apart. And when he was 37, his kids were kidnapped. And when he was 40, I remember a conversation with him, and when and so on, like all these different things we dealt with. And just over the years, it's been very interesting to be like, oh, at 50, which is like what I am now, my kid was now a manager or working on this thing here, and when this happened here, in other words, like it's been kind of interesting to like see like how old was my father and what was he having to deal with at that given time, and being that age now. So like at 50, I was 30. No, that's not right. At 50, no, that's right. So that's the thing, right? No. Because so now at 50.
You were 20 though.
Right. At 50, you're right. At 50, I was now starting Tim. Like his son had started some game, and his son was in college, costing him an enormous amount of money. That was a thing. So like just like kind of keeping track of like all those different aspects.
Yeah. Look, Jason, you remember my kids, right? They came to the Tim parties.
Wait, you're distorting. What?
You remember my kids from they came to Tim parties, right? Remember?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Isaac's birthday is September 8th. He just turned 25.
Yep.
So, and I'll put that in perspective. And you do know that my younger kid is now a boy, right?
Yes.
I told you that.
You told me at the event, yeah.
Right, at the event, right. So, and Ethan is 2 years young, is 2 years younger. And he's off in California now looking for a job as an engineer. Isaac's still living at home.
Yeah. what do you call it? We'll be releasing the audio from that event this month, hopefully. Hopefully, I just keep putting it off. Somebody.
There used to be a game that I used to play in the early days, and I got really, really involved with it in the back end too. It was called Wolfram 2. It was, it was a flight sim that had gotten converted, and it was the first multiplayer community it ever was in. I was 11. That was 2001. Just to kind of age myself there. And I got to witness it die. It was a single developer, and it had a team, but originally it ended up as a single developer. It was a free game, but we had a community of about 60 that would play it pretty religiously every night. And at one point, it died. The box that was hosting the database and the accounting code and all of it just fell over, and he didn't want to recover it anymore. He was done, and the game died that day. And all of the history that was with it went with it. All the forums were gone. All of the databases was gone. The game would no longer work. The multiplayer servers were dead. We had nothing. It just died overnight.
Right.
And he had no backups. He couldn't find any that would be sufficient enough to be able to get it working again. So it's a shame to see, whenever a community gets, it just dies a horrible death. And this is why whenever I do a product nowadays, I always make sure to try to give it back to the community as soon as I can. I did that with Beat Saber, which is for the game Beat Saber.
Right.
It's the custom map sharing site. But I'm glad that you handed it off, though, because that way
Here we go, man.
Mark's coming.
Nope, now you're screwed.
Yeah, now you're on the moon. Definitely on the moon.
What could possibly go wrong?
Oh yeah, he's definitely on the moon now.
So Mark, it's 50-50. I give it 50-50 that we will ever get this working with you, although we may. It's fun watching you fiddle. Can you hear me? Not? Can you hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you talking to my difficulties? Yeah, I realized that okay. So I was having trouble on my computer phone, so I switched to my phone. That's the more advanced machine. Now then I realized, hey, my Wi-Fi is off. That would help a little bit. So turned the Wi-Fi on, and then so reloaded the page, and then my phone said, yeah, okay, but I'm no longer talking to the headphones on Bluetooth, so you're gonna have to start that again. Oh, okay. So yeah, sorry about that.
No, it's okay. You are super distorted, not always, but a little bit. So we'll have to keep that in mind. Part of it is that the first rule of doing these things on your phone, right? Which is you put your phone on a stable surface so it's not having to compress every frame differently.
Yep. Also, it affects the radio. You moving around also affects the Wi-Fi packets in interesting ways on the analog levels.
The Doppler effect is that significant?
I have a hat with Wi-Fi on it. I've done some research into this.
Okay.
Yes.
I wasn't disputing your point. I was just I'm asking for confirmation there because it's
clear to receive and clear to send signaling that Wi-Fi does.
Right.
And so it if you miss it, then it causes it calls just jitter, right? So you can't receive a steady stream of packets with the same latency every time, and you're talking about reflections off of the internals of your walls getting to your access point as well, and it really has to deal with a lot of everything is moving. It will train itself and it will try to fix itself to a stationary object and kind of fix all that jittering problem. But Wi-Fi really doesn't like it when you're moving around when trying to keep a stable packet stream. It gets really bursty when you're moving around.
Right.
That makes sense.
So, anyway, I'm going to keep inviting a few of my list of friends. Many of them are afternoon or later. I'm actually ideally, Chuckles is going to make an appearance. We'll see how that goes. So it'll be worth it to you to watch it just for Chuckles. Give me more of my cans. I drank 3 of them, and I'm going to drink even more. I'm
Let's see.
yeah. Give me the cup. All right, my producer, Rachel.
Your support staff.
Pour. She's running the pour, keeping the good pour. Are both your kids out of the house now, Mark?
No, Ethan went to college in California, and he's still there, partly because COVID. So he's at his boyfriend's parents' house.
All right.
And he's graduated, and he's looking for a job. So for mechanical engineering.
Right.
Isaac is still living here. He's finished college. He's in the middle of a course, which has now kind of gotten bumped by the whole coronavirus thing also, to become a radiologist, really an X-ray technician.
Right.
Which is not something he necessarily completely loves, but it's something he can do, and it needs to do something because they won't pay you reading fan fiction.
Right.
They might pay you, but him they would. So he's still here.
Well, the fun part about X-ray technician is it doesn't always have to be humans that you're X-raying.
Yeah, which would be good for him because then he wouldn't have to deal with people so much. But it probably is going to be. At any rate, it's something he's okay with. But it's just he's got to repeat the end of the years. He's got to there's some lab stuff he's still getting because they had to cancel it because that involved too much being around people when the state was in lockdown. So, but he's working on it. What are you going to do?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyway. So just your connection is going to go up and down, and I'm going to bring other people in. I already see where this is going to go, but we made an idea. We hatched a roughly sketched out idea at the event that we should hang out more since we live near each other. So after the mess, so I have a theory, which is that after the mess, and the mess is going to last for a while longer. We're gonna like. I remember people from my youth and my early years where you'd run into these people and you thought it was really weird. They'd be like, "Yeah, so there's a croissant festival 2 towns over. I'm gonna go to the croissant festival. You want to go?" And I'd be like, "What the hell's wrong with you?" Or they're like, "Yeah, so like Friday night, I just hit a bunch of clubs. I went to a bunch of places." Or more accurately, like a couple like excited that on Sunday there's a polka concert at the local tent.
Yep.
And I always thought like those people are friggin' weird. Haven't they heard of staying home and hacking on your computer all day and all night until you can't see straight?
Yeah, I've done that.
That's what we do.
Wouldn't that be a better use of your time? And I read one of my favorite is this Imager link where this woman kind of walks through like a really intense fitness and diet regimen, like this huge thing of like do these many squats and do this, and then I go to the store and I buy this amount of like lentils and these things and I cut them together, and then I have 7 days and I eat 2 meals a day off it, and I do like this and all this stuff. And the number one comment after it is yes, but have you heard of cheese? And
something Ethan would say.
Right. Yes, but cheese? And so in the same way, it's like, yeah, no, it's true. You could go out to the Strawberry Festival, but staying home and binge watching television. And
you'd really get along with Ethan. Come to think of it, his sense of humor has grown up rather like yours.
Oh, wonderful. So I will now probably become that person. right?
Mhm.
Like, I'll be like, wait a minute, there's a computer festival in blank? I'll hop in a car and go there. And while we're driving, like, well, Rachel and I were like this before to some extent, but I think it's going to be like hyper technicolor. We used to be this way. One of the reasons Rachel and I have gotten along so well is because we'll drive along and we'll see something that's like, let's go with like, like Cat Cavern. And we'll be like, what? They'll be like, this place is known for its 100 stray cats that come out to this cavern. Let's go. We're going to Cat Cavern. We're going to get into the hotel at 8:30 instead of 7:30. And this worked out really well for us in Japan when we went to Japan, because it was just like we're just walking along and we're just like look over and we're like a store that sells nothing but like weird French versions of Japanese dishes. We're eating there tonight. When we went to where did we go? We went to it was either Ireland or Scotland. It has to be maybe Scotland. Anyway, we went to a country that was near England, that was part of the UK, or vaguely part of the UK.
I thought you were talking about the thing in Osaka with that exhibit with the things. When we were in Osaka and in the museum next door, there was like that. It was like an art group that had made those machines, and then there was like the whole band, and then there was
that
you put on costumes.
That was a thing. That was the thing we did in Osaka. We had like done everything, and we're getting home. We're going to our hotel room, which is a fantastic hotel room because we've been walking for 3 days. We've been on the Emperor's Walk, and so we're really tired, and so we got a really nice hotel room to relax in. And we go up there, and we pass this museum, and there is this weird art museum in the mall floor of this hotel, and we're just like, it's 4:30 and it closes at 5:30. We are going to throw all of our stuff into our hotel room and come down here immediately. And we go down there, and it's like a kind of a retrospective of a group that could be called. I mean, let's be unfair and save time and say the Japanese Devo, but probably more like the Japanese Throbbing Gristle, but somewhere there,
but they
right?
also made all these weird products. Like
right, because they had like a weird, like they make products and they make like weird artistic statements, and it was kind of like a weird retrospective. And so we did that, right? So we're going through it, and we get up to this display, and the display is of these mannequins in front of, like set up to like play instruments of their thing, and they have a cosplay where.
Like a clothing rack.
And so you go over, and there's a clothing rack with the band uniform, and you can pop on the band uniform, and the staff will take photos of you posing in front of all these mannequins. And we're like,
I think it would play music too. Like it was like
yeah, you can play music, and so we were like, let's do this. So there is this photo of her and I, where. Yeah, give me the thing and I'll throw it up. Anyway, so it's her and I mean, both of us barely fit into these costumes. Like they had to get like the largest ones, and it's very hard. But we're in it, and we're both like posing, and the staff told us to pose a certain way because it was meaningful to the band. It was like this or whatever. So it's us, and we are tired. We have been hiking for 3 days, and we're like, nope. We only have an hour. We have somewhere else to be tomorrow morning. We won't be able to come back to this museum. So here we are. Anyway, I expect my life will be nothing but that. So as a result, right, I will be sure to be like, Mark, where are you going to be in? You're going to be in there? Okay, let's go. I'll come to New Jersey. I'll see you here. I'll hang out here. Let's go to the thing.
Yep.
That's what we'll do, man. That's our.
Oh yeah, hell yes. Especially after the mess. It's not like I'm going to be commuting into the city every day anymore, because why the hell should I?
Correct.
But it also means I will be coming in sometimes, because why shouldn't I?
Right.
It's Isaac is old enough to he's 25, and Shayna goes to work and everything like that. So hell yeah, we can do some stuff.
Excellent.
Of course, all the holidays still this weekend, but that's
Wonderful.
The happenings have really ruined the plans of everybody, haven't they?
Yeah, it's been weird, and not entirely in a bad way. I feel a little bit guilty because things have been not so bad for me. Okay, granted, Shayna did get sick and had to go to the hospital for a while and was on oxygen for a couple of weeks and everything.
Oh, so Shayna got it?
Oh yeah.
Well, I had no idea.
And yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't tell you. Yeah, he got it when he got as a doctor. Of course, she's going to get it from one of her patients is going to be stupid enough to come in. That goes without saying. I did not get it though. We were very careful, even though we were living in the same house. Isaac and I were very careful about isolation. So I either didn't get it or I got an asymptomatic case of it. At one point, I had to take her into the hospital though. And by that time, of course, it was pretty bad because doctors are terrible patients. So I'm like, should you take you to the hospital now? She's like, no. Finally, when her pulse sucks.
Doctors are truly, truly the worst patients.
Yeah.
Like with
but she had her own pulse oximeter and everything. So I was like, okay, now it's low enough. Now you can take me.
Right.
Yeah, she was there like for a weekend, and they sent her home with an oxygen concentrator, which she was on for like a month or something or longer.
Right.
During which time she had no energy, and by the end of which she'd atrophied, and so she could barely move. And this was after having done a lot of having had foot surgery and to go around on a knee scooter for a while. It's been taking her a while to get her strength back up, but she's been back to work for a month now or longer.
Right.
She's got a rowing machine at the house now to try to she's still got some residual scarring in the lungs. It's probably going to stay there, I guess.
Yeah.
But she had it, and she had a reasonably bad case, but we're through it. I didn't get sick.
Yeah.
Most of my friends, I don't really. There are very few people that I know who had really real problems with it, and so I feel I've got a certain amount of survivor's guilt going on here, and the whole the world is fucking upside down is kind of nice in its way because turning the world different is weird, and that's good. Oh, hey, Jim.
Well, I'm very glad to hear that Mom made it out, and and yeah, I mean, you should definitely take care of yourself. But yeah, anyway, that's my plan. My plan is to, as part of the annoying 50-year-old to 50-something, is to like go back into like more social grouped up things that and by grouped up I don't mean like large amounts of people. I just mean grouped up like, oh, I'm going to go off on a trip and I'm going to go see. Like I'm going to go on this day and hang out with these people and do this stuff. And Rachel will come sometimes and not come sometimes and whatever. And we'll figure it all out. Like we will be more like she might come and like be playing her games or doing some stuff and meet people, but also be able to do stuff, in other words, like engage with people.
Yeah.
And take advantage of that. So
I'll warn Shayna,
Yes, exactly. Hi, family. How are you doing?
Guess what? Yeah, like every year the Klingon conference has become a thing. Shayna actually does not go to them anymore, but my kids love to go.
Right.
And Isaac will go and sit under a table and play on his phone, but for him that's important. For him, it's worth going for that.
Yeah.
So this year's worse.
Well, okay, so I'm gonna let you go because your audio is awful, but your heart is pure. Again, I just want, you were one of the people I reached out to yesterday about coming on this, just because I wanted to see you again and let you know that I did not forget our discussion of like, damn, we got to hang out more, of the however many it was, 16 different wizards. You are definitely there in the top 3. So
thank you.
You really make a difference. So you've been able to successfully bridge all of us and all of our personalities. I can't imagine that there is a single wizard, alumni or not, who doesn't like you. Right?
Wow.
If you think about it, there's very few that are universally respected and loved, and I think you are one of them. And you may or may not be it.
I'm very conflict averse, so I wind up cozying up to everybody. So
You are also the source of the term wouldn't kick them out of bed for eating crackers, which I gave to one of my friends, and he cannot stop saying it. Like he used it at a picnic I had with him last week. Like he was just like, "Yep, wouldn't kick that thing out of bed for eating crackers," because he just thought that was the greatest line.
That's a pretty good line.
It is a great line. I have a T-shirt that he sent me because I was telling him how much I like this T-shirt, but I think it goes back to an actual school or something. But it was the phrase "fuck around and find out," and it's like an alligator. It's got an alligator, and it just says "fuck around and find out." And we use this all the time playing battle royale games, where we're just we use it in both ways. Either we're hiding in a building and we're like, they think we're in here, fuck around and find out, or we will like go into a place where we're like, I don't think this has anybody, like this tunnel, and we'll go in and like 4 people will drop in and we're like, well, fucked around and found out. It's perfect. So everybody has a little anyway, that juicy little candy phrase blew up someone's head. It's always funny to me everything racy coming out of you is hilarious. So, anyway. All right. Well, look, Mark, you're fantastic.
Okay.
And like I said, in my 50s, I'll be hanging out with you. Apparently, also in your 50s. So.
All right. We'll stay in touch.
All right, sweetheart. I'll talk to you later.
Okay. Bye.
I need to play some battle royales with you sometime. I'm actually pretty good at them.
Well, what gaming systems you got? Do you have Xbox? Because that's what I got.
Oh God, no! I have a PS4. I'm also a PC gamer.
Delete, kick, ban, drop
Look
out
here,
of
mister.
IRC.
I'll have you know. Hey, I'm playing Factorio right now. That is the most turbo nerd game that I know.
There's a little part of me, and it's a very little part. There's a little part of me that's always kind of sad. I never really kind of like super got into like a super life-consuming game that required levels upon levels of vaguely rewarding research and effort.
Well, I can think of that you might do good at.
No. The problem here is not that.
Yeah.
This is not a case of me going like, geez, I don't know of good examples. But as I've described to my friend Kyle, who I play all my games with, a lot of like that casual / intensity has been taken over by my Internet Archive work. Because
that makes sense.
I go into the stacks, the virtual stacks, and I'll be like, today I want to find every time I find an item in the open collections that has got the word manual in it. And I'll go find them all, and I have scripts that then let me go in and go like, you're all manuals. And then I'll be like, wow, there's a lot of this kind of manual. Why? And I'll go look at a person, and I'll be like, oh, this person is uploading things thematic to the Industrial Revolution, which means that I can like move this stuff into catalogs and listen to music and everything else. Like that is that's a relatively powerful, feeling, right?
Right.
And therefore, when I play games that are relatively, like I was just trying a few that were on Xbox, because Xbox has that like live game thing. When I go to play those, I go, yeah, no, this is cool and it's pretty deep and I could learn all these things, or I can do more Internet Archive work.
Right. That makes sense.
And it's pretty powerful. Like it's pretty powerful. So
it's officially your hobby, and that's what it works out to be.
Yeah, no, and some people think that's like very unhealthy, and it's mostly unhealthy. Like it's mostly unhealthy if you, how do I put it? It's primarily unhealthy if you have wrapped yourself up so much in your job that you are shocked and left bereft if you lose it.
Oh, we're like become completely devastated because you can no longer do it, or otherwise there's no more work to do.
Well, more like that it's taken away from you, right?
Right.
So that's and I mean, I guess there's some amount of life lesson there because I years ago had to start planning for like what is a post-internet archive JSON.
Right.
Because there was I had a serious level of self-reckoning when I left Tiny Tim, the game that
the mush.
Yeah, like when Mark and the thing that Mark and I were part of, when I left it, because I had been spending okay, so for some people it would be like, to understand, it's like, it was like my IRC, it was my chat system, it was my always on, and I was the admin, and I conducted virtual marriages, and I ran events, and I controlled.
Yeah, it's all consuming. I've been in those types of positions before.
So what happens when that goes away? When you're like, I have been pouring all of my life into this.
It's almost like a miniature midlife crisis whenever it does go
right
away.
This 75 megabyte text file I have been manipulating through my 20s when I'm supposed to be the healthiest, happiest, and most and there's a part that says like, oh yeah, I could have been traveling the world, I could have been, but I did learn a lot about the insides of the human spirit and the aspects of humanity and the power and what makes a good manager and what makes a good person who's a leader. And what, I mean, I certainly, and I'm, I'll lightly say that I'm, a mid-20s male running a mush is prone to make some very terrible errors that I hope I haven't made in years hence. But, like
I've been in those positions too.
Those like those years spent, I think that they've had some really powerful teaching effects on me. So I don't want that to happen again with the Internet Archive. Like, I don't want something where, I mean, when we got hit with COVID, Brewster made financial and personnel decisions that perhaps I wouldn't have done, but it's not my job.
Right.
But part of it was he basically 100% furloughed all of the physically interfacing people, like people whose job was to receive visitors, people whose job was to receive.
That makes sense. He's thinking about the archive as a whole.
Right, but it's tough because regardless of whether or not the furlough was generous or not, which it was, it shocked these people, and the fact that they weren't redeployed in other capacities was to me a bit of a waste. And so that was a choice. I don't have to live with the consequences of how I would have done it.
Right.
Like, and I think that's the part that people never get. That's why it gets a little repetitive watching Hacker News and Reddit, because it's like, oh yeah, all your shit is unfunded mandates. Like, everything that comes out of a Reddit thread, everything comes out of a Hacker News thread. I'm like, no, that's true. You get to decide that it should have been red instead of blue. It should have been 5 people instead of 10 people. It should have been in Vietnam instead of India. And each one of those decisions represents hundreds of hours of effort that you don't have to make. You can just you just cook that shit right up, hand it out. You're done. And that's the jump that I think people just don't get. So anyway, choices were made, which I totally agree with. In on the abstract, for why they were done, but I'm like, okay, this way he went this way, I would have gone this way. We both would have gone this way. We wouldn't, whatever. We do our things. But one of the side effects of that was, or not one of the side effects, but one of the things that it kind of brought home to me was what I had been planning for years, which was like, well, what happens if I wake up one day and it's like, okay, look, we have to go into a dormant state for 8 years because ABC.
Yeah.
What happens if we have to make a choice? We have to move to this. What if we can do this, but, all of your work has to be suspended? What do you do? And what do you deal with? And what do you deal with in, an intense power outage or a fire or whatever? And so, you can't run archive team or co-run archive team as many years as I have and not be like, and I'm one of the things. Which is why over the years, to some people, to some of our members who are morons, they might perceive the very little I do for archive team as being laziness or losing touch. Like they'll be like, oh, Jason used to be there every day. Now he's there only once every few days, and all he does is come in and say something stupid. And to them, they're like, oh, look at him. He's really lost the fire because look, all this work we're doing, and he's not even whatever. And it's like, no, that's part of I am trying to force this organization to not depend on me. And find
and that's the way that we've seen it, at least in the cabal.
Right. It's just like, how do we re-engineer the thing so that no one one person is it's annoying. Like if your network guy dies, it's really annoying to your network. But you want the ability to have 2 or 3 people step in relatively quickly, look at the switch, download its configuration, and go, here's how we set it up.
It's all about the redundancy.
And if you're lucky, your network guy has got an updated wiki with a pasting of all of the configuration. Not every time.
That's hoping for it.
Well, you gotta hope. So it was important to me that, the archive team, if the archive team is going to be one of my great
achievements,
it has to be able to not survive based on me.
Well, it's the same thing with the Internet Archive. What happens when Brewster finally retires or otherwise becomes, the happenings?
It's going to be havoc.
I can see it now, yeah.
A little bit of havoc. I mean, but okay. So I've always planned for, well, what would I do? I've always run that fire drill, and it's nothing like me saying, I think the place is doomed or not doomed. I'm like, no, I need to have that plan. I need it that I'm 6 months into that plan instead of about to start that plan. I mean, come on. So I've got a couple ideas, and part of that is that I have these independent projects that people can use to communicate with me or do work. And if I'm an affiliate, or these are all, to me, this is all just cold ass proper disaster recovery planning.
A lot of people don't like to do it because it requires theoretical work that has to be updated over time as well.
And also strong perception of the existentiality of things. The natural entropy of objects. The archive may never have straight up physical offices in any meaningful fashion again. The balance has definitely shifted. People who prefer to work from home will now work from home, and the more people we hire, they will work remote only. So we might have people who are, in one part of the country, and that's where they are, and they live there now. And it used to be a handful. When I first joined, there were only 3 of us who were remote, and it was a big deal that I was remote. Huge that I was remote, and now it's the norm. It's the default option, and we've moved swiftly to remote only. And I'm like, what a great time to hire a more diverse staff geographically and every other way, and what an amazing opportunity for people who wanted to help us, who had amazing skills, and we just couldn't. Now our hiring practices have to depend on the skill set of our people hiring, as opposed to us telling a pretty large variety of people, would you like to move to one of the most expensive places on earth? You know? Just use some of those Rochester savings you've saved up, and you'll be able to afford 4 to 5 months of rent.
Yeah, right. It's an interesting problem with the happenings that are going around, is that a lot of companies are switching over to remote, and a lot of people are finding out that really a lot of it can be done remotely. There's no reason to be in an office for a lot of the service work that happens in the United States, right? Like, I can understand for manufacturing, right? You got to be able to physically control the machines and things of that sort. But does HR need to be in office?
Right. I mean,
finances? No. The sales guys? No, they don't need to be in there either. So who minimally has to be really in a building at all, right? None of the programmers do. None of the engineers do, right? Even my job, every one of us could do it remotely.
By the way, my father, of course, piped in with corrections. I don't know if he's still listening or if he's bored. I'm trying to think how to. I do have a trick. I can do this. Let's see if this works.
Well, if it doesn't, we always get to see the aftermath.
Correct. I'm going to see if this works. 50-50 this works. Oh, actually, can I do this? I don't think so. Oh, can I do this? Yes, I can. Did it work? Oh, I really hope it doesn't. All right.
This is when we all find Jason's secret porn stash?
Jason's secret porn stash. 50-50 this works. You ready? I'm ready. Can you hear ringing?
Yes.
Good.
We having a call in?
We have a caller.
This is Jason Scott Radio.
Jason Scott Radio, you're on the air. Please remember to turn on your radio.
Used to be a.
Hello?
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 Wait a minute. I think I have two. Who is this?
This is your son.
Oh, hello, son.
Hello, father.
Hello.
Hello. I'm calling you into my show. I figured I would use an interface you were comfortable with instead of trying to spend 1 hour on the air doing technical support to bring you into the webcam.
How come? What is it, delayed?
So you should turn down the sound on the stream while you're talking to me.
Yeah, mute the TV.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I can't hear you, though.
You can hear me now. You can hear me right now. Right?
Yes. Yes.
So it does work.
I can hear you, but the picture you're talking to someone else.
It'll be delayed because of the way the process works. That's just how it works. Like, I'm waving my hand, and then you'll see, like, anywhere between 6 and 10 seconds later, it will show me waving my hand, right? So that's just how
I guess so.
Yeah. So that's how it works.
Talking and smiling to this guy.
So let's just be, first of all, let's be very clear. You do not believe IBM ever owned the Duchess Mall property?
Right.
But they had an IBM office in that building.
No, for a while they rented out, I think, part of May's department store. Down the road, a little north on the right, IBM rented property.
Okay, I always thought they.
When I first started, that's where I went for an interview. It was on Route 9, just up the, on the, I guess there's a shipping place.
Right.
On that little road, that little side road, they had 2 buildings.
Some quick
And
back
then
of the
later, I
napkin
think they
Googling
rented
shows that they just
part of
rented
May's
office space
department
out
store
on
after
the
they
land.
went belly up. I
Right.
think I was no longer there.
One moment.
Don't think.
Forrest, he can't hear you. Let's not overtax my technical ability to cross switch. But I want you to stick around for a bit because I don't have another video caller and you're interesting to look at. So you're easy on the eyes, man. Anyway, all right. Well, I of course have all of these cobbled together beliefs and memories that, as you know, you have spent some time disassembling. Do you have a specific memory of finding out that you were going to be a father with me?
No.
Just worked out that you just were like, nope. Okay. That's perfectly fine.
No, I don't remember. Were you the one that was born in a snowstorm?
70? Wasn't Trina born in the snowstorm?
Oh, it had to have been Brandon. Yeah, February. Yes.
So
it was Brandon that they had to come with a snowplow.
Okay.
To get her out of there.
Yeah. So okay, that makes more sense.
Jason, I don't think these people would appreciate you and I chatting.
I think fundamentally people are fascinated to have a father and son on the son's 50th birthday talk about the son's history when his brand is iron strong for delving into other history and bringing things in.
Okay.
You truly underestimate people's capacity for being interested in whatever. I'm just happy. I wanted to make you part of this in some way, this little birthday party of mine. Thank you for all of the things you've done over the years to make me get to 50, both financially, health-wise, support, and love. You have been the best father, and I've gotten many insights into other families, and I've seen the difference in the amount of length and strength and work you do and have done to try to keep me on the straight and narrow, or at least the relatively right side of the road. And
Yes.
and I appreciate that, and I think it's had a good effect. I've said officially 50 is a good time to say, okay, whatever happens next, it's his fault. It's his goddamn fault if he hasn't worked it out. He's not going to work it out.
I mean, by his fault, you mean your fault?
Yes, to go.
Yes.
To go.
The influence is gone.
Yeah. No. What I mean, like in other words, like you've taken the bumpers off of the side of the boat, because if the boat's going to hit rocks, it's just going to hit rocks. There's just nothing you can do. Like you've done your best to guide this youngling through tumultuous periods of his many different lives, and then now he's here, and thousands of people know him, and he's known for his thing, and he's decided whatever work he's done has been what he wants to do. Documentarian, public speaker, historian, archivist. My relationship is good and strong, and my home is nice, and I enjoy what I do, and
yes, that's very rare.
What?
Most people do not enjoy what they do.
Well, that's true. And so that's one of the things is like one of my better engineering situations has been to get myself into a position where I am happy. And
Yes.
right now, there's certain things I don't have to scramble for, and maybe in the coming years that will change, but I will scramble for them wanting to scramble for them. You know what I mean? Like I will continue to work to get the things I want to do and work with them. And I think you've given me the capacity to buckle down if I end up going into a 6 month or 1 year or 5 year period where after this I have to work in a capacity I don't like. because I have to, as opposed to
Yeah.
stumbling out and getting lazy. So
Yes.
that'll be that. So did I? Oh, would you like me to tell you a memory I have of you that I 1000% guarantee you do not remember?
Go ahead.
You ready? Okay.
Yes.
So the divorce was very tough on you as well as the children, but extremely tough on you, I could tell. There was something where it was one of our visitations, and we were visiting somebody else. Okay? So I only remember the house as being kind of split level. So there were rooms upstairs. And we had gone to bed. Or I had gone to bed. I forget if it was just me with you or if it was something else. But anyway, so I was upstairs and I was basically in bed. And I think it was like, pretty late at night. And you came up and you came in because I could hear you talking and stuff like that. But you came in and you sat on the bed and held me. So I couldn't have been more than 9 or 11, probably more like 9. And you had been drinking because I could smell the alcohol.
Yeah.
And you went, and I remember this again because that was very odd for a kid, right? And you just went, son, no matter what, you do know I love you, right? You do know how much I love you, how I'll do anything for you, right? And I said, yes, Dad, I do, because I would. For you, I would do anything in the world. Whatever it took, whatever happens. And I said, yes. And you kissed me on the cheek and you went back downstairs to talk to whoever the friend was. And I could, so you have to have been between 38 and 41, therefore. So I went through that gauntlet myself, right? Both being 38 and 41 and also having a divorce in which I had lost, access to my house and family and things like that. And I just really sympathized from both ends. Like, as a kid, I was like, oh, he really does. He really cares for me. Like, I can always depend on this guy. I don't have to hide pretty much anything from him because he's going to take care of me. He's going to be in my corner first. He's not going to throw me to the wolves. And when I got older, I was like, oh, how much pain this guy must have been going through. Like, I got to sympathize it from the other side of oh, how much he was going through and how nervous he was that somehow he was going to lose his children, if not physically, then emotionally. So anyway, that's a memory I'm sure you don't have from your side.
Correct. Especially if I was drinking.
Especially if you were drinking. So anyway, I just wanted you to share that with you, Pop. You were wonderful. And
Thanks.
And you're thanks. Yes. Blue ribbon, Papa.
Okay.
Anyway, so I'm doing this till 8 p.m. By the way, I'll be at this for a few hours. Not confessing my deepest emotional feelings to people, but just talking to people and folks. If you look on the screen, you turned off the screen. For the people who are wondering, this is the photo that I took of, or Rachel and I had taken in Osaka. This is the weird band and everything else. So for people who are wondering about what's on the background screen, very weird. Anyway, Pop, you're not a person who talks in deep emotional things in long amounts, and I've become nothing but that. But anything else you wanted to say or talk about?
No, I think that that was very nice of you to say.
Yes.
And I always did feel that way.
Yes.
So,
well,
carry on. I will go back to my things that I'm doing.
So for the people who don't know, you were 30 when you had me, or co-had me, and so you are now in a month and a half about to turn 80. So
yes.
you are proof that I am likely to have a nice long life. So you're a good experiment for how I'm gonna do. So we'll see how that goes. So anyway, I love you
Okay.
very much, Pop. You can continue to listen to the stream if you want. I like knowing you're out there, but I'm like that all the time.
Yeah. No, I had the stream going in silence, and I'm watching you and a tennis match.
Very good. I hope that you love us both equally, both your sons, the son and the tennis match.
Okay. All right. Goodbye.
All right. Bye-bye, Papa.
Bye.
Anyway, so you can unmute now.
That was adorable.
My father is a wonderful guy, and he's one of my favorite interactions. Well, one of my favorite moments was when I did the DEF CON documentary. We premiered it at the next DEF CON. So we decided we were going to release it 6 months in, but then we just released it a year later.
Yeah.
So we did it, and there was like, it's DEF CON, so everything gets people. So it was like, there were like 2,000, 3,000 people at the screening. And I had my father fly down for the screening.
Mm-hmm.
So he was there, and actually I yanked him up on stage. There's a really nice photo of me and my father up on stage. He was like, I remember I brought this up, and he was like, don't do this, this is bad, don't do this, what are you doing? And later he said to me, I'm glad you did it. Like, I'm glad that whatever, like, people got to see that I was proud of you. But anyway, again, to summarize my father and the way my father talks, which I picked up from him, he was sitting, once he sat down again, after this thing of like me, somebody was next to him and said, "Oh, you're Jason's father. You must be so proud." And he said, "We'll see." And the look on their face, primo. Anyway, that's mine.
I'm doing some light Googling of Google Images, and I happen to find that one. I linked to Discord. It's when you're at the airport. Definitely at the airport. I don't know why it's in Google Images, but
Yep. So what's going on? Oh, okay. I just New Zealand hit the news again. New Zealand has been like dealing with this like set of 600,000 books they wish to deaccession. And every time it hits the news, it's hit as like a book burning, right? So I have had extensive chats with them. I can't discuss all the details, but it can be described as A, they're not burning any books. B, they're not throwing out any books. C, the Internet Archive will take whatever they give us. D, there are places other than the Internet Archive these books are going to go to. E, many of these books they hadn't been checked out in 25 years.
Oh yeah.
So, like, they were absolutely, they're taking every proper step. But
can you explain this photo I just sent to you? What is going on here? Are you becoming shiny?
Let me go look and see what. I have to go.
It's in Discord.
Burp. Let's see. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Funny story. So that's.
Here, I'll put it on screen.
Yeah, I heard Rachel shout from the other room, "Show it! Show the picture!"
Yeah.
The
Show that picture you're gonna talk about.
he's.
I have angered the Discord. Hang on.
Let me put this up here. this I'm just gonna. So one of the nice things of what I'm doing is that I can do this, right? Which is I can do this, and then let's see. Whoop. That's not what
First speaker today is Jason Scott.
Let me turn that off. So you're seeing it, of course, much later than whatever.
Yes.
So I gave a talk. Here's two interesting. There's two interesting things about this. The first one is I'm giving a talk. It's called Mad Facts on Copyright Fury Road, right? And it's a speech I gave in Australia about copyright and about how copyright, like Australia at the time was starting to make moves towards an America-style copyright system. And I was giving a talk about like, well, here's all of the downsides of that. And you as a library and museums, because this was a museums conference, should be aware of all the danger of what is going on, right?
Yeah.
So it's me. This is me talking about it, right? So let's do this. Boop-a-doo. All right. In fact, I can do this, make it more useful. Why not? So there we go. There we go. All right. So now we're getting like slightly more information, right? Anyway, so here's the deal. Here I am speaking about, copyright. Now, the thing that's most important here is, first of all, like I said, it's a Mad Max theme. I'm like, the joke was, of course, the thinking of it was, of course, that Mad Max is an Australian movie. It's a portrayal of a post-apocalyptic Australia. And I'm also going to, just one moment, I'm going to change the who am I speaking to, because right now it implies that you are both my sysadmin and my dad, Bob, which is not accurate.
Hey, I did win the time traveling contest at one point.
You did win that, didn't you? So, all right. Anyway, so I'm talking. So anyway, so what I said was I'm going to do a Mad Max themed talk, like saying, "Oh, I come from the post-apocalyptic wasteland of America to what a content ID driven world is like, and you can avoid this by making these following choices," right? So that's what I'm speaking about. And so it's Mad Max themed. It's Mad Max Fury Road themed, and I talk, if I go back here a little bit, I talk about where we are. I actually, at the beginning, see, so there's the title, and it's a really neat title, and again, I kind of jump into like what the Internet Archive does, and I have there I am with a big slide that says risk, and so in here I'm talking. Let's try to find it. All right, so I'm using all sorts of Mad Max imagery. So somewhere in there, when I switch, because I go like, well, what is the purpose of, like, this is the fundamental question. What is a library or archive in the 21st century? Like, that's the fundamental question of the time. Yeah. So I went to a store and got silver cake mix. And so I'm like, before I go into what is this about, it's time to talk about it. And let me just find it. I think it's at the 30.
Well, so yeah, the can's gone now. I can actually see where the spray can was on your table there.
Yep.
And at one point it reappears.
Right. So yeah, so I think
there it reappears.
Yeah, so sorry, it's been a while since I've had to. Yeah, there we are.
That's fine.
So so the top of it is the shiny and chrome, and I say, okay, I'm going to give you. Okay, so.
Go back a couple of seconds.
Okay,
well, 30 seconds.
All right. So anyway, the point is that what I do is I spray myself, right?
Yeah.
Just I go. It's time to go shiny and chrome, and I blast myself with cake mix. That's what I did, right? That was my thing. Let me yeah. So okay, it's time to go. It's time to do the thing. I take the picture. You can see me working myself up, working the thing out. Sorry, it's very hard to like hit the exact moment because I don't know this speech as well anymore.
Yeah, this looks like it was a pretty good minute ago.
Yeah. And yeah, we held on to it for quite some time before we put it out because I wasn't sure if it was good to put it out. It's really critical of copyright law. But I was like, there we go. So I go, it's time to go. Shiny in Chrome, and I did that on stage. And I'll bet. Let me just do this for a moment. So anyway, so archive.org. What does archive.org do? Okay, so let's just talk about that. Let's talk about the regime and where we're living with it and how it's going. And I will give a talk about archive.org all around the world about how great it is. And the first question will always be, what about the copyright? Why aren't you in jail? Let's do this. Shiny and Chrome!
You're such a goober.
All right. So, anyway, so here's, okay, so that's interesting. But what's really interesting is I'm having a heart attack. Like, that whole speech is being given during my heart attack. I started having the heart attack on Monday. I gave that speech on like Wednesday, and I had another event I did on Thursday, and it wasn't until the next Sunday that we actually like said something's wrong. I should go I should talk to somebody. And so I went, so I was like literally having a heart attack during that speech. And when I got that one slide that said risk. So
yes.
After I came out of the hospital, I had that slide. So somebody had a picture of me with the word risk behind it. And I printed it, put it in a Lucite cube, and gave it to my doctors as a gift. Because I was like, here's a guy having a heart attack and behind him is risk. But yeah, no, that was me having my heart attack. That's what I was doing during my heart attack. Like a full-on 99% blockage myocardial infarction. And I'm not feeling well, and I don't know why. And it's because I'm having a heart attack. Anyway, so that's the story of that. I'm sorry it took so long. If I had thought about it, obviously I would have been able to move much quicker. But yeah, now.
So I found this
know.
photo on the Google Images. This is from Hope 5, I think.
Yep. Yeah, I'm a little cute. So the
definitely digging through some of these.
There's a lot of interesting Jason Scott slides. If I was really hurting for content or having people come on or whatever, I would totally do it. Eric Drysdale, did you want to come on? If you want to come on, let me know. I'll whisper a URL to you. Otherwise, keep working on your Photoshop. Rachel thought I should do that. Johannes, if you're around, I wouldn't mind talking to you for a few minutes if you're around. Anyway, so, one of obviously the heart attack was a major turning point for me because I was 46. So that's very young to have a heart attack. But I absolutely had a really big reckoning, and I was really happy that I was able to make a lot of things happen. And actually, a lot of the tests I'd done previously with the archive team came into play. So I remember this because you guys were like, well, let's watch and see if he dies, and if he does, we'll take his shit. That was kind of the thing at the time. It was really funny.
I've already developed plans automated deadman switches to email half a dozen people my entire password archive and all my shit, just in case. You never know. You're on that list, by the way.
Yeah, there was a what do you call it? There was a at some point. Oh, what's his name? The guy. I was kind of trying to find him, but you know the guy who lives in the cabin, who worked with us. He helped do like the underlying part of Internet Archive.bak. Kind of worked.
Yeah.
Anyway, he was kind of trying to explain like the functionality of his system, and I gave him one called So he was talking about like, oh, you can do this, you can have like 2 encrypted things and so on and stuff like that, and I was just like, oh, Porn Buddy. And he's like, what? And I'm like, Porn Buddy. Each of you has, you know, a 200 gigabyte slice on each other's drives that's encrypted, and you don't ask what's on it, and you store it that way.
Yeah.
And I was like, call it Porn Buddy, and just like, that'll work great. And he was just like, no, I'm not going to do that. That is the worst thing I've ever heard. So no, I'm not going to do it. But it was, I love it.
Oh, here's Eric.
Hello, Eric.
Oh, he's even brought the hat. Now I have to bring my hat. I have it back here.
Yeah. Hello, Eric. How you doing?
Good. Hi.
I'm glad this worked on the first try. It's always nice. I found a way to sneak my father into this. That's my great accomplishment. That's the hard to get an elderly relative to say hello.
Okay, so I'm on TV now?
Yep.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah,
Happy birthday, Jason.
I'm glad to finally, after so many decades, finally get you on television.
Well, you know, it's funny. Like, I've been sitting here and I've been working and I've listened pretty much all day. It's like, why don't I hang out with Jason Scott more?
A lot of it is just because, like, part of it is that, like, we kind of build things up into our weird little systems, and people usually need some token, some reason. You know, proximity or shared. Like, it's not enough to be like, why don't we just meet every Tuesday? And also, part of it is it becomes if you try to force it, it feels like an obligation.
Yeah,
and it's just tough. And so,
okay, well, like, I love you, Jason. I want you to have a great birthday, and let's talk about something interesting. I don't know. You bring something up.
Oh, of course. So there was a okay, so this is actually rather interesting to me. So there's a part of you that like really truly seriously loves 3D photography.
That is true.
And you went into,
you can see my stereo.
Right.
My stereo. Yes.
And I had the pleasure of being in one of your salons.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's interesting to me is that is it's one of those things where to you it's reasonable, and to others it's a nuts kind of pivot, right? So,
well, it resonates with what you said earlier about like if you're the only one that's going to do it,
right? And so like Jim Carrey and his painting, where he's like, I've got millions of dollars, I want to paint, and you're like, well, I'm successful in this realm, but I don't want to keep like success in like writing for this show isn't, and maybe I can write for more shows. It's maybe I can. You would either go in two directions to like add some layer, which is either one, I'm going to start mentoring / running classes / take on people and teach them writing,
which I did a little bit,
right? Or
and do.
I have this like lost hobby and I have means and wherewithal, and I'm going to try to like do it respect, which I totally understand you did. It was just interesting to me that you thought that low capacity salons was how you thought it. Now, do you think that's inherent to the medium? You thought like
absolutely.
You thought it was like
sorry. Yeah, definitely. That's why I did it that way, because no other way of presenting it in a book. We're talking about vintage stereoscopic slides from the 1950s,
right.
And there's nothing like seeing them in a viewer. and there's nothing like seeing first generation Kodachrome. There's a reason why there's a song written about it. You can't capture it digitally, not yet. There hasn't been something that has been able to reproduce it, at least in 3D. We're getting close with the flat pictures, but
right.
It's a very immersive experience that still really hasn't been surpassed.
Yeah, and so
so it was important for me to show that to people the only way it could be shown.
Right, but that to me was just fundamentally impressive because, I mean, obviously we're going to see a societal shift from this whole thing. Like people have it. Like I remember I used to be very proud of my drawings when I was a little sketch artist. And I would show them to my grandmother, and she would always be disappointed because I only used one side of the paper. And she was very unhappy about how I would keep using one side of the paper. And it just came from previous events where resources had been very scarce for her. So in the same way, a certain percentage of people, I mean, obviously it's not universal, but a certain percentage of people will be affected by realizing like what happens when free interaction with the world is taken away. I mean, obviously some people have taken it as like, oh, these are steps to tyranny. But what they're really saying is, I recognize fundamentally how important it is for me to be able to associate, travel, and interact. And some people are like, obviously people are like now shifting in this like spectrum thing of like, it is tyranny to deny me this, or it is a shame I don't have it now, I can't wait to get it back. But both of those folks are on the side of, yeah, that's a fundamental part of the human experience. I am lacking. It is like not getting vitamin C. It is like not getting meat or vegetables. This is part of being alive, and I need this to come back as soon as possible. And when
I think also the flip side of that though is you do learn to live without it to some degree, and some things will drop away, and some things.
Sure. That is fundamentally one of the themes of Mouse, by the way. Because one of the things in it is he's constantly losing things, and his adaptation to it, and dealing with that. Speaking of which, by the way, we just put up a pile. Somebody scanned pretty much all the wacky packages, and they're up on the archive. I think I told you that.
Oh, maybe you told me about the Metropolitan Stereo Club.
Right, but there was the newsletter, but there was also so like there was a like huge amount of wacky packages, and somebody had scanned them and put them up and sort of semi-credited them to who did what, but not really, like a kind of a half-assed job. A true connoisseur, because one of my strongest, happiest memories in college was us attending a talk by the creator of Mouse, Spiegelman. Art Spiegelman, and afterwards you went up and you thanked him for creating wacky packages, and you just sensed like how he was like, he wasn't mad, but he was like, I mean, and of course you've had to witness directly or indirectly like the lumpen proletariat interacting with an artist who believes strongly in what they do. Like, wow, that's not what this was about. Like that kind of like thing of like, oh man, like you know what I mean? Like somebody seeing Jon Stewart and like reacting like to something and being like, no, it's actually a commentary on this problematic thing. It wasn't about the outfit. You really got hung up on the outfit. and it's like, you got hung up on work I did 30 years ago at the time.
I have a habit of doing that with people, like picking out the weird thing. Usually they're pretty appreciative. Like I met Don Was, and I told him I like this album by Christina, who actually died of COVID, unfortunately, a little while ago. This weird smart-ass Harvard grad who made disco songs. And he's like, I didn't think anybody knew that record. And he seemed very appreciative.
Right. I like deep cuts. I also like it's funny because obviously for a long time, less now, but for a long time, like my job was to like really track down people who had done a thing and then never done anything like that again in that context where it had that level of nationality, especially tech. And it was always interesting to talk with them because less now, but for a long time it was years and years of people going, how could this possibly be interesting? Right?
Yeah.
And me going, I will make it interesting. Like, don't worry about that. You bring the pictures, I'll bring the war. Like, don't worry, don't worry. You'll be in this. Don't worry, you'll be something. People will be impressed and they'll have a connection to you. And the woman who I still get annoyed. I still really want her to get a real doctorate from a game place. But the woman who kind of like invented game history. You need to mute for it. The game studies, and she had done one when there was nothing, and she was so unhappy. By the end of it, she stopped doing anything in studies and became a massage therapist. And I had tracked her down, and I interviewed her. But before I'm sitting there and I'm setting up my camera. I've come to California where she is, and she's like, "Wouldn't you just prefer a massage? Like, why don't I just give you a massage? Like, I'll do a massage. That's what I do." And I'm like, "No, I want to hear about your thing you did that was super pioneering, that you dug through." And she's like, "Okay." And she had a book, and the book was called and it was about utterances between different languages by a linguist. And she's like, "This is a guy who was like, he kind of like wrote a New York Times article about her years before." And she was so appreciative he had written that article, and it kind of led to me interviewing her, that he wanted his book that he then later wrote to be in the shot to guarantee that like he got thanked for it.
Yeah.
Like, she was completely humble, and she will probably die with me being the only extensive interview of her. Like, it was just, and one of the things I said to her was like, "And what else what else were you working on that you didn't get a chance to? Like, what else were you working on in this realm?" And she's like, "Well, I was actually kind of," and she like kind of sketches out another thesis, like, for me, which is in the interview. Like, just to kind of sketch the thesis out. Doesn't matter. It's like, oh, you made one movie, but you never made another one. What have your other movies have been like? Just so we know, so we have a taste. And she was fascinated at how games, if I can remember this, I'm paraphrasing, but the thesis was about how the use of games changed us as humans.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the interaction of computers and the feedback loop of computers were going to manipulate human society. This was all 84, right? 83 that she was looking into this. So anyway, I'm all for that stuff. You and I hung out for Scott's birthday.
Yeah.
And it was good times. And it was nice to be able to like thank everybody for that project, which I told these people about to some extent.
Excellent.
Because I'm a like, I was trying to explain like how. Well, I was talking about like when you're 20, you make everybody do a $10,000 job for free.
Yeah.
You all do $10,000 jobs for free. But if you're still doing that at 50, you're a scoundrel. Like,
right.
Like, there's a point when you have to say, if I can't do it for free, or if I can't do it in a way that everybody clearly understands it's for free and has signed off before a moment of guilty work has been implemented, like, because you don't get started and then spring it on them, then you are it's malfeasance. And so I was talking about, like, if I did another film, it would be with like a team of people. Like, I could afford to abuse myself in my 30s, but if I was to do it now, I would say, well, no. I mean, if we couldn't raise money to guarantee people got funded, or if we needed one person and they needed to get money because it's one thing if like a bunch of us were like, we'll do it in a way that like we only shoot the movie on Saturday and Sunday, so we're not affecting our jobs over the course of a month, great. But this one guy, he's got to do art and he literally has to stop doing his job. We're going to pay him. And we all know it. Nobody's going to wake up and go, what do you mean he got money? It's like, if you don't do that at this age, you screwed up. You just objectively become a bastard because you're trying to treat 50-year-olds like 20 people with like. One of the things that shocked me at the Internet Archive, because they work us so hard for less now, but like they used to work us so hard, I would find out people had families, and I'd be like, dude, I can work till 10 o'clock at night on a project. I can do it, but oh my god, you have 2 kids. How are you here?
Yeah,
this is tough. This is involved.
Well, what's interesting is that we made this animated film together, and I feel like I maybe learned the wrong lesson from it, from that weekend, which is that if you want to do it and you're passionate about it, you can do it quickly, you can do it fun, and I sort of anything that I feel like is worthwhile working on still has that energy to me.
Right. Well, you mean like the Man with Feet or the Stereo.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I mean, well, it's interesting because, there are lines you can achieve, I think, when you're working on, like, say you, like, because I would, again, I'm heavily, one of the side effects of, like, being known for a thing is people, sometimes their relationship to understanding your relationship with the thing is problematic. And it's just, there's no way around it. And part of it, though, is because for some people, yeah, like, dude is the science guy, and when you talk to him in person at the party, he won't stop talking about science. But there's other people who are like, yeah, no, I'm only the Cracker Jack girl on the air. Fuck that, I'm off the clock. I want to just, hang out here and listen to my friends talk about their boyfriends, because I don't want to be the Cracker Jack girl here. Even though the Cracker Jack girl is very lucrative and they're famous and they're known. But, like, assumptively, there's some assumption that you have a liking of comedy, and you like especially because of your career path, you like taking the difficult and deep issues of the world and remixing them into palatable comedy that leaves people better at the other end. Like, that's a thing, which means that
Yeah, I did that for a long time.
Yeah. And so if something was to come up that would do that in a new way, you would go, yeah, I could use that skills in the same way of, like, I'm sick of building sheds, but, oh, wow, a daycare center thinks they can build a thing for children that's a prototype of a new way of doing this, and I know how to build things. I'll do that.
Yeah.
So if something was to come along that was like, not like we want to do another show and we need a writer to blast 16 hours of his life, but if it was like, we need a way, like, if somebody would just come forward, we could, like, change how people think about indigenous lands. And you're like, how would I do that? It's like, they need something funny. It's like, oh, cool. So I should talk to people for, like, a few weeks, camp out there, and then kind of compose some ideas. Like,
oh, I lost you, Jason.
No, you didn't lose me. What happened is Rachel came in and was like, nobody knows. See, here's the thing. This is the difference between Rachel and me. I think it's funnier to talk about you and not give any context about what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And force people
to Google me.
To Google you and go look up, and then have them go, holy shit.
I've only done it twice now, and now I'm down this weird tangent of wacky packages.
Well, so yeah, no. Like,
and, listen, while we're at it, can I just plug something?
Go for it, man.
All right, I'm just gonna plug. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Okay.
I've been making these short films that are spoofs of the Criterion Closet videos.
Oh, nice.
And I actually have to say I use Internet Archive for almost all of the graphics.
Yeah.
So
it's a good place for it.
It ties together.
Yeah. Oh no.
Hold on one second.
Thematically, I don't care. I do not care. It does not all have to be about me. Like, part of it, like, here's the thing. So, like, it could have been 8 hours of me just yammering to people and talking like a gamer, like, blah, blah, blah. Me. Hey, Mike, I see you're on. Hey, blah, 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 blah. Hey, blah, blah. But
This
obviously
is more
that's
like a
not-
collection of all the cool people that you know.
Yeah. What I wanted instead was, wow, look at all these amazing people, and look at all the things they've done. All right. So for
Well,
the people who
I was just bragging about knowing you like 2 days ago.
in what context?
So, talking about the Action Park documentary.
Mm.
That was
That
so
one-
great to see you in. It's a lot of fun.
That it hasn't quite happened yet, but that is going to dig a lot of people up from my past who are just going to be like, damn. And for some people, they're going to be like, why is he called Jason Sky? Which I think is going to be very funny. For the people who do not know, Eric has been a writer for The Daily Show, for the Stephen Colbert late night show, as well as the original Stephen Colbert show, and Samantha Bee. That's a very short portrayal, but his role on it was either one of the writers, but in some cases lead writer, which was
actually in no cases lead writer, and that was by choice. I like being told what to do.
What was fascinating to me, so what will always be fascinating to me, and I think I said this to you, was I was listening to an interview with Colbert, and they said, how was a typical day for you? And he like walks it up, and he's like, well, I get up at 6, and I kind of read the newspaper, and I do this, and I do that. And then I call up, and then I talk to Eric Drysdale, and I see what we think are going to be really good topics to kind of address. And then he kept going on, but I just thought it was very funny that Colbert was like, got to check in with my boy, got to check in with Eric, and then move on, and I'll get an idea of how my day is going to go, like what we think are going to be the hot things.
Well, I must have stepped on his toe or something that morning. He had me on his mind.
Yeah, so
there are a lot of us.
That's what I mean. But I just thought it was interesting that he just was like, he picked you out of the hat, which is why I was under the assumption you were lead writer, because you would have been guiding the ship in terms of like, today is all about this, even though we don't think so.
No, I was there at the beginning of the Colbert Report when there were only 5 of us.
Right.
And so we kind of hit the ground running with that, I have to say.
Right, and you lasted through the whole thing, if I recall, right? Did you take any time off from that?
I did. I took. This is funny. I took 2008, the election off because I thought it was going to get too nasty.
Nice. Good reason.
Yeah.
Good reason.
Good foresight.
What were you doing here, Miss?
Then you should add. You hinted at it, but how you know Eric?
Oh, I know Eric because we were very nearly roommates in college, and
I always tell people we were roommates.
It's easier to tell them we were roommates.
Yeah.
I always assumed you guys were.
I don't want to take. One of my buddies, Jeff Keegan, for years and years and years, has tried to push a phrase, and the phrase is "taking the juice for free," and that's when you, like, say, like, "Yeah, no, we went to school this thing," and it was like, "Oh no, actually no, we were just in the same whatever." Anyway.
And is it also the case that animation that you showed earlier today was one that you and Eric worked on together?
Yes, that was one we worked on.
Yes.
Eric wrote the music.
I didn't write the music. I just helped make the music. It was actually we just stole the music from we Weird Al'd it.
So that's a good callback for anybody who's stuck it out.
For anybody who's
after this broadcast since the beginning.
I've always believed that the best verb to use for listening to me talk is "stuck it out." That's the phrase you want to hear when you're like, "Hey, how was it? What did you think of the film?" "Well, I stuck it out.
What time is it?
I got through there."
How are you doing? How are you holding up?
We've been here for almost.
You want to know how you're doing?
For me?
Yes.
I'm doing all right.
Both.
Flu, so probably going through some kind of a blood practice myself. But no, I mean you've been active for 5.5 hours.
Yeah.
That's long.
Yeah. Pulling in some more people. I mean, I've got set who are all like, "Yeah, do it after 5:30." It was very funny. Right. So anyway, so in college, very quickly, I went to Emerson College, between the years officially of 88 to 92, but it was actually 88 to 93 because I had one class I missed. But I walked with 92 under the agreement that I would finish my credits. Like it was like a whatever. That's fine. I was a terrible student, but I was incredibly engaged in extracurricular activities and a huge amount of projects, and I just loved them. That's where my love was. I wasn't big on classes, but I did radio, I did television, I did comedy writing, I did newspaper editorial comics, I did plays. I did everything I could. That's where my power was. I love doing films. I love doing various things. And I was there for the first year. And the first year, you had to be on campus. You had to be in the dorms. I think it was a money thing more than anything else. Maybe somebody deep down had claimed it was for culture and community. That's garbage.
I don't know if it's garbage, but it's annoying.
Yeah. So you had to be in their extremely expensive dorms. And as soon as I could, I got out. Now, what's funny to me is for years and years and years and years, I had a roommate in my dorm. His name was Todd Shapiro, and Todd was wanted to be a sports broadcaster. He wanted to be a sports announcer, really. And his hope was to eventually be a sportscaster. So he was taking broadcast radio, and he was, learning all the things. And we were very different. He was a super jock, and he even was on the Emerson basketball team. And I was me, and I was really fucking annoying because I was on a completely different, late nights. He's get up early in the morning. I'm loud. I'm weird. Anyway, one of the phrases that stuck in my mind at the time was he was I always remember this. Whatever. He was always dude, you better be fucking famous. You better grow up to be fucking famous because this is not worth it unless I can get to say, yeah, I used to be his roommate. And so 25 years later or something, I finally tracked him down, and he is a producer at NBC in Los Angeles. And I was just am I famous enough? He's yeah, it's decent. It's good.
Excellent.
Fine.
I had I did that one semester they made you do in the dorms.
Yeah.
And it sounds like a story that you would make up, but my roommate was a really odd guy who he had a boombox with him, and he only had one cassette tape, and it was literally dueling banjos, and he would play it all the time. And I don't think it was he was a weird backwoods white supremacist from the movie. I think that it was just the music that he liked and the only one that he knew.
Right.
So that was pretty tough.
Yeah. So I was in 100 I was in 100 Beacon, which was a certain kind of building. And there were multiple other buildings, and there was a building called Charles Gate, which it used to be the Charles Gate Hotel. It was one of those hotels that was built in such a way that it even had residents who had bought, it was back at a time when hotels would have rooms they sold permanently to people. And so they were residents. And the building had changed hands a few times. Now, there was a rumor, and again, there's always these rumors, there was a rumor that there's no fire escape plan because it was shown that the fire escapes would fall off the side of the building if it got a load. That was a rumor that went by. So you have to kind of separate wheat from chaff. Nowadays, it's much harder, but back then,
very easy to believe that it's like a Scooby-Doo haunted house.
Yeah, it's a pretty messed up building, and it's very obviously 3 or 4 buildings welded together with odd hallways. And so it was this really weird building that was very obviously a hotel that had been kind of converted the other rumor I had was, and I'm forgetting his name, Peter something. He was our philosophy teacher. He also was a major guy over at Northeastern. That he had owned the building, his family had owned the building, and he had sold it to Emerson for $1 because he wanted to donate something to the college, so he donated the college this building. And anyway, it was not reasonable. Like, it was not a reasonable building, and it wasn't very good for students. And if you were new, in the same way of that, like, first month of New York City, everything is new. If you were new, it was a truly nightmarish and terrifying set of hallways, because they twisted and turned as they went through the different buildings that it had been carved out of. And so it felt really odd that you would go up into this room and you would take a right, and it would be like this doorway that had, like, long ago had its door removed, and you would go down these halls and then go up a ramp and then be like in another building, and you'd go into a student's room, a dorm room, and there'd be like 2 or 3 of them people in a given room, and the room was like odd and misshapen, and there would be like one.
Then it would have like a step up to a separate part, and
it was all built this way. So when you went into, if you lived there, obviously, if you're living there, you adapt to anything very, very quickly. But if you're a student who's not one of the Charles Gate residents, and across it was, I think it was Fenway. Was it Fenway? And
the other one, Fensgate.
Yeah, Fensgate. And so Fensgate.
That's where I was there.
Right. So Fensgate was just, a remixed hospital. Like, everything about Fensgate is what a college dorm in the city would be expected to be. It was a very straightforward, square building. It had food service on the first floor. It was very straightforward. Charles Gate was basically the Munsters house.
Yes.
And it was terrifying. And if you were living there, you would adapt to anything, like I said. But then if you got to visit it like once every weekend, or there would be a party, or
show. Yeah,
you'd see a friend, go to the lobby. Then it was always, like, the nightmare was eternal, because you didn't ingest these odd, like, it wasn't like you were living in a city that had old roads, so you just got used to, you go left, and it's right there. It's at the, it's right in front of the drugstore, like, whatever. You went in there, and every time was insane. So that's where 3 people were living together, and there were 3 people living together, and one of them, Fast Tom, hooks up with a BU student who's living off campus. So, like, in the first week, like, orientation weeks, he moves in with her. So, of those 3 students, one of them isn't there now. Now it's 2 people instead of 1. The guy has left his CDs there. He has 5,000 CDs. So he's brought them all. The other 2 guys, I don't remember I don't remember the third guy, who exactly was the third guy, but the second guy was Mike Delonzo.
Okay.
And so what they did was they had taken the bunk beds and they built them into a triple bunk bed.
Oh, so, like the Three Stooges.
Yeah, so one guy was sleeping on the top bunk bed, and they were using the second bunk bed for storage, and the rest of the room was empty, so they could have blowout alcoholic parties. So that's where I started to hang with Mike, was at these blowout Charles Gate room whatever parties, room 516, room 403, whatever it was.
I actually don't know this piece of history. This piece of the history.
So that's how Mike and I first met. Was that, like, I would meet him at this thing, and Mike is an incredibly jovial, engaging maitre d' of life. Like, he stands at the front. He's the concierge who, like, leads you to greatness. So he's just like, come on in, we're gonna do this thing, and he's just like, let's do this, and he's lived through Atlantic City, so he knows, like, showmanship and Tumblr and working through crowds, and he's so good at it.
I love that one of my favorite things, like, meeting him and his friends, is, like, by the time they graduated from high school, they had game show host on their resume.
Yeah, and they had, like, and his father, and, like, so like, I forgot what it was, but, like, I forgot when we proposed, like, we should get a place together. And I went down and met his family, and his family was awesome. And so we got a place together. And it was okay, but it was really problematic. Like, we didn't get along as much living together. Like we just started to really grit on each other, just because of the different ways we were. And but we lived together for it was either a year or 2 years, and that spirit of like, let's have parties. Who gives a shit about what's in there?
Let's make things.
What?
Let's make things.
Well, like let's do stuff. I shot a film with him in the thing. Let's work on stuff. And from that, more and more people started coming. And then eventually it became so many people who were hanging out in this spot that, like an unnamed person who was a friend from his past. The couple had a miscarriage, and so they took time off from each other to emotionally recover. So it was natural. He'll just move in with us while he works this out. And here's another friend. He was going to college elsewhere, but now he's come back. Okay, he'll come live with us. And then over time, it was like we always had like between 3 and 5 people living there, and some were just like in a corner and like, oh, he's up for a week because he wants to see Boston. So he's just going to stay in the corner, and he's going to come and go as he pleases because we never locked the door. And so and also we were 1 block from college.
Yeah.
We got a really close place. So you could stumble out of there broken as a human being at 9:15 and still make your 9:30 class. Like, you could make it every single time. So people could do that. They didn't have to take, some of them were commuters, some of them were in elsewhere part of the city, but you could not be essentially almost, if you looked out the window, you could actually see the college. That was a major deal. Anyway, it was fun to be part of that. I'm a little sad, looking back, and I've said that like basically Mike and I burnt each other out so badly that after we no longer lived together, we didn't really meaningfully talk until that birthday party this year. Like, just literally, what I said to his kid, because his kid was there, and I'm like, "Hi, your father and I went to college. We had such a good time. We haven't talked for 35 years." But
But I bet you picked right up.
Yeah, no, I mean, here's the thing, right? There's different, and I've had a lot of time to consider how different friendships go. Some friendships end because of distance and proximity loss and so on, and some go because of a feeling of betrayal, or some people just are so strong as personalities, you just slowly, you get the whole show. You've been there the whole time.
Yeah.
And we were both that. So after a while, I was like, I am tired of your unhealthy lifestyle. He's like, I'm tired of how loud and self-absorbed you are. And I don't drink, and you do. And you want to work on films all the time, and I just want to relax today, and so on. So, we just said, okay, this isn't, this really should not be 24/7. Now, it's funny to me, a buddy of mine, Chris Orcutt, who I've known for 40 years, we've known each other for so long, we know the limits of how long we can spend time together. So one of the things of that was staying over with each other. We always had this rule, which was which we both kind of confessed, somewhere in our early 20s, which was just yeah, I'm good for 3 solid days of you. And then I can't take it anymore. And so, recognizing that made things easier. Let's go hang out here. Let's talk. We can talk on the phone every day. We can.
It's funny, in the Facebook era, there have been so many people who I've reconnected with, who I remember I had some fight with. It's we have no idea why,
Right.
Even if we didn't have a fight, we're why did I said at the beginning of the thing, why don't I talk to Jason Scott?
And sometimes it's just like I said, opportunity. I'm fundamentally available. I
hear you.
That's part of my gig, is because I have to constantly interface with people who feel powerless and want to protect themselves against various levels of entropy. So they come to me in the same way that people go to Michael Moore or go to someone from the ACLU or go from like a known like you're a person who advocates for food safety, and I work for a restaurant, and I need to tell you that we are violating food safety, and nobody wants to talk about it. And that person has to have like a phone or a way of contacting, email, like that they know people are going to come out of the woodwork and just be like, I am lost, but you are the personification of this idea. And somehow, in the last 10 years, I have become the personification of the preservation of culture, right?
Yeah.
And some of that has become like I now have like my own personal Filofax of, oh yeah, no, you've got a problem with this, Sandy. I know Sandy. I'm going to connect you with her. So that's part of my skill. But the other one is like I have to constantly be on, and I'm comfortable with it. And Rachel and I have mostly ground out any of the, like, she's helped me or works with me that there are times when I have to disengage, and the system works well without me. So it's not like I'm like, no, if I turn away for 1 second, a museum will burn. That's what Forrest here and I were talking about. Because Forrest is one of the cabal of people who actually run archive team. And
Thank you.
I'm more the figurehead because my job is to go, no, you're right. Forums are important to save, and it's terrible. They're shutting it down. Forrest, fix it. And Forrest and others jump in, and they're just like, okay, and they don't have to deal. And for some of them, not necessarily Forrest, but for others, it's like, and I don't have to deal with any goddamn people. Like, good. I just have my numbers. I know what I need to do. I'll go save the code. Let Jason talk to this crying widow, and that works. That's a good balance and everything else. So
I actually have to run.
Oh, okay.
To walk my dog, but I have one more. I have one more thing I want to share with you. Well, first of all, I want to just say thank you for all of your work, and then because I never ever have anybody to show off to.
Oh, he's grabbing the camera.
This is the Czechoslovakian. This is a piece of retro tech here. This is a Czechoslovakian stereo camera from the early 1970s.
That's beautiful.
That worked.
Yeah.
That worked with the ViewMaster, and the reason why this is I don't collect a lot of actual things, but the one that I have is because it is the film runs diagonally. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah.
The film runs diagonally through the camera.
Oh, so they can film it for a ViewMaster.
Yeah, and the film is staggered, kind of diagonally along the strip, and so that's a weird old thing that I thought you might appreciate on your birthday.
I do appreciate that. Like getting so you know about my work with the Tytel typewriter company.
Yes.
Yeah. So like that's a really good example of like I went in thinking I was going to be getting some magazines, and then she took me upstairs, and I was like, no, we're going to take all of this. And then I called Brewster, and I'm like, Brewster, I want to explain to you why we're going to take all of something. And he's like, go ahead. And I went at the end, he's like, yeah, I guess we're taking all of that. And then now we own 130 typewriters. And I haven't...
Are you going to emulate them?
Well, no. Well, yes and no. We're scanning... So one of the things the Tytel Typewriter Company did was keep huge sheets of how every typewriter typed. Which means...
Wow.
Yeah.
Typesets, yeah.
So we're going to scan all those, and then people can turn them into fonts. So in that way, you can emulate it. But also with the actual typewriters, some of them are like foreign language, some of them other things. And so my project, which I haven't really told anybody, so nobody tell anybody, my project is I've been quietly reaching out to artists, writers, and others and said, do you want to long-term borrow a typewriter from the Internet Archive? Because otherwise we're going to put it into storage, and that's not where they should be. And I'm trying to do ones where there's somebody who created an Arabic programming language a couple years ago as like a project, and I'm going to lend him an Arabic typewriter, a special Arabic typewriter that was made, and he can write about it. And my only rules when I lend to people is like, whatever output you do, I want you to scan it so we can put it on the Internet Archive. so people can see the output of this. And I've got a few other people who I want to do typewriter projects with, so that like they're engaged for and in use for a period of time. So that's kind of like a thing I'm working on, and that's a very weird pivot. Like that's a very odd pivot for me.
Yes.
So because the archive has been super resistant to physical objects, because we know we don't do them very well. And I'll be sorry, but we do books, we do printed material, and that's fine. But those things are in purpose to be digitized and then kept in escrow. This is something where I'm like, no, I want to actually physically lend items out and make them part of our over and learn on the fly how you properly store them.
And it actually goes to one of my big pet peeves is when people call typefaces fonts, because you can share them as typefaces, and people can keep the fonts in their house.
Yeah, no, exactly. And so I want, like this is all stuff where there's 3 or 4 palettes that we're giving to another archive, and because they're going to digitize them immediately in very high quality and store everything they do on the Internet Archive. And talking to the guy, I'm like, here's why you're going to take this. He's like, I don't know about the thing. And he's like, yeah, so maybe one day you can do this. And I'm like, oh no, they already did that. And he's like, what? They already have it? And I'm like, yeah, you just got to scan it, buddy. He's like, well, I guess we're taking this. And so after they finish their move, because they're in the process of moving facilities, they're going to pay for it. They're going to take like 4 pallets. Up to this point, it has cost the Internet Archive not one single dollar. Even the estate of the Tytel family actually moved it to us. So they're going to ship this to this place where they'll all be digitized at an extremely high rate, and I will put them up, and they can be converted into fonts, and we're both agreeing on that. And these are like original blueprint design documents from like Imperial and other typewriter companies, Underwood, of like their original architectural sketches of the type letters.
Well, I'm a fan of everything. I check it all the time. I try to see what the latest movies are that you have. I read. I spend so much time there, and just thank you for your work. And as I said, I'm honored to know you. And happy birthday. We're getting old.
I have said 1,000 times in your presence, and I believe without many more times, that you and, believe it or not, Ross Bobos are my 2 inspirations for, in college, they had a trajectory. And that trajectory has been fulfilled many times over. Like wow, when they, one of our friends, I don't want to give his name, I don't want to embarrass him, but he looked like he was going to be like an incredible actor, like a River Phoenix level actor. And then kind of he burned out. He went to work for a tech company. He's a tech dad. He's whatever. He never starved in the jungle doing a film that's now famous. He never, he was so capable, and he could have been the guy who did things to himself to become he could have been an Edward Norton. He really had it in him, and he just went, no, I'm going to be a dad. I'm going to work on my thing. But you and Ross Bobos, I was like, how's Ross Bobos doing? He is still married to Tara.
Yeah.
And their photos are incredible of campfires with their children dressed up in bizarre outfits in the woods, putting on plays next to firelight. And I'm just like, that's exactly what he wanted. He wanted life to be like a Tom Robbins novel, and fuck if he hasn't done it. That's impressive.
Yeah.
And you're impressive. You've gone on. You have, people will write their stupid think pieces about the process of satire in the U.S. and whether it's helpful or not, and whether or not it causes this or doesn't cause that. But you have unquestionably shifted untold needles for society. You have caused words and phrases and functions of government and society to come to the forefront and change their trajectories based on the satire and the words you've done.
Yeah, people got really pissed about it.
But I mean, people have changed things that we were we didn't even know were a thing. became a thing enough that they had to like squirrel away from it because they couldn't. It was a laughing stock now, or it was at the forefront, or things got additional funding or didn't get funding because they became, your words made them do that. And
Yep,
so
that was exciting.
And you are a poster child for self-care, because you have taken these breaks and you have said, you know what, I don't need to do this 24/7 without a break until my addled, broken body falls over at his desk at 54 because I never took a break, you know.
Yeah.
So that's also been really great, because it's like you're painted so much in life, especially in entertainment and pop culture, that like you take time off. That's the sin. You're off the merry-go-round. You'll never get up to it again. And you did fine, especially for your partner, which I was really admirous of, by the way. Where you were like, nope, she's got an opportunity. Time to go.
Yeah.
And there's not many who do that. There's unfortunately not enough. So thank you for all that. I know at this point your dog has just destroyed your floor, and I appreciate that.
Thank you so much, Jason. Happy birthday. It's been a pleasure to listen to you today.
Oh, well, it's wonderful to hear from you, Eric. And don't worry, I'll be in contact. I'm very reachable.
All right. Have fun.
All right, buddy.
You should come hang out on this Discord.
Can make Eric run on the Discord?
Yeah, we'll make him hang out on the Jason Scott Discord.
Yeah, that's what everyone needs. I mean, I'm all for, like, you know, the opportunity to like, oh, we can have chats and whatever else. I mean, the thing is, this birthday is, you know, like, this is like, you know, 40 or 50% 50 or somewhat performative. You know,
Yeah.
like, here's a show, as opposed to, you know, like a poker game that kind of like shows up every week, and so people hang out on the poker night. You know,
You've had so many cool people show up.
yeah. No, I've still got more to dump on you. Don't worry. I'm going to keep you around for a bit until like, things get so full. Let's go with.
I'll be around all night.
I'm going to hit a guy. I'm going to try this. Let's see if he comes in. He's another one where I'm like, this guy has done so much, and he's unbelievably humble.
I find that sometimes the more that people do, the more humble that they become.
Yeah, well, you know, I've met multi-millionaires and billionaires on multiple occasions, and one of the things you start to realize is, wow, there's a lot that they don't think about anymore, and they're incredibly comfortable. Like, you know, like now, if you meet, like, I've met Bill Gates. Bill Gates is mellow. When
I bet he is.
Fucking mellow. He's like, hey. I shook his hand, and he's like, hey. And I'm like, hey, I just wanted to. I said, you've heard this a million times before, but thank you for the influence you had in my early youth. You really inspired me with all this stuff. And he was just like, yeah, awesome. And then he just went on, and that was it. I walked away. Didn't bother him. That was a good time. I met so many people at a TED conference that I was able to get myself into, where it was just like, there was one moment that I just friggin' loved, where I was with somebody and we were like, we should get something to eat. Where do we go? And I like gestured, because right next to me was the head of Zagat, the food guy. And I was like, why don't we ask him? Ah! It was just like, and I met like Larry, who was it? I met Larry Page of Google.
Yeah.
And I was like, you guys should buy 4chan. You really, I tried to get him to buy 4chan. That was my contribution. I had like an extended conversation with the great Randy, the amazing Randy. I had a really good time. Well, what was great was, like, in the first few days, it's so culty, and you're like, this is great, this is the future, this is wonderful. And then Drew Curtis of Fark.com, who was a buddy, he came, and he was so full of cynicism that when he and I were hanging out, we actually had to hang out. The way that the TED worked was, like, there was the main stage, but there was also, like, lounges, and you could watch the show under different circumstances.
Yeah.
And there was one that was amazing. They had set it up so they had monitors to all of the alternate cameras. So like here was
Ooh.
like the show, and then you could see like all the other alternate cameras being put into place. So you were like in a control room. So we're
Yeah.
just sitting there, and we were both now mega. I mean, I cannot overstate this. Mega cynical, just blasting at each other. And Nathan Myhrvold is talking. Nathan Myhrvold made so much money at Microsoft, and he has gone on to all these things, and he has done so much evil in the world while portraying it as a man having good times. So his TED Talks are almost, look at my cool toys.
Right.
And he was talking about this laser, and the laser could neuter mosquitoes. So it could see a mosquito and like instantly neuter it, or kill. It was either kill it, or I think it was either kill like the females, because only the females carried.
It would make more sense if it was just if it killed them and it was the females.
Yeah, I think that was it. It could kill them, and it was like only females. It could like detect which one was with the females and kill them, so because they were the only ones who transmitted disease.
Right.
And he's talking about this laser, and he's like, this laser can focus in on one individual mosquito, and da-da-da. And we're outside, and all these like idealistic people kind of like walking by looking at it, and we both start chanting, no military application, no military application. So every time he like talks about like some other piece of technology, and he's like, this can do this many things, we're like, no military application, certainly won't be used to kill insurgents, won't go after. Anyway, we were just the worst.
We were doing that during Hope when I was doing the production of it. We were doing the exact same thing during Hope.
When you get to that like that part, that sequence in some talks, technical talks, doesn't have to be Hope, it could be any of them. And somewhere in there, you're like, dude, you have not fully figured out the ramifications of what you're doing here.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like I just saw somebody did like a really interesting thing where like it goes through grains of sand and it uses facial recognition, and then it returns every time a piece of sand looks like a face. Like, it's neat.
Yeah, that's pretty neat.
And you look at it, it's a pretty good thing as long as you don't think at all about all of its other applications. But it's great.
Right, like,
it's
really mass crowd photos and things like that.
So, like, that's a really good example of like, oh, that's sweet. Ah, they did a thing. That's nice.
We see that a lot in InfoSec. It's like, why would you make this? What is the point in any of this?
Yeah.
A really common problem that we're having in InfoSec right now is that criminals have weaponized to the point where now they have ransomware as a service.
Sure.
And it's good.
Yeah, like that's very hard for people to kind of ingest, is like blank as a service.
Yeah.
Like how, you know, I did work with people who did work with porn sites, and porn sites had pornography as a service where they would have all of the work done, and they would supply photographs and things, and they did all of the modeling and contracts and everything else, and you were just paying for the service. And as many times as people browsed your site for this various pornography movies and videos, then you were paying them like 20% or 10% or whatever. So it was like, but like every one of them does this. Like every single interaction begins to do this. Like, how do we turn this into, we do the back end work and then you pay X amount and it looks like you're doing it. But what it means is like one good Cloudflare down, and suddenly like you're like, wow, everybody, like nobody who touches blank is not affected by this because they've all lost their pieces. Like
there was a recent talk about the people who run the infrastructure for I think it's ThinkGeek. It's for the all the porn sites like Pornhub and stuff.
Right.
And it's all just the same PHP code that they've been copying and pasting for years now. And they just port it to the random sites depending on what they want to do, and they theme it, and that's all they need, right?
Right.
But running things as services really allows for more freedom to upstart yourself, I guess, is the best way to describe it. For the instance of ransomware as a service, I mean, they handle millions of dollars worth of crypto on a weekly basis.
Right.
It's insanity how many businesses are getting their data stolen and then ransomed.
I am fascinated by nerds who, one moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am fascinated by nerds who do, like, for instance, and there's some of these, like, there's people who, like, are very comfortable turning things into graphs.
Yeah.
Now, in my baby step way, for example, I have been working with some people. We are play testing all of the newly uploaded. We just upgraded emularity, so emulation is now working. So we have.
So you're doing a bunch of new systems.
I made a spreadsheet of all the arcade machines.
Yeah.
And there's 1,756. So I've given people kind of like some basic rules of like, here's how this is, here's what this is, and so on, right? And great. And they're moving through it. And I've even given them what to do if it fills while I'm doing this, which they're not quite going to hit. But I've also got this metric, and I'm able to look at it on the screen. And again, to some people this is obvious, and some people it isn't. But like, I've created these formulas because I just know just enough to get in trouble with spreadsheet language. So it looks at all of the ones and goes, which ones, how many are left to do? How many are there? How many are listed as not working, and how many are listed as working?
Yeah.
And then another one go like, how many are left to check? So I can tell you right now, we have finished 1,719 of 1,756. 82 are not working.
You really do command an army of turbo nerds.
So we're just playing video games, and but here's the thing, right? So great, but in the same way, what you really want is you want something that takes the spam that is ransomware. Remember when we had that like burst through of we had that blow through of blackmailware, right? The one with like, oh, I've seen pictures of you. If you don't,
yeah. No, that's that. The scareware, because it's all scareware stuff. They would take public breach lists and then send you an email with your password and say, "I've been watching you, and if you don't want us to release all of your data to your family, including all those interesting porn sites that you visit, then pay me money."
Right. I have sent pictures of. I have turned on your web camera.
Yeah.
To record you while you look at porn sites. Some of the photos are very interesting. Okay. And it gives a Bitcoin address. So a certain kind of person would say, you know what? I should make a little single serving. And I mean, you can always tell the people, because usually it tends to be like their site / my project, because they just simply don't want to do all the things. You put in a project. So basically you have something, this is something I would do if I was in the mood, was like, look at the mail that's coming in, look at the Bitcoin addresses, and track them, and then have it be like, and here's what the ransom, how the Bitcoins are doing. And you can say like, here's how many Bitcoins they're being given, and here's how much they're being, paid, and how is it working, and where's it going, and so on. And like start to build up, like, where do these addresses come from, and how active are they? And like, Bitcoin's a really good, easy example because there are so many nerds who are like, they want to do their money. But I personally, I'm like, what a fascinating thing to find. So one of my coworkers, Aaron, did this amazing page. I always loved this page. I think it died. I don't know if it's back anymore. But he did a page called Free Couch. And it tracked and pulled down every photo of a couch that was listed on any Craigslist that said it was free. So it was just this scrolling thing of the most disgusting couches you could ever imagine. It was just free couch. All these couches are free. And it was a horrifying collection of like free couches.
I've done stuff like that before.
Yeah.
I have one, the most recent Reddit April Fools was the imposter bot. And what it was is that it would ask you what makes you human. You would type in your answer, and then you would be given a list of other people's answers, and one GPT-3 generated result, and you had to find the generated results, right? It was just A, B, C, D. And so the first thing I was like, well, I'm going to save all of these because they would just abscond into oblivion, right? So I did, and it's still up. It's spacescience.tech is the website it's under right now, but it's like 39 million entries from humans of what makes them human. And it's searchable. It still works. It's searchable. Right. And I have all the bot entries too of what the bot generated over time. And eventually was made a bot was made to fool the bot that would look for the entries that I've already had scraped, and it would submit scraped entries to me. And it would solve the answer for me. Got up to 96% accuracy at one point. And all that's been uploaded to the Internet Archive, and as a big fat giant CSV. It's huge. It's like 50 gigs. But you'd be surprised at the amount of these little weird projects that crop up on the internet. That why would anybody ever make something like this? Why would anybody save? Oh, it does? Oh, well, you can find it on the Internet Archive. It's not hard to find. At the Imposter Bot.
So there was one, So two things along that line. Just while we're here, I'm now inviting more and more people, and a lot of people on the West Coast. They're in the middle of their day, so it'll be different. Varying people.
Here's Joe.
Yeah, Joe's not going to mess around. He'll be there in seconds.
Hey, Joe Russick.
How's it going?
Hey, Joe. How you doing?
Are you one of Jason Scott's Turbo nerds?
Which nerds am I? I'm checking. I have so many different nerds.
That is a really good question. Joe's an interesting one. Joe is one of the people who reached out to me to be interviewed for the BBS documentary back in 2001, and then I interviewed him, and it went very well. And he's a very interesting person, and so through the years, he's gone through a variety of changes. I stayed at a place once, in that absolutely beautiful place in San Francisco. That's the kind of place that only gets built if you're rich and you know how to command a contractor in the 1800s. And then you moved to Oakland, where you engaged both civically and architecturally with your home. And you moved hardcore into woodcrafting. And then everything's been, and for me, again, from the distance, it's been variations of that. Civic interaction, projects, being interested in things technical and so on.
I will say that perhaps the most interesting shift of late, and I think we're here to talk about you and not about me, but I'm always happy to brag, is I've been doing a lot of computational biology. So I was lucky enough to land a position at a natural history museum in Golden Gate Park in San Francisco, where I am the sole computer guy in the research department, which means that I am currently learning rather a large amount of biology. And then oddly, we landed a grant with NSF to explore some of the same modeling we've been using to look at population collapse due to things like meteor strikes in history to the COVID economic impacts. So that's actually where my head's at as of about 3 weeks ago. So I'm up to my eyeballs in catastrophe theory, about which I knew absolutely nothing 2 weeks ago. So it's been quite a ride since I saw you last.
So are you still at the place where I toured, or you're at a different place now?
Still there.
Still there. And so based on in the same way that people think the Internet Archive is about to close based on press, I was under the impression they had fired 100% of their staff. So that tells you how the press really played that one up. But you had a thing. Oh, because you probably were functioning for external funding, so therefore you were fine, ish.
It's a middle road there. So our funding sources are obviously people walking in the front door,
Yeah.
which we've lost. We have donors, thank heaven. So that's a large part of what we do. We have the existing endowment, and we have research grants. So all of those collectively float the Academy's boat. Obviously, our fixed costs are high. The alligator still needs to be fed, and
Right.
we're running out of small children coming into the museum, so that's a problem.
Yes.
But we've reduced staff, I believe, 20%.
Yeah.
And some of that is furlough and some of that is layoffs. I'm currently on reduced hours, so I'm exploring a project in AI and typing as we speak.
Yeah. No, I'm realistic, which is, I'm kind of functioning off the idea that when the archive, when we got hit, we had to close everything. Brewster moved very quickly to furlough and then in some cases lay off immediately staff whose job was to interact with people, because there were no people to interact with. And it was very fast, which was shocking to people, but that's what it is when you're a thing. And he cut back on certain other staff, and then we had some attrition. Like some people were like, I'm out of here. Some of them normal. Just normal, like we shifted some things around, or they were like, I don't want to do this, or I was moving on anyway, and now's a good time anyway, since everything's up in the air. Like there were a few people who I think left because they were just like, it's time for me to reconsider and get on to some things. We lost one guy because he got hired at what I was sure was like triple percentages of his salary, and he's got a family. So yeah, totally get it. I never get unhappy that somebody worked at the archive and then suddenly, they're married or they have kids and suddenly they have an opportunity to make 2 or 3 times what they're making working for one of these tech giants. I'm like, yeah, you did a lot of work for us. Now go pay for your kids' education you just had.
So you're still at the archive, and everything there is still all that makes you smile and happy and dance and keep the people going.
Yeah. So it's still a good fit for me. I get paid well by the standards of a nonprofit, and I work very hard I'm always cranking to increase my value to the organization. I try to do what I know will help the organization, drive donations, bring public awareness of our work, interface with people that I am very talented at interfacing with that would be very difficult for the rest of the organization.
You're like the best PR guy ever for the Internet Archive.
Try not to embarrass the organization too much. Try not to be too much of lean in, but not really wreck good behavior. Just because I don't like Wikipedia, right? But the organization likes Wikipedia, so I really try to keep that kind of balanced. I don't squelch my criticisms.
Jason, you produce so much material that tracking your motion through the world is a full-time job by itself. So I don't know what your stance on Wikipedia is. Why don't you like it?
Well, okay, so I was a I first learned about Wikipedia in 2002, 2003. It was a BBS documentary interviewee. Who was like, you got to see this thing, and he's showing it to me, and I'm like, yeah, okay, I've worked on a wiki. Uh-oh.
I wanted to reiterate something that your volume compared to this volume.
Yeah, I turned up my volume. Is it better? Does it feel like it's better? This is a test. Testing for my producer. She's like, your mixing is off. People are concerned about your mixing. Let's just give it a moment.
I mean, I don't see that in Twitch chat.
One of my guys I deal with a lot, Alex, he mentioned it. Yeah, so I see people are like, oh, could use a little bit more on Jason. So, I mean, all right. If we don't mind this horse shit, which is I guess not something people mind, we can do this. This is probably a lot better, right? Just
you got that pop filter going on.
Right into my friggin'. This is my podcast microphone. So if this is this better? Oh my goodness, is that really the case? Okay,
it might be because your voice didn't change at all.
Interesting. Okay, well, give me a moment.
So while he's figuring that out, Wikipedia as a whole, I've kind of done some work for them as well. I did some evaluation for Nginx to convert them over at one point. They're very monopolistic, I guess is the best way to describe them right now. They gatekeep a lot. Oh, they're bad about that. Mostly because they're trying to keep a good, clean wiki, right? They're trying to keep the content quality up. So if you don't have very good sources, and it's kind of depending on who kinds of trolls your article that you're trying to write, right? Like a new one, they'll just throw it out. And there's a couple of them like, this is stuff that's happening now that really is, there's only like single source anyway. That's all you're ever going to get from it is single source. And they won't accept it, even though it's like a current event or some form of...
Okay, so this is going to be better, by the way. I'm assuming right now that all the people are going to be like, Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway, that's a shame. I did a what do you call it? A podcast reading of my next podcast here. And yeah, all right, fantastic. That's embarrassing. I wish people had told me sooner, because this is like going to be saved, and these are some like really nice moments. And I brought out my good microphone, and apparently I wasn't using it for the past. People.
Well, thankfully your webcam mic has been pretty good.
Yeah, no, it's
got
pretty
a
good.
Compressor on it.
I think for people, what they've probably been experiencing is I sound fine, but I can sound so much better. So it's like the difference between, like, you can hear me and I'm in your ear. Okay. Anyway, all right. So we'll just absorb that. Anyway, so I started using Wikipedia in 2002, but I had been using a wiki from 1999 to 2001. So I'd already experienced wikis. Like, I knew about the power of collaborative documents that could be version controlled live and could have like 5 or 6 people work. And I loved the, you work on something, come in tomorrow, and it's been improved, and you can see how it's been improved. That all worked for me fine. With Wikipedia, I started to like use it in 2003, and I started to run into some really absolutely problematic political and procedural things that I didn't like. So I ran into them, and one of the things that really bothered me was, as somebody who's really super cognizant of like a human endeavor and how much work it is, the wastefulness of the organization was just beyond belief to me. So somewhere in there in 2004, I wrote a essay called "The Great Failure of Wikipedia," and it was just all about like, here's why I think this is a failure, like why I think this project is a failure. And people, of course, like much like people who were hunting the buffalo in the turn of the century, Jimbo Wales was the attitude. Jimbo Wales and many of them were of the attitude of like, hey, it's working. And I'm like, it's only working due to a very unique set of circumstances that is going to fade and disappear. And so I gave a bunch of commentary, a bunch of whatever. Organizations who were like more indebted into publishing and old school thinking loved to like fly me around and have me go punch Wikipedia in the face on stage. Anyway, so I gave talks about it, and then at some point, I think it was like 2005 or 6, I was like, I wrote a couple more essays. There were a few of us who were doing it. kind of like as a whatever. But I quickly became cognizant of the fact that like I am now defining my life based on the criticism and tearing down of something else, and that is boring. I would much rather be something. So,
yes, that sounds like you.
Yeah. So, and it ultimately portrayed itself as joining one of the largest collections of primary source material in the world. And so, like, that's been much more effective to me to be like, okay, well, look, I think Wikipedia is a shit show, but I'll archive it and I will produce primary source material they can link to forever, because everyone can link to it in their own contexts. But I still look at Wikipedia and all my, my things. Like, for instance, people will be like, look at this article. Look how well it's written. And I'm like, yeah, but it's got 4,000 edits. And if you read it, like 75 people worked on it, many of whom were beaten down and out of the conversation by failing to follow extremely stringent, extremely rococo procedurals that they've cooked up for themselves. Like, Wikipedia has all of these Wikipedia words for ways of excluding. So, for instance, like, Wikipedia is not a vote. Like, so when you discuss things, it's not a vote. But if more people believe in something, they'll win, but it's not a vote. And then there'll be other things where if you go out and you're like, they're telling us that this subject is not valid and should be deleted, and you invite people to come testify in the talk channel, there's a Wikipedia word for, you've brought in an incredible amount of outsiders to speak on the behalf of this thing, and those opinions should be discounted, therefore, because they're part of a collection.
You're an agitator. That doesn't surprise me at all.
They do that a lot, actually.
Yeah, so it's designed from the ground up. I mean, look, if you get me going on this, shit comes out of my mouth, right? But
I think we've gotten you going on it. We're here.
Yeah.
It is designed from the ground up for the same group of 250 white guys to tell the world what everything is. And everything else is wainscoting. That is it. And part of that is they have that make a change and it's instantly the front of the page thing, which German Wikipedia does not do, and they shouldn't do. Like, there should be a second tab in between talk and the page that is like the release candidate, and then when a admin sees it, they go, yep, good changes, and they click it through. And that should be what the change is. That simple step would solve 90% of the vandalism, 90% of the messing around, because no one's going to visit that channel. It's where it's being worked on. And all you have to do is be on the front page and say, edit this, and now it's editing it. And you go over to the other channel, and there it is, and you're editing it.
So we actually do this over at the Archive Team Wiki now. I kind of told you about it while we were doing it, as we switched over to a moderation system, which was developed by MediaWiki staff. The extension was, and we just kind of opened up registrations. And towards the very beginning, we had spam, but it made the question a little bit harder. But it's still self-solvable. It's increased engagement overall. It really has, because now they can just make an edit. Anybody can. It goes into a moderation queue, and then it gets posted into an IRC channel, which a bunch of people are in. And we go, it looks fine, and we'll just hit approve on it.
Right.
Very rarely we'll reject one unless it's like a stupid edit. Like, no, hang on.
Right.
Why did you replace all of the commas with periods in this article?
This is sort of a thing in the world. There are, I think, there are so many of these moderation systems that are designed to fail. If you look at Reddit and if you look at Nextdoor, they're both absolutely designed from the ground up to be complete train wrecks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And so, like, a lot of times you get these things where it's like, oh, this would be fine except for, like, these would be great except for people. Because they're functionally well made. And so what that usually means is, like, they're good for, like, an internally controlled group. That makes sense. So, for instance, I created a wiki called the File Formats Wiki, and it's still doing very well. And we just like puts up file formats, but it's only about 6 people. But I've said in it, it links in the beginning. And it just says, "Look, Jason is the final word." So if a conflict was to come up between people, I'm going to come in and judge, and that's it. And if you don't want to be a part of that, don't do it.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the autocrat. I ran a Facebook neighborhood group for some time, and I called myself the benign dictator, or your friendly neighborhood autocrat. And I eventually walked away from that because these Facebook groups, especially in border neighborhoods like mine, which are diverse and rapidly gentrifying, become real hotbeds of. It's just tough. You can play whack-a-mole all day long with these people who are basically racists, or you can just make it something you don't own. And I eventually burned out.
Like functionally, people, quality control always comes at a cost of energy, and it's energy that's not obvious. Like if you look at a thing and it's built, you have no context for like how much effort went in. Like you might be like you wouldn't know that like there was a mountain there. Like they had to spend 25% of the budget clearing the mountain to build what you're looking at, or this lake wasn't always here, or this house got halfway through the project, they realized it wasn't going to be up to code. They had to rip out most of the inside and rebuild it from scratch. Therefore, the houses were, cost 50% more than you think it was. Like, even though it looks like a house that's worth, half what it was. And like, whenever you've got cases where they obfuscate or make it difficult to see that, and fail to like understand that like that's going to be part of the price you pay, you get people like Jimbo Wales, who's like essentially a used car salesman, claiming like this is the new way to do things. That was kind of like what really pushed me into that role, was like people would write critical articles about Wikipedia, and Wikipedia people would go to it and go like, it's a real shame I can't edit your article for all of its inaccuracies, because they had literally imbued, again, this is a while ago, buddy, but they had started to a not insignificant school of thought along Wikipedia was, this is the way all information will be gathered and disseminated going forward. This is GitHub and version control, where before it was flat files and people using thumb drives. Like, we have ascended, and we are going to hit a new level. In the old days, a single writer would write a piece of information and research it and do the work. Now, collaborators will come together, and everything from medical journals to newspapers to educational textbooks will all be written in using wikis. And I was one of the people who came in and said, okay, well, no. Your new fuel source, one of the lines I used back then was, Wikipedia is an engine that uses children as fuel. And it was because it was like, yeah, all you're doing is you're depending heavily on throwing energetic individuals at a problem such that they can literally defend. Like, that's what really made it, like, to me crazy. I was like, take a look at the Hindenburg. There's 2 different kinds of schools of thought on the Hindenburg. The gas blew it up. The skin blew it up. Like, and they're not compatible with each other. They don't get along. Like, the gas inside blew up. The skin outside was actually painted using this thing that turned out to have a kind of a pyrotechnic quality. Like it was a paint that was meant to like prevent this, but in fact, once it hardened, it became flammable. They're not compatible thought schools at all. And Wikipedia asks that they both come together on an article and stay in their corners on a linear article and stay in their place. Like, literally, like, they invented extreme both-siding before it got into the general populace.
You know, I hear you, and I want to take a little dogleg into something I've been thinking about for a long time, which is that you and I sort of existed in this proto Facebook world, and one of the questions that has been running through my mind as I run into these now 50-year-old duffers who are my peers from that era is, why weren't we Facebook? And there are a lot of technical reasons for that, a lot of timing reasons for that. But one of the reasons, and of course I was running, Nirvana Net, or, helping to run it. It's something that Jeff Hunter and I did. And we were all about freedom of speech. But fundamentally, Zuckerberg made all the opposite choices from the ones we made. We were always rooted in that sort of very open and free ethos, and we didn't want to use real names, and we didn't want to nail people to. Didn't want to use real identities, and all of those decisions that we felt were fundamentally and totally immoral were the ones that Zuckerberg jumped into with both feet, and happily, and made a lot of money doing it. And I wonder if we had been immoral a-holes, if we could have turned that into what Facebook is now. And, I don't know. But that's the thought I've had.
Yeah, because, back in the, I am an IRC nerd. That's what I got started. That was my social media in my early days. And, that was late 90s, early 2000s. So I'm a little late to the game, but even then it was all about screen names, right? Nobody really cared who you really were, right? Like, it was just how you presented yourself in that community,
right?
And that's all that mattered. And I still think that's a better way to approach things, in my opinion, because that way you can be yourself more in that community than you can be in one that may have real life repercussions. You can.
Oh, let me throw that back at you though. If you really can be your real self, what if you're really an asshole or you're really a racist? Because that's what we see in places like 4 and 8chan, right?
Yeah, I guess.
People who are freely given over to being who they are, right?
Yeah, and really, that's not a good thing for anybody, including them.
Right, and they think that they're being, what's the word? Functionally, like, free, and what they're really doing is they're removing any of the tenets of the positives of humanity.
Yeah, but Jason, what's your take on this idea? Why weren't we Facebook?
Well, all right, so I'm seeing people have decided to turn. Oh, okay. Anyway, the chat is like filled with like a thing. So what? This makes a difference to people if my thing is like right there and I kind of manipulate things around so that they're more. I'm just trying to understand the sound issue.
Hang on, I'll guide you in, but I'm on the line.
Like I'm all for like, okay. So now I'm here, now I'm over here. Oh man, people are trying to be my. People are trying to be my recording engineers on a 30-second.
I think it's fine, but
I know it's fine. You're all insane. You are all insane. How about that? All of you are insane. My voice is a beautiful, rich baritone that has brought me thousands of dollars in podcast money. So
I bet it has.
Yes, it has. So I think. Okay, so. The question is really like, you try to like alternate history the BBS world, right? The BBS story.
Yeah.
And you try to come up with one where like the internet let's say like the internet doesn't exist. Let's just say that for whatever reason, let's compose it as let's put it this way, right? Like, so what you're really talking about there is the functional aspects of BBSs and communication and everything else. And then for whatever reason, licensing or restrictions or there's something wrong with the technology prevents people from putting in really good high-speed internet. So we never get high-speed internet. We have to stick with text. Everything's teletext. You know, everything. We've done some brilliant things so that like you get some pretty good, you know, prototype pictures. Everything is kind of functionally in varying spaces. And now we're looking at it. And to be honest, I think the rot is kind of built into the system. That like what ended up happening was that the internet expands to such a great extent, like the functional power of communication, that opportunities for abuse escalate faster than the abilities to regulate or consolidate previous moderation. So FidoNet is a really good example. Like Usenet had a whole problem with spam that became kind of legendary, and you either got there you go, you got it. And so either you got the cancel moose, where you just have vigilantes going over Usenet, or things just fell apart to the point that people are like, I can't look at this site anymore. I can't read these news groups because we're not functionally able to like move through all these spam messages. How do we stop this? What do we do? And they end up rejiggering, like they end up re-engineering Usenet such that they're agreeing to like censor crazily, which means that we would have just had more and more and more ranges of that as money came in. Like imagine Bitcoin for whatever drops on Usenet. It would have been devastating. That bomb. So part of it to me is timing. Part of it to me is that like, because how long did it take in the 1990s, early 1990s, to start moving to high-grade pornography, which just means you end up moving towards high-grade human trafficking, which means you just end up moving more and more towards resistance to regulation and stuff to make sure that this money tap doesn't go away. Like you turn around and turn the porn money into lobbying money, which means you turn it into blah 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 blah. Like I think that it was just timing. I think
so. Let's turn it around. Let's say, I mean, this did happen, right? So there are some websites that made the transition to the early web. Or BBSs. They had a large user community. They said, hey, you know, we have the BBS, but also we got over here the new fancy website.
Right.
And we're just kind of moving into that space. We're still hyper local. And let's say they start segmenting a la Facebook, and they make all of those decisions where it's like, oh, by the way, and now you need a picture. And by the way, please provide me a copy of your driver's license so I can verify your address. And they become an early Facebook. And I guess my contention is that a lot of what stopped this wasn't technology. You know, it's a moving target, right? That's the hard part. How do we make that jump?
Right.
But let's assume that jump was possible. I think what stopped it was that the morality, or I should say the morals or the moral decisions that the BBS people were accustomed to making were not compatible with that business world. And that's what shut them down.
To me, and you see, to me, functionally, that just means that the inevitable expanding of the audience eventually would lead to those people coming in. Like one of the biggest problems in ransomware and scams is cheap payments. Like there's no way to like get the money to you. Bitcoin solved that for a certain set of people, so they were able to therefore come in. But previously they wouldn't have had that mechanism, so they couldn't move. They could only cause trouble on your drive. They could only give you a weird animation or wreck your stuff, but they couldn't see it. Now they can see the result, a monetary result. Then it flips over to organized crime. Then it flips over to small scale, and then ransomware as a service. I mean, anyway, it sounds to me like one of us is way more cynical about, like, because you're just like, maybe the bulletin board system world was something special, and I'm like, the bulletin board system was an embryonic aspect of technological advancement that allows us to love it like James Dean because it died so early. But I am strongly believing that it would have eventually matured into true fucknut apocalyptic ass hattery.
I think it would have gone to where 8chan and 4chan are. Honestly, that's where people are able to be themselves. We had that level of an anonymity, but nobody ever made the transition into something that was. It couldn't make it. They couldn't change their point of view to be those corporate people. It didn't mean they were good or bad. They just thought differently.
Yeah, I think people were going to, like, all the main BBSs. The ones that survived expanded their phone lines, became ISPs, and then those ISPs were bought by a handful of telecom companies. And then when that fell out of favor, it mostly became one of, cable modems and certain, like, phone company aspects of, like, which is part of the reason why I've been involved so much in, like, things like the death of Porn Tumbler and a bunch of other hosting services, because these ISPs that have become telecom giant subsidiaries have realized they don't want to be in the content business because they're terrified of, what's the word? The exemption. I don't know why I'm spacing the name of the exemption, but the exemption.
Hey Jason.
Yes. Why it's MC? Holy shit! It's MC Front-a-Lot.
Hey.
Yeah. I've so been trolling her Twitter.
Right on. I really love conversations about how the internet became terrible. That's a topic close to my heart.
Yes.
So glad you're discussing that.
Well,
however,
yes,
I just showed up to say happy birthday real quick because I'm in the middle of some things that are labor intensive.
Well,
and I wanted to say happy birthday to you, Jason.
Why, thank you.
Please continue to be alive for several more birthdays so we could hang out in person and drink whatever you're allowed to drink these days, like maybe a green tea.
So I ended up, what do you call it? One of the rough plans I had back when I was trying to figure out how I was going to do my birthday, just for the matter, was going to be to hire you to sing "This Old Man" to me. But I ended up, I was like, you know what? When people found out, like, what my birthday plans were, my original birthday plans were to go to Minnesota and run over a mobile home with a tank, which was a thing that can be done, or used to be able to be done. And that was my plan, right? I was gonna, like, get a bunch of friends, get a cigar, rent a tank, and for, like, X amount of money, you can run over a mobile home with a tank. And I was, like, all ready for that. And then that all, like, gets scuttled. And I mean, I was planning that from, like, years ago. So my current plan, which is rough, of course, is it's been years and years since I've been in Las Vegas. So I am hoping that things will be cleared up from the mess by 2022, and that in advance of September 2022, I will do a 52 themed birthday in Las Vegas of some sort, where it's like custom cards and have, like, that big party. So anyway, you'll be invited, and many others.
I'll come do that with you. I especially want to stand around while you try and talk the pit boss into letting us gamble with your custom cards.
Yeah, exactly. Pit bosses are so friggin' delightful, and they love it when people fuck around, because that's what the number one thing they want to do. And the best part is, of course, is that Las Vegas staff has no experience with people fucking around coming in from out of state. They don't know what to do. It just makes them all higgledy-piggledy.
Huh?
What? We just want to have a nice game here. What? You keep putting drinks on the cards? We don't know what to do with that. 4 guys won't come out of like a trapdoor on the floor and just pull you down like the beings in Ghost. Anyway, good. Well, thank you so much, Damien, for stopping by.
Thanks for having me on. Sorry to derail the chat. But happy birthday. Happy birthday!
You don't derail, you ascend. You ascend the chat.
Did you ever sell those shoes?
The ones I put on eBay this morning? No, not yet.
What? This guy is selling off all his old shoes on Twitter.
I'm selling off a small number. I'm selling off enough of my shoes that I can feel less bad about how many shoes I have.
That's a very Andrew Lloyd Webber thing to do. You know, he did that with his wine.
No.
Like, he was like collecting wine from when he was like 20, and when he was like 50 or 60, he was like, I've realized I'm not going to drink all this wine, and collecting it was more fun than anything. And he like had this massive auction of his wine. He had millions and millions of dollars worth of wine that like got sold. Anyway, that's you on a small
That's
scale.
exactly what I'm doing, except with $150 worth of shoes on eBay. Currently, it's like there's a class. It's a little less classy than what Andrew Lloyd Webber did, but it's basically the same.
The one thing I do miss with New York. I miss a bunch of things with New York, but one of my favorites was like going into those sneaker stores, all those weird pop-up sneaker stores that were selling like incredibly expensive sneakers. And we were visiting one, and it had like $4,000 speakers behind like a shelf that had like plexiglass, and there were these 2 kids with there, and the shelf was here, and the plexiglass was like in front of them, so you had to like call someone to get to it. And there were these 2 kids, like classic New York kids, and one of them's like, dude, like they figured out that they could reach around and touch one, like because the way it was. He goes, dude, I'm gonna touch it, dude, I'm gonna touch it. And I watched them, and the kid goes over, and goes, yeah, and the 2 of them were like boogieing around, like, yeah, I touched a $4,000 sneaker. And I'm like, this is all horse crap, right? Like he's like, yeah, I know, but I'm still gonna touch the sneaker. Touching the sneaker, touching the sneaker. Anyway, that's my sneaker culture. I miss all that sneaker culture stuff. That was the kind of thing you only see in a city. There's nobody opening up their weird ass sneaker store in the middle of nowhere.
Not so much.
No. Anyway, I know you got things to do, buddy, and it was great to see you, and I'm sure I will see you again sooner rather than later.
Bye. Happy birthday.
Bye, sir.
And I'm going to have to disappear here shortly.
No problem.
I am pleased to say that my mom and I are trying to keep it such that we can see one another during this pandemic, which means that I don't see a lot of other people, but she is on her way over, and we are going to make kombucha because we are good hippies.
Oh, excellent. All right, man. Thank you so much, Joe. It was nice to talk to you. Thanks for asking tough questions, ones which I'm more than happy to elaborate on. Maybe I'll do it on a podcast.
Well, send it to me if you do. I'd love to hear an expanded take. It is something I think about from time to time. I don't regret anything about those days, and in many ways, I think they were a lot darker. Some of my experience with the Apple II community, that sort of remnant, reminds me of just how extreme those personalities were, and how challenging those times were. We had Captain Crunch and his kind of predilection for young men, and all of that whole weird little scene that I got to see firsthand, and I don't miss at all.
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. Like, and that's what I was trying to get you away from before. But I mean, that's basically what it is. Is like people have this. Like what happens is that you have these very homogenous communities of very small sets of people who have gone over the exact same hurdles that keep other types out, and they say, I don't know why, but everything was great there, because they're basically looking at a mirror. And they're like,
that's the best answer you've provided, actually.
Yeah.
That's an excellent insight.
And so then they're like, oh, my mirror is great. And then after a while, they're like, oh, my mirror is broken. It's showing other faces. They don't look like mine. And then like they get more and more cranky. And they're just like, it used to be so much nicer here. And I think that's just like this classic myth. People are just like so fundamentally captured into like a, what I'm saying? Like they're super like, they fall into the fallacy of thinking that the way things were was the best way things could have been. No other way existed, and all of its attributes are qualities to all be repeated and brought back again.
Yeah, well, I mean, people forget how many scams are on those little bulletin boards
Sure.
and how often you get people looking for young men to draw into things. And I saw all that go by at every level.
Oh, sure.
I don't miss it. Like I said, I think things are actually in many ways better now. Although I do miss you could really have the longer form conversations, and I know that exists in places now on the internet, but I don't have time for them. Funny how that works.
I have been excited. I've really come to understand, like okay, so everyone's got their own little productivity rules, but mine is I now realize that everything has been converted to an inbox. So that's all. Just everything.
All right. Well, listen, I do need to run. It's been a pleasure to see you, and happy birthday. And I am very pleased that we've been able to stay in touch for all these years.
I've loved it too. And next time I'm out there, you can guarantee I'm just going to harass the living crap out of seeing everybody. I'll be like, anybody who's not dead gets me to visit.
Well, I have many places for you to stay, and we will do sushi, and all of the things will happen.
Exactly. You see, I'm on a diet, and I've moved. I am now remembering that basement sushi place. That was
They're gone.
Of course
you
they're
come
gone.
over to Rochester and come get a
But I'll
garbage
tell you,
plate.
I mean, I've upped my sushi game a bit, so you might be able to do something at Casa Joe.
Okay, I would love to see that. Rachel
All
and
right,
I
I'm really leaving now. Listen,
All right.
I'm out of here.
See you
Love
later,
you.
sweetheart.
Goodbye. Okay, toodles.
Bye-bye.
Mwah.
Up next, we have a confused Chuckles.
Yeah,
How's it going,
Jason.
Chuckles?
Hey, buddy.
Hey,
Is
buddy.
my mic working?
Yeah, huh? Yeah, you're
it's
working.
fine.
You're doing good. And I'm just gonna fix the. I'm gonna. People don't know. Like, it's funny to me. I love bringing in people, and they're like, "Who's this guy?" And it's like, "Oh, he did stuff." Chuckles was one of my. He was a wizard on another game. He came to join my game. He was on it for a while. Then during that time, he started to work for Midway Games. Then after Midway, he left Midway and went to go work for a friend in Austin, Texas. So he did some preliminary mobile development. There was something on the West Coast before that, and I forget what it was. What was it in between? Midway?
Insomniac.
That's right. Sorry. He did Insomniac, so he did pieces of Insomniac games.
Yeah, the first Ratchet and Clank.
Right, and then went to Austin as a favor to a buddy. Did some work at a startup for mobile, and he was like the one of the celebrity programmers to bring in VCs. Like, we've got a guy who did arcade games, and then that went along until it stopped, and then he went back to LA because he had fallen in love with LA, and now works for a tech giant and has a lovely family. And saw him just a little while ago, but now nobody sees anybody. So anyway, so now he's here, and I had him Pedicles on here about an hour and a half ago. So
No kidding. How's he doing?
oh, he's doing fantastic. Isaac is 25.
Good heavens.
The younger one is 23 and is actually a engineer out where you are looking for work. So there you go. And yeah, I'm just putting
God, I think I last saw Isaac on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, I mean, that's a while ago, right?
I want to say in 1996, maybe.
I actually have it's funny because I'm Facebook friends with the Pope, and so it's just kind of interesting to watch both the Pope and
The Pope is their oldest?
No, the Pope. Yeah, the Pope is Resigno's oldest. So I'm friends with the Pope and his younger brother. I also know, and so kind of watching him do things, and he gets involved in stuff, and I'm just like, yeah, because he's gotten married. He's it's just really funny. I'm just like, oh yeah, no, how you doing, kid? I haven't seen you in a while. And there was a little every once in a while, he's done it once. I'm sure they'll all do it again. People who are the children of people who I worked with, especially in the games and stuff, their kids come to me, and others like in their 20s, like, tell me about being with my dad, or oh, well, you knew my dad when he was like just my age or whatever. Like, that's neat. Like, and they'll chat with me for a while and then drift to other things. I'm like, that's nice. That's nice to use my much time on Earth for something positive, which is like, oh yeah, here's a little bit about your kid. And so, what's funny to me is I was on the wrong microphone for like half this show, and it was fine. People were complaining like, you're a little low or whatever, and I was feeling bad about the fact that I screwed that up. But then I remember I called my dad. I put him on this thing, and my dad could hear me fine. So if my dad can hear me because his hearing is really bad these days, then I'm fine. Everyone can hear me. Everyone shut up. Anyway, so that's where we are. Dad was fine. Dad's about the old man is about to turn 80 in November.
Good heavens.
So, and he's being himself, by the way. He's like dive bombing Upper West Side apartment landlords trying to get a cheap deal on a apartment. So he's just like harassing them, like, you got any deals? Anyone around? Any spaces open up? And so that's my dad. Because his dream is to live out his days in New York and Upper West Side. So he sold the Florida apartment that he had. He didn't like it and he got rid of it. So he's like, yeah, put me in the city. And that was his favorite thing was for a short time when he lived in the Upper West Side was that he would get lunch and then go down to Juilliard where they would have lunchtime recitals because that's one of the requirements of the students. It's like their labs is you have to be doing live performances like once a week of your thing to like learn all your skills. Anyway, so the old man is doing fine. Empedocles is doing fine. Empedocles looks like he's 1,000 years old. He's gone for like full Santa beard, like just crazy.
I can't even picture it. Mark with the full-on Santa beard.
Yeah, full-on Santa beard. And, I may color my beard at some point, but for the moment, I'm fine with this look.
No, you're great. Even if it turns into a full-on white Santa.
My hair is still black for now, but, like, silver strands are starting to make their way in, so I expect that to be totally fucked up by the time next year.
You still got that 80s hacker look going for you.
There we go. I'm gonna just because she asked. I'm bringing Rachel in. Rachel's gonna say hi in a bit. But yeah, it's one of these things. Like, I'm really glad. The last time I saw you was because I grabbed a flight, went down to LA just to there was maybe some nominal. No, it wasn't. There was no nominal thing. It was 100% because I didn't want to go too long without seeing your kid. I didn't want you to invite me to his graduation. I wanted to
He must have been not even a year when you came out, right?
Yeah, and you were doing
in December of 19.
Yeah, I think so. And so I wanted to I'm not going to screw this up. So I grabbed the cheap flight that let me stay over one night, and just we were able to do a thing, and it worked out really well. So anyway, yes. So Rachel just says hi, as you can see here.
Hi, Rachel.
Hello.
Yep. Peanut is 2.5 now.
Wow.
And
nice.
He has just started backsliding on some stuff. Like, it used to be that he would, I had him where, when we'd go for his walks, he was real good at watching the red lights and the green lights, and he would call it out when it was time to go. As soon as it would turn green, he'd say, oh, it's green, let's go. But now he is experimenting with having a sense of humor. So he's getting it, so he's figured out that, that funny can be about things that aren't quite true.
Yes.
And so he's experimenting with it now. But now that means, he'll be, he'll say that his name is things that it's not, or he'll say that his age is things that it's not, or he'll say that the light's red when it's green or green when it's red, because he's trying to find, he's trying to work out how funny works.
Right.
So
boundaries.
But the net result is, he is backsliding on that stuff. So now I'm trying to work with him on, what you can goof around with and what you can't.
You got to teach him sarcasm.
Right.
Well,
that's the hardest thing.
Well, you gotta, what you're doing is you gotta balance it for you can be the class clown, but you can't fail out of class
Yeah.
doing it.
Right.
Go ahead and be funny, but nail your exams. Like,
The kid is 2.5, dude.
well, that's the roots of what he's teaching him. He's teaching him like, look, yeah, make jokes
Kindergarten's
about
not
things.
that far away.
Make jokes, but let people know when it's actually the green light.
Yeah,
That has consequences.
that's important stuff.
So I was, what's funny is we were just testing arcade games. We are in the process. We just upgraded the MAME that's running on archive.org. So as a result, I had to go like slam through a bunch of Midway things. And it's just really funny because when I see that font now, I think of you, like that classic, like the font that's like the short. It's the 10-point font, the one that's like bold and squarish.
Yeah.
And it just means, like revision 005, that's what it's usually used for, things like that. And I see that boot up and I'm like, that's Jason's stuff.
Yeah.
So, anyway, yeah.
Who made that font? Yeah, that stuff is really, really something. All the old Midway code and the way we used to do it. I forget the guy's name now who did like all the original OS code, and that font was all hardwired into our stuff. You sort of got that when you started with the Larry something. But
it was one of the libs.
Yeah, I was working on a. I was working like I was reading up some stuff, and I guess somehow this never. There's an article from. So I'm stuck with like some of these preservation groups and ones that are trying to do history and they're trying to be like full and whatever. And one of them, I think it's like Video Game Degenetsu or something, and so they're kind of like going in hard and deep on lots of stuff. And what I didn't understand was there was one dude who did pretty much almost all the graphics for Namco from like 77 through like 83. There were other artists, but he did a lot of them, and he tended to do the logos, and he made them in graphics. And so he did like all the Pac-Man graphics, all the Xevious graphics, all the Dig Dug, the Mappy, the fonts, and everything. And he calls himself Mr. Dot, and he retired from Namco years ago, and he still like shows up to things like art, whatevers. And he's got like a lot. He had a lot. Some of it was stolen, but he has like a lot of graph paper of like, here are my design, my drawings for like. But like it's him. Like he's the guy who did those, like that everything. Like he was the one who like gave them the hexadecimal that they would put into the ROMs. Like, and I guess it had never occurred to me that it would be a guy. Like it would be like one guiding art director's vision to do all of that iconic work.
A lot of the early Midway stuff was like that, though. Like a lot of the code bases was really like one or two people at best sometimes.
Yeah, my at the end of my time there, the teams were only just starting to get a little bigger, and you might have 3, maybe 4 programmers pitching in. But yeah, a lot of them was just one or two people. And sometimes when it had like 2 programmers on, one of them was doing all the real coding, and then one of them was really the team lead, who was also nominally a programmer, but wasn't actually writing too awful much code.
Right.
That was like often like a Eugene Jarvis or a Mark Jamel type role. They were the game directors.
Right.
And then they would have some gearhead, like Larry DeMar, who would be doing the
So
stuff.
I have a question for you. What's the most bullshit thing you had to deal with on hardware?
Let me think. The most bullshit thing we had to deal with on hardware.
Especially in the olden days.
Oh, we had a thing. I need a minute to collect my thoughts on this, because there was a thing where for a couple of generations of the Midway stuff, we were using our in-house. It was really weird when I got started. When I started at Midway, they dropped a manual on me for the TI 34010 processor. It was a GSP, a graphic system processor, which is a CPU with a lot of graphics, with a lot of blitz and things built in.
Right.
And so I read that manual as best I could, and then showed up to work. And the first thing I learned was that we weren't using any of the graphics features of that chip. That maybe they had like in the very first generation, but by that point, this is like '93. By this point, they were using those custom chips that just Mark Lafredo made. It was just we had this internal engineering group that was just Mark Lafredo and another fellow whose name I forget, and they were making these ASICs, and these were our graphics chips. and it was just he would just make them, and we would use them. And one of them had a bug, and so we had to. There were certain I think it was certain sizes of graphics we couldn't use. There was a weird little bug we had to work around, but it wasn't too bad. We got around it. Trying to think, the hardware was really good. It was let's see, a bullshit thing we had to deal with. Oh, we didn't have debuggers.
Oh, that's the worst.
The most bullshit thing. Like
that's a good third act reveal.
Generations of the Lafredo hardware. So this was like when we were working on WrestleMania, NBA Jam, which I was only a tiny little bit part on, one of the later ones. That stuff, we had a great debugger called ToddView, because it was named after Todd, I forget who, the programmer who made it, and it was slick. It was real simple, but it was a simple system. It was well suited to a simple debugger. It was great. Mm-hmm. But for Blitz, we did something entirely new. This was where we were using off-the-shelf hardware for everything. So we had cut loose of the custom everything, midway thing. And we were doing off-the-shelf board, off-the-shelf MIPS processor, off-the-shelf graphics hardware, a Voodoo one from from real early days.
Surprised when you're just slapping a Dreamcast in it.
Yeah, it was all off the shelf, and so we never got a debugger working. We tried a couple of things, but just never really had anything. So we did NFL Blitz with printf debugging. We had a serial port we could get some debug output off of, and that's what we used. So that was at Midway, that was the most bullshit thing I had to deal with, was no debuggers on NFL Blitz. We just had to muddle through it.
That's crazy, because even the old 6502 stuff had debuggers and stuff.
Sure. Yeah, and there must have been something that would have worked, but we just we didn't have a big development budget. We were the only team using this stuff. We were the only team using C. In 1996 we were, as far as the world was concerned, we were way behind in being new to the C language in 1996. But
right.
For Midway, everything had been assembly language up to that point. So we were these weirdos that were. I almost wanted to say rebels, but no, there was nothing rebels are cool, and we weren't seen as cool for being on C. We were just seen as stupid for switching to C language, and but it worked. But yeah, we just couldn't get it going because it was just a couple of guys on the team, so we just didn't have enough. We didn't have much time to put a lot of effort into tools. We had to get up to we need to get something up on the screen, and we need it right away.
Yeah.
The tech giant I work now, there's tens of thousands of engineers, so you can amortize effort on dev tools across a huge amount of teams. There's large teams that are doing nothing but thinking about improving our workflow. I'll have ideas like, it would be nice if I had a tool that does this, and really all I have to do is go looking, and the tool already exists, because whatever tool I'm thinking up, somebody's already thought of it and pitched it and made it and shipped it, and I just have to go find the name of the thing. But we were a tiny team in a tiny industry. At the time, I thought, I didn't realize how small the game industry was. But now, having gotten out into tech, now I understand what a sleepy little desert island game business is, and especially was in the mid-'90s, when it was just a handful of self-taught weirdos doing this stuff in their garage.
Well, wasn't it like it was Wolfenstein? It was really just made by two people.
Yeah, that was
John Carmack and I can't remember the other guy's name. I feel so bad for him too. He's the Wozniak of John Carmack, right?
Yeah, tiny little dev teams, and that was typical of the industry at that point. We did WrestleMania with I think 5 or 6 people, and maybe we were up to a bloated team of 8 for Blitz. It was.
And in my opinion, those games that tend to have small dev teams, right, like the 1 or 2 offs, or maybe up to even 5, they tend to be able to keep on focus more, right? They're able to actually make it. It may not be as polished and it may not be as advanced, but usually they're just better games.
Yeah, the games were so much simpler back then. It was a lot of fun. We didn't have a design doc that we were building from. We were just winging it, constantly, just winging it. I would for a year on Blitz, on my way out the building, I would get pulled into Mark's office and we would play We once the game was playable, that's what we did every night for at least an hour, usually more. And we played for money. Every single game we played for money. That's the only way to make it. That's the only way to make it sting. And when there was a bug, there was no understanding that okay, we know about that bug, let it go. If there was a bug and like the defenders would fall down on a particular pass play, Mark would run that play on me over and over and over again and just grind my face into it. And then so I had to fix it, or else that night's play session was just going to be miserable. He would, it was we played for money, we played for blood. Sometimes $100 would change hands.
I can see that, yeah.
It was, which was a lot of money. In the mid '90s, and I wasn't making much at that point. And sometimes, I remember like a late night voicemail I got from Mark, where he was like complaining that like he was in trouble for how much money he'd lost to me. I'd had a good night. Usually he beat me, but I'd had a good night one night, and his wife had hollered at him, and so he left a remorseful voicemail about how we gotta play for less money, but we didn't. We just kept right on doing it.
Have you ever looked up speedruns for the games that you worked on?
I haven't. That must be a thing. Like I remember competing a little bit in Ratchet and Clank when we worked on the original. I loved playing that game. That was just about the last game I worked on that I loved playing.
What platform was that for? Was that for PS1?
That was PlayStation. I want to say PlayStation 2. That was like the tail end of the PlayStation 2 era. So we made that in like 2000 to 2000. I think we finished it at the end of 2002. I want to say, and so that was like the tail end of the PlayStation 2 era. And I remember like the testers would do speed runs, and I remember once, we had like the house record. Like there was a, we knew what the testers were doing. And once I was at the top of the leaderboard, I put up a speed run that beat the testers. But then they quickly got up ahead of me, and I was never ahead of them again.
So good news is, for the PlayStation 2 version of Ratchet and Clank, the fastest completion time is 18 minutes.
Oh, good heavens! Like we were, like when I say that I got to the top of the leaderboard, I think I might have done it in 2 hours 20. So this was.
It's improved since then.
It has. Well, yeah. Because now, Olympic athletes have these huge support systems and these big training centers they're in. So, it's all diet and exercise. They just have way more training than my era. When it was just, in my era, it was just, hitting people with stakes and dragging things uphill in the snow.
And good news is that it's still very active, your speedrun community for Ratchet and Clank.
There you go. So, anyway, Jason, besides the impromptu interview podcast, how are you otherwise holding up? Are you doing okay out there?
I'm doing great. My dirty secret is that the pandemic has been all right for me.
Right.
They sent me home to work, which so now I'm working from home, which was took some adjusting at first. It was difficult adjustment, but now I'm in the swing of things. It's great. I get to see my boy every morning, which I didn't used to. I've got he's 2.5 now. It used to be the first time I saw him was when I picked him up from daycare at about 3 p.m.
Right.
But now, because I would leave in the morning before he was up, I'd just sneak out the house. But now, every morning when he's up, first thing he does is he comes in here, and I get a minute with him. He always wants to, I'm at the computer when he gets up, so he wants to see pictures. So he always wants to see either whatever the most recent pictures of him were, or he loves pictures when he was a newborn, and we took a ton. And then I change his diaper and take him down for breakfast, so I get a little bit of the boy every morning. And then his mother takes him off to daycare, and then it's a shorter commute to go get him. I get to get him a little earlier. So, I get more time with the boy and less time on the 405. He's young enough that the pandemic isn't really hard on him. Like the people with kids a little bit older than mine, it's really tough for them because they're dealing with the whole, school is at home over Zoom and the kids can't handle it and they need a lot of attention stuff and their school is falling behind and it's awful. It's really difficult for them. But for my boy, it's his daycare is just they just run him around outside a lot and it's hardly anybody goes there. We can go because Kay is in healthcare. And so it works. They haven't had any outbreaks yet, so we have him there without much fear.
Right.
And then it doesn't interfere with his life. Like, he's not missing out on play dates. He's still just playing with, he's very much, we do our own thing. He plays with me and his mom. The only time it's in his, the only time it's slowing us down at all is on his walks. He can't go on the playground equipment because, it's all roped off with the caution. And so he gets a little bit upset about that sometimes, but that's the only thing. So it's not been much of a hardship for us as it is. So I always feel really awkward about it. I mean, I know that the pandemic is awful for everyone, but for us, it hasn't been too bad. Right. So I keep that opinion mostly to myself. So I'm just broadcasting it to you and everyone who will ever see this. But
everyone will ever see it. The for us, a lot of so there's two things that happened which were interesting, which was when we moved here to this apartment that Rachel and I live in together, Rachel turns out to be a really fantastic cook, which means that suddenly we were making stuff that I had no idea she made because her previous kitchen was the size of a toilet, and she never visited me up in my dump. So as a result, I never saw it. So suddenly it was like it was like letting a bird free. It was just like, oh, now she's making it. So suddenly we started, during the pandemic to start just make more and more elaborate meals, which you had talked to me about during your wedding, about really getting into the joy of making elaborate fun meals. And then and so now we've been kind of focusing, now that I've shifted my diet to lose weight and so on, still functioning within that parameter of let's make stuff together, but let's also not have my things have too much sugar or so we had spaghetti squash with what was salmon, like a cooked salmon, and it was really nice. It was and again, to me this is all just fantastically different than how I used to live my life, because previously I was just if I walked to the gas station to get my foil wrap sandwich, I did a workout. I deserve this thing. This little bomb. This was my little energy pellet after the tough job of walking 1,200
If you walk
feet.
to the convenience store, it's okay to eat the apple pie that you get there.
Yeah, why not? It's small and convenient.
I would just say though, the things we make are not that elaborate, to be honest. They're pretty simple, but just we have a lot more fresh vegetables here, and we have a better kitchen, and we have motivation to cook healthy stuff, and so.
My favorite thing is she's allergic to cinnamon, so when she cooks things that would normally have cinnamon, she has to do these interesting flavor backflips. So people get these cardamom apple tarts, and they're just wow, why is this so nice? It's because I didn't just use some industrial cinnamon and call it a day. It's actually got to have some ginger and some. It's great. No, it's good. So anyway, we're fine. What's really nice is, unlike when I was living with my brother, this apartment is really clean and really nice. And when Rachel moved in, we had come from a mold issue in our previous apartment, so we had air filtration going from day one, and we have this really nice set of we just swapped out all the pillows because I went to an allergist just to say, I'm turning 50. Let's just find out if anything's floating around that I wasn't paying attention to because I was powering through it. And luckily I have basically none. I have a little allergy to dust mites, but that's, again, theoretical. My blood says it's allergic to it. I haven't felt bad. But we were let's use an excuse to swap out the pillows.
Sure.
Get solid, good pillows. And but other than that, it was really funny talking to her because she's like, do you do anything to circulate the air? And I'm like, well, we have 4 air filters. And she's like, oh my! It was like reading her erotica. She was just oh my God, you have air filtration, and I'm like, yeah, we clean this house this way, and we use it. She's like, wow, that's great. Half of the stuff she wanted me to do. It's whenever I have stuff with the heart stuff, and they're like, you need to stop. You really need to cut down on alcohol. And I'm like, I can't cut down on any, unless there's something where you ferment me, because I'm not drinking any. And they're like, oh, okay. All right. And I'm like, yep.
You still haven't had a drop, have you?
What now? No, I haven't.
You still never had a drop?
No. What?
Yeah, why start now?
No reason to start now. I'll start if the world's completely burning and I'm sitting next to a couple buddies and I'm like, oh well, there goes Paris.
Let's crack open a beer.
There's a Paris. Give me a beer. There was a
Well, I'm
debate.
glad to hear that the pandemic's not too hard on you. I would have expected it would. When I think of your life, I imagine that you spend every minute in a crowded room full of interesting people.
Well,
and so I would have expected that the pandemic would be really hard on you.
Two things happened. Number one, Rachel tried to really pull me back from overextending myself on trips for just the sake of trips, especially at my own expense, partially to like gain back any issues I had with debt. So one of them was like, oh, there's a conference in Chicago of nerds that I'm going to spend $1,200 to fly to so I can just walk around for 2 days and not interact with anybody or interact with a small number of people I already knew. Maybe don't do that. And like other things and other cost-cutting measures. So I kind of stopped doing that, which meant I worked more towards my podcasts and I worked more towards contributing things remotely. So I was kind of primed to and of course my other rule was like I'll go to other countries if they fly me in. So that only happened a few times, but she came along with me. I shot that movie in Austria. There was a trip we took to Netherlands.
We went to the Netherlands when you spoke at the Joy of Coding.
Oh, Joy of Coding. Yeah, I spoke there, and then we took a trip together to the UK and Scotland. Because I found out Negativland were touring in Scotland and the UK, so I flew and we discovered that.
I think we were going to go to England already, but then we flew to Scotland for 1 day because of the Negativland.
Right, we flew to Scotland and we took a train back. There was like an overnight, sleeper train.
Oh,
and
that's awesome.
It gets better because I overextended myself. I went for like the super deluxe best thing ever, like enough that it was a financial lean at the time. And then this train apparently has lots of technical issues. So because of some problem.
A sleeper train. Do you have to go in costume when you do that?
You should, but I didn't. We had like a beautiful. I had like a full-on Scottish breakfast and dinner. Scotland has this cola that's it's got iron in it and it's orange, that they're really proud of. It's like their Coke, and they're really it's really part of their identity. So I had haggis and I had this iron thing, and anyway, the next morning it broke down, and so they were like
5 minutes away from the station.
Right, so they were spending hours trying to fix it, and people were really unhappy, and we were more sleep, and eventually they knock us and they're like, yeah, look, this thing's not moving, we're gonna have to take you off and put you on the subway system. And so we were like, fine, and we packed up and we packed up and then we took a train in. We're fine, and we looked it up and it was they had all these rules, if you are delayed an hour, it's 25% off. I think the woman who served us said that. And we were like, what? And she was like, yeah, if you're delayed an hour, it's 25% off. And if it's 2 hours, it's 100% off. And we were delayed 4 hours. So we wrote them and I got the whole thing for free.
Oh, well, that's awesome.
They fully refunded the
full
train
refund. And everyone else, I'm sure, was like, oh no. We were we slept in and they paid us for that. Works for me. So that was a good time. So no, we try to really.
And we saw Ian McKellen.
Oh, we saw Ian McKellen.
Celebrating his 80th.
He had this 80th birthday tour thing that he did. He did 80 dates, and we went to one, and it was really great. But this is the thing. So what you're thinking of in your lore of how I live with Rachel and myself, when Rachel and I go to a trip, we try to squeeze every drop out of the time we're there. I used to be much less about that, and it drove her nuts. We'd go to a really nice place, and then I'd sleep in. And she's like, let's not sleep in. Let's be tired the whole time because we're seeing so much awesome. So, we were in Scotland, and I forgot the town. Where did we land in? Do you remember? Glasgow. And we're going around, and we're walking down a street, and we pass this building. We're like, what's the story with this building? And we go in, and it's this one design that was done in 1905 by this famous architect, and it had gotten turned into some crappy store, some department store, and then bought back from the department store and restored to original, and they used photographs and everything. and it was really
They
amazing.
made it into a beautiful tea room.
Right, they made it into this beautiful tea room, and it was like perfect, right? And we were there, and we find out there's a tour. We're like, well, give us the damn tour then. And they walked us up through like all the men's and women's lounges and all the pieces, and they take us into this one room with these custom designed chairs, and they're like, yeah, these are the chairs that they stole the design from for Darth Vader's room in Cloud City when they walk into the conference room and Darth Vader turns around. Those chairs are based on these designs, and we were like, okay, that's fantastic. Anyway, we literally did not know. We had like a quick lunch there and ate there and then toured, but we did not get off the train thinking we were going to have a tour in a house and do the thing. So like we got really good at that, and it's working out for us pretty well. So we'll probably go back to that after this, but it will be limited. Like we'll say, like let's not just drive 500 miles round trip because I heard there was a really good flea market. Like there better be a.
Earlier today, you said you are going to become that guy who's like, up Strawberry Festival, let's go do it.
Yeah, but when I become the guy who goes to the Strawberry Festival, we will find a way to pack more into it.
Okay.
You'll be like, oh, we're going to the Strawberry Festival. That goes by the world's largest, pasta store, and we're gonna stop by. Like, we'll make an agenda. We'll make a thing.
But I think that the secret, I don't know if it's a secret. The thing is that like we do spend a good amount of time doing that, and Jason does spend a good amount of time going to events and talking to people and being in rooms full of interesting people. But he also can spend hours sitting here at this computer setup, digitizing things and working on projects and making arrangements with people and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, I'm comfortable because I can do pretty much like 99% of my job remotely. Although actually that's not completely true. What's going on right now is there's a physical component of material being donated to the archive and which I have sent to the archive that I cannot assess. So it's just being put into very, very, very large shipping containers in 2 different warehouses. But, and this was part of the deal with the heart attack, was it doesn't matter. Like, if I pop off or get fired or decide not to do it or quit, the material is safe and will become the property of an institution. It's not in my backyard costing me X amount of dollars, and my brother would have no idea what to do with this stuff. So that's good. Like, the amount of material that I possess is actually like probably 1/10 of what I used to own, maybe less. And so it's only books I've read or only books I want to read, only items and clothes that I'm going to wear, only, like projects I'm working on right now. Otherwise they go into a little storage unit, and the storage unit is meant to be kept short. And there's a second storage unit whose entire purpose is this is outbound or stuff I'm ingesting. So if I'm gone or whatever, Rachel can just go, take this crap he was working on, and then here's his private items, and she'll burn that. Burn it. Fire. Not look back.
I'm glad we're spending the last hour of your 50th birthday talking about your contingency plan.
That's exactly what we want to do. We want to go like, so you're 50. So it's going to be, you're good for another 2-3 weeks, and then off you go. Right into they fire you into.
That's how it goes, right? When you turn 50, you're nearly done.
Yep, you get onto the carousel. That was Patton Oswalt. He talks his joke about like you turn 50 and people were like, in the old days they used to go, let's get you dying. It's time for you to get on the porch and be vaguely racist and talk about World War II too much. And now they're like, 50. Here's your mountain bike. Get going.
Some of my childhood friends. The only thing Facebook is for keeping track of people that you dropped decades past. But yeah, some of my childhood friends are my age, so older than you, and they're constantly posting pictures of their mountain biking.
Yeah, there's
or their hospital stay or their clavicle X-rays or whatever. I'm thinking, what?
There's an Adam Conover podcast he does, and he was talking with various experts for like 2 hours. It's got a new name. It used to have an old name, and he's talking with a person who's like kind of a traffic expert, And so she's talking about like what works and what doesn't. She's in LA, so she knows like a bunch about like traffic patterns and what works and what sometimes people think fixes things but actually makes it worse and so on. Like, various wisdom.
Sure.
But at one point she said like, oh, because we'll be proposing this and we'll have to deal with a bunch of mammals in the council meeting, and so then we're going to work on this problem. And he stopped, he goes, wait, hold up. Mammals? And she goes, oh, middle-aged men in Lycra. Which is one of the most vocal debate groups that show up in council meetings. Yeah, because they're bike riders.
Men in Lycra, mammals. I love it.
And that they're the ones who are going to show up and be like, but what about the bikes? Why isn't it more lanes? Why don't we have more calm traffic? Why don't? Because all they want is less cars, more bikes, and they ruin everything, right? So that's the. Anyway, I heard that and I'm like, oh, it's coming. I'm gonna be a mammal.
That is awesome.
No lycra. That is literally that jumpsuit.
Lycra is shinier, isn't it?
I think it's it. I have a beautiful jumpsuit.
The day the video gets posted of you getting tackled at a city council meeting.
Exactly.
Because you've been ranting too long.
Beacon city council meeting, you would definitely.
Yeah, I know. So he owns Lycra. That's actually with hello, Nicole. So Nicole, why do you have a Prime Gaming account? I'll ask that later. So Nicole Cole is on the chat on this.
No kidding.
Yeah. So she says hi to you. Oh, she's saying hi to me. She's saying hi to me. She doesn't know there's two Jasons. So, are you on? Okay, wait. If you chat on Annoyed, if you're on that thing,
I'm on Annoyed Jason, so I'm not seeing anything in the chat.
Yeah. So no, on the Twitch stream, she's so she says hi to both.
Awesome.
So all right. So it's the all known on Jason's. Anyway, I owe you a response to your mail. I promise I'll work that out. And I also expect that I will see you, like I said, you'll be among the first we go to visit, because we do love the West Coast.
We are excited to host you as soon as the war's over and the world is back.
Yeah.
How's your air in Southern California?
Yeah, not great, but we're pretty far away here in Redondo. We're pretty far away from the Bernie bits, so it's not too bad. I mean, it's dark out when it shouldn't be, but it's not too bad.
It's dark out and it shouldn't be. That is a light description.
It's just orange. Everything's orange now.
How are things? It's like saying, what do you call it? Having trouble walking. Should be able to walk better, as a way of saying like all my bones are broken.
Let me just get smoke inhalation from 300 miles away.
Yeah, it's a weird time.
Yeah.
But, what are you gonna do?
Well, you adapt. You still. It's going to take a lot to get you to forsake that region.
We're committed. We're Southern California. We're ride or die Southern Californians.
Yeah.
Kay's whole family is here, so we're really committed to just sticking it out here. Yeah, come whatever.
Yeah, I mostly, I like this area. I like the Hudson Valley, because I'm from here. We were originally thinking of moving closer to the city, and all the reasons we were going to do that are now gone. So
where are you? Like, you're up by Sing Sing, or?
More like, for most people's purposes, Poughkeepsie, but it's actually a town called Beacon. But like twice the distance it was to my house in Chappaqua. So this for me is like, I like it here. This is my weather, my water, my everything. Rachel's job is still up on.
The trees are the right height there.
What now?
I remember the trees are the right height there. It just feels like.
Yes, and so.
That was a thing Mitt Romney said when he was visiting like his hometown. Something he said the trees are the right height here, and he was mocked for it at the time. People thought it was a crazy thing to say. I thought it was sweet and kind of poetic in a really good way to say, that home feels like home. Because it's just, the little unique things that make, the little different things is what makes home feel like home. So I thought that was neat, and that he shouldn't have gotten beaten up for that.
Well, there's a lot of really prescient statements that people just don't like, right?
Songus. Anything sounds bad when it's the other guy saying it.
Songus once said that for most people the unemployment rate is 0% or 100% and nothing in between. He said that once, and he didn't get so much mocked, but people were like, "Oh, what a wonk," and he was like, "Nah, he's kind of nailing it."
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, so that's a good insight.
Oh, there's a couple. For some reason, a number of Australians suddenly have shown up.
What time is it in Australia?
I don't know at all.
It's probably like Australian New Year or something. So
it's Australian New Year. That's exactly it. Time is it in Australia? Yeah, it's about 10 in the morning, 9 in the morning. So yeah. Starting their Monday. They got to all go to work, and then here's Jason acting like it's nothing. Yeah, no, I've been pretty, So here's the thing, right? So fundamentally, I'm very lucky. We are holed up together. We get along pretty well. We are comfortable with the space. We're not crowded. We have the I go on walks a lot to heart stuff, just keep that exercise. I don't mind walking. I blast podcasts. I get either a percentage smarter or a percentage dumber based on the podcast.
I wish I could listen to podcasts while I'm walking.
And then my work right now only asks me to do things that I can do at my desk or from my phone, so I'm not feeling like I'm being, some people can understandably feel like I'm not able to do my full job. I'm only able to do some portion of it here, and I don't like it. I designed my whole office so that I could do it. And my work likes me still. I'm still doing good stuff for them, and they're still happy with me, and I'm happy with them. I've been talking about this on and off. I keep planning contingencies where I lose my job, or I get less money, or we run into other problems. But that's that's the sign of somebody who actually realistically looks at the world instead of lives in a place where they get flat-footed stunned just because an external factor. Because it doesn't necessarily have to be one thing or another. It can just be disaster preparedness of they're going to have to furlough everybody for 6 months because we had a major outage or a funding issue. So I just kind of planning that. And so between all the other stuff I do and the projects and work I have things to do and that I'm happy to do, and I'm doing good. So for me, I am solid. Somebody just was like, "We're in Australia checking on the heart we gave you." I actually played part of my speech that I gave during the heart attack, where I didn't know I was having the heart attack. And I'm walking around like an idiot, and my heart is 99% blocked. Yeah, so when I spoke I was having a heart attack, and when I spoke at Joy Coating in the Netherlands, I had a new stent put in 2 weeks earlier. They're out of stents, they're out of things that need stents in me, so I'm fine there now. And
you're speaking 2 weeks after heart surgery.
Yeah, well, it's funny because as long as you don't rush yourself, you can do pretty well.
Can you show them the little scar on your wrist?
Oh, it's not even left. There's not one anymore. It's gone. It's faded. You know this already because I've told you this story, and others have been told this story that you can't really see it, but there's a scar right here, very thin now. That's the only entry point from the heart surgery. That's it. Huh. So it was very, there were people who were I had a few people who were I would talk to them, and they would be like, "Oh, so is your shirt covering the scar?" And I'm like, "No."
Yeah, I thought it was a thing where they lift out your rib cage and do the whole Jaws of Life thing.
And they don't do that anymore for majority of things like this because they don't need to cut it. They can just come in through the my father. They did that for the surgery, and that was gruesome because they were doing a basic thing, and they had the person nicked something, and he started to bleed out, and so they opened him very quickly and they opened him in a way that like they had to be like really. It took him like a year to stitch closed, and I'll tell you, that's it, right? Like that's all I was like. How do I put it? Like. It was a very interesting passage because that was a passage where it was like there was a lot of harshness with my father because I could see him kind of like naked and with these massive cuts in him and everything, and I had to switch into being a caretaker, and that was my flip of like I'm going to take care of him now because he's taken care of me for so long. Now he needs me, and I'm going to take care of him, and that balance will probably continue to shift as time goes on, and I'll be there to help him because he won't be able to lift things or do other things. Like that was a big shift for me. I'm like, you know what? I don't care how it's the same thing when you have the kid, right? Like, and the kid's naked and crapping himself, and you're like, I can't not look at this. This is my kid. This is me. I'm taking care of this kid. I'm here. It's my responsibility. And I'm like, this is my dad. He needs me. I'm going to take care of this man. And so it took him a while to get that scar healed. Sure. And along the way, or when they did the thing, it cost him his belly button. And I was like, I liked that belly button when I was a kid. I would lean against my dad's stomach while watching television and listen to it gurgle, and it was so nice. And he, so anyway, so I was like, they took away my dad's belly button. Anyway, but then again, you know, he's pretty much back to normal. He's got some knee surgery he went for. He hates it, of course. We were all like, you're going to hate the knee surgery. And the person who did it was like, most people wouldn't do this, but I'm going to do it. And of course now it hurts because he had knee surgery. It fixed some of the architecture, but he's still got pain. He's like, it hurts. And I'm like, yeah, it hurts. Because that's what we knew it was going to be, buddy. So, you know, just kind of helping him with it. But one of his complaints about it hurting is it's hurting during his 5-mile biking trips. So, kind of hard.
Yeah, he's okay.
He's doing okay. As far as parents go, you look at some parents and you're just like, oh man. But this, my dad's, you know, he's cogent, he's happy, he's doing what he's working on. He asks me questions. He gets annoyed by bad 5G connections and weird web stuff. And he calls the Google Nest that I put into his room the little spy. But he talks to the little spy all the time now. So, and I did the thing that every kid should do with their parent with a Google Nest. I went over into the hallway out of his bedroom where the Google Nest was, and I was like, hey, what time is it? And then the thing wherever it was like, it's this whatever. I'm like, so you don't have to shout. So I saved them and his partner. I saved her, you know, years of him going, hey, what time is it? At this thing in the room that, you know, he's screaming at like a cell phone. So that's good. That's good. Made it go well. But anyway, yeah. So.
Hey, are you still in touch with Rich?
No. Nope. Haven't talked to him. Why? Need something?
No, it just occurred to me to wonder, like, who from back in the day, the 90s, who are you still in touch with that we knew back then? Well, I was taking inventory in my mind, and that was, of course, the first name that comes to mind.
It's less depressing to go into who I know. So how about that? You, obviously, the archangel who has fallen from heaven, who preferred it that way, Empedocles, Jost, Dougal and I talk lightly socially, and then nobody else. Coyote has said hello once. I talk more to Trout's kids. I talk to Trout's kids because they're in their 20s. That's just kind of how it is, man. Like, I don't really talk to any of the others in any meaningful way. I'm just trying to make sure I'm not being weird and skipping somebody. But no, I think that's what shook out. That's just how it works out. Like, I used to see Yost whenever I saw him in Austin, because I would go to Austin for South by Southwest and other events. So it was like, dude, we're going out for barbecue, or we're going to go to a restaurant. Javier was not part of this group. No. there's a guy who he got on the same warthog as me during a game of Halo, and his voice was as distinctive as mine. So we became friends on Xbox, and then years and years later, I finally met him. And his name is Javier Riviera, but I didn't know that for years and years and years. What I knew him as was his username, which was Ernest Goes to Halo. So I just knew him as that name forever. Anyway, no, like, so basically Jost and
Listing some other people in the chat.
oh, okay, so Nimdoc. I do talk to Nimdoc. Sorry, so yeah, Nimdoc. You know, Nimdoc's in essentially a retirement home.
I would think.
And he did a very Byron thing, which was they found a place for him and the lady, and let me get this right. He found a place for him and the lady, and it was one of those active retirement communities where, like, it's still your own house, but there's pulls everywhere, and people can bring your stuff in for you, and so there's like a service industry below it. So you feel independent, but so it's kind of like a dystopian movie.
Sure.
So it's like really nice, but there's an undercurrent that can keep you going. And then they liked the place. And then it was like he starts to begin the process of selling his house, but then he intentionally stops by at random points during the next 3 to 4 months while prepping his life, and so he could do basically spot inspections to go, and how is everything? Like, are they good every day, or are they just good on days they're doing tours and visitors? And so he did that a bunch of times and was impressed that, like, they kept up what they promised. And then finally he sold his joint and moved in and lives there. So he's literally in the old wizard's home now. He is literally living in that way. So yeah, no, I forgot about Nimduck.
Awesome.
But I'm trying to think out. Yeah, no, it just occurred to me. Yes, Nicole, I finally got to meet and I hang out with and have seen Ernest multiple times. So anyway, so yeah, no, everybody else, I don't talk to a whole bunch on the wizard side. Just how it works, man. Certain people, I don't dislike them. I just, whatever.
Yeah, no, you.
Marcia and I don't have a whole lot to talk about. A few others I don't have much to talk about. I was talking to Empedocles that Empedocles may be, and I may get this wrong, but I think Empedocles is the only wizard that every other wizard likes. Like, I think only Empedocles hasn't pissed off somebody.
That sounds about right.
Like, somebody did not have a falling out, or was like, I don't want to deal with this person or whatever, but everybody would talk to Empedocles.
Yeah, such a gentle soul, him. I'm not. That doesn't surprise me a bit.
Yeah, exactly. And is still an incredible gentle soul, and is working in New York City. Well, was working in New York City, like doing finances and stuff, and so on. And apparently, again, whatever. Mom got COVID, and then recovered, and not only recovered, but they followed procedures where Empedocles and the kid didn't get anything.
Awesome.
Didn't give it to the
Very
family.
glad to hear that.
Yeah. And so I was like, wow, oh my God. There's someone who got COVID, was on oxygen and everything, did the whole deal. But is fine now, may have a little bit of lung damage.
Oxygen, you mean like cannula, or you mean like ventilate?
I'm under the impression it was ventilation, it was not intubation. So, yeah. So.
Someone else got it?
Mm-hmm. So, that's Jim Smith. So apparently Snow got it too. Anyway,
Hey,
so
are you? I forget. See, I've lost track of developments. Did you two patch up?
No, it never happened. Nah, never happened. There was something. Oh, you know what it was? So never patched up. But then in like 2005 or 6, he finished the mystery car.
No kidding.
And I remember I just paged him and just went, congratulations. And he wrote, thanks. So that was really the last time we talked. But it was just because it was just like, Jesus Christ, he finished the mystery car. Holy shit. And I don't even know if I can. Everyone here is like watching. I can't believe it's still at 45 people watching. But, you know, just for people to understand, this guy bought a car in 1990 using his money, like using some of he didn't go to college, so he was like a salesman doing work, and he got like a good chunk, and he went for a dream car. And I am forgetting the brand of car, but the part of it, it would have been easy enough to build this kit car, except it was an American kit car, and he insisted on putting a British engine into it. So it was on a different measurement system. So like 99% of the work ended up being like conversion and refab and everything to make it work. And he kept working on it over and over whenever he had time, which was often never. Went to Boston, came back from Boston, eventually transported it he moved to Maine. Well, so like his parents were like, we're selling the goddamn house. We're retiring and going to live in a community in Virginia. Get the car out of the house. So he got the car out of the house and went to Maine. And so in 2006 or 7 or something, he finished it enough that it drove and ran under its own power and everything. And it was just like, Jesus, 17 years. But he did it. He did it. You can't, who's going to, I mean, you got to give the guy credit. So I just reached out just to go like, yeah, congratulations. Like I was just like, you know, that's more than most people. Most people don't finish their stupid thing. Not after the first 15 years. Some of these people I don't know. They're just coming into the fun. That's part of it, I think, too, is that like a whole bunch of people are coming in now. So here's what I'm going to do now. Let me do this. All right. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to thank Forrest for being on here for so long, and I'm going to push his ass out the door. But when I do that, just so you know, just like I mentioned in the thing, I appreciate you did not have to support the podcast as long as you did. You supported me for 18 months, by the way. Yeah, 18 months that you were a podcast supporter. So thank you so much for that. That money was spent actually properly and not on donuts like I claimed. And
I'm surprised it was 18 months. I don't even remember.
Well, that's what I mean. You signed up. You signed up, and you joined up, and you didn't have to be a supporter, and you did it, and you were there, and I got to learn to say your full name, which was very nice, and I had to say it 18 times 4 times, or roughly 18 times 4 times, so nearly, anywhere.
Unfortunately, I had to give it up because I'm slightly broke. So
no, but you can't when you do a podcast and you have people, when you do a Patreon and people are supporting you. The whole point is like they support you for a while, and then when they're like, okay, that was fun, but I got to shift this around. The only time I get worried is if somebody stops supporting me because they're hurt or because I said something that offended them or they otherwise feel slighted, because I don't want that. But if you give somebody $5 for every painting they do and you follow them for 50 and then you're like, oh, I want to support this person, and this happens, by the way, a lot. I'll look it up and I'll look and see what are they still supporting. And so some of them, it'll be like, oh, he's no longer supporting you, but he's supporting nobody. Like he pulled out a Patreon. He just couldn't put that money aside. And then other people, you see that they've kind of cut back, but part of it is just look, I got to start choosing how much of this I put in, because suddenly I see somebody who's really in bad shape, and I have to take the money from other Patreons that I was supporting because I can only budget $50 a month, right?
Yeah.
So that's just the thing. You got, everything's a gift. It's all a gift. I've invited a couple more people in. I'll keep you on here unless they don't come. I've officially hit 8 hours, by the way. I was on the air for 8 hours without a break at 50, and people say I still got the stuff. Originally it was going to be till midnight, and Rachel was like, "Are you insane?"
I don't even remember you saying
Originally, yeah, she was like, really? Midnight? Really? Yeah, that was one of the... Yeah.
We could do some party games afterwards. I know I have a couple.
No, what I will probably do, believe it or not, is that after the stream is over, go walk for like 5 to 10 miles.
Ooh.
Just to burn off some of my... I had my birthday stuff today. I had one pork burrito and one Halo Top pint, 290 calories, strawberry. And that was it. That's my meal today. I'm really trying to, my doctor has said basically, you're doing everything right, but you seriously...
I'm really trying to, my doctor has said...
Oh, somebody's, let me see let's someone join. Let's go find out. Nope.
No, nobody joined on this end.
But my doctor's like, you got everything pretty much nailed. Now you really should just lose weight. Like, a lot of these drugs are doing the job of you not losing as much weight as you should. And I'm like, okay. So, when I was the least I've been in the last 25 years is 195, and that was for about a week or two in 2017. And I normally float around 215, and I'm now down to 205 again, and that's about it. But it's not hard. It's like drop the sugar, drop the bread, exercise, remind yourself that you're a person, not a screen reader, and do things, and that's all. I don't feel like I'm missing out. Let's put it that way. I'm fine.
Yeah.
So, and I'm on these statins. Statins are great. Everything's the drugs I take, and like a good doctor. He's expensive as hell, but he's the doctor at Mount Sinai the other heart doctors check their work with. So I like this guy. He keeps things, he's realistic and he's good. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, other than that, I mean, this has been a successful day for me. I've had lots of nice people send me nice birthday wishes. I was always iffy that I was going to make it to 50. So for me, I'm like, this is great. This is fantastic. Me at 50, I'll take the next. I've been focusing pretty heavily since the heart attack, but I've been doing it anyway. Like, I don't throw my body and my health at the problem. I don't I don't do all-nighters. Like, I don't work all night and then stay up and I'll just caffeine myself into the next day. I refuse to do that. When we travel, or when I travel, certainly, I try to schedule almost nothing the first day so that I relax and coordinate and then join up. I mean, very few exceptions. I made a major mistake once. I'll always remember that one. The Mexico thing. She knows. When I was doing stuff for the archive, and I was going to be giving a presentation at the archive, and an opportunity came up to do a presentation in Mexico City, and I went to the thing, and I got there 45 minutes before the flight, and the person was like, nope, you took too long, you're not coming in. I was like, I'm not flying out? And they're like, nope. And I was like, okay. And then they were like, I talked to the people, and I'm like, I don't know what to do. And they got me a flight at 1:30 in the morning instead of the 5 p.m. flight I had. So I flew in at 1:30 in the morning. I arrived at 6:30 in the morning. The conference started at 8:30 in the morning. I spoke at 10:30 in the morning, then flew back because I had rehearsals at 5 p.m. for the talk. And there's a recording of me at that Mexico conference. And I am insane. If you ever wanted to know the equivalent of a dude did a line of coke before he went out to do his show, the way I talk, the way I am in that thing, I am so off the rails because I've had no sleep and I was super stressed because of the time, the missing the flight. And oh my God, I got dressed in it was in a building that had offices, and I chose a random office and turned it into a dressing room, got into my weird outfit, was walking around like, "Hi, how you doing?" Like in that, like I look really super creepy. You know, you're out there in LA, you know this kind of person who's just like, "Yeah, man, it's great to see you. We're both living on the same wavelength, aren't we? We're just two notes on the same scale. Holy crap, let's all do music together, except music's going to be talking about the music of life, aren't we? Yeah." And it was just like the whole time, everybody must have assumed I was on drugs. The other memory I have of that, the only other memory I have is that I was walking around afterwards waiting for the time to get taken on the flight. And there was a building, it was like a military building, and they had a little tiny military barrack for a cat. Like there was a cat who was kind of like the official guard cat, and it had its own little barrack, and I tried to pet it, and it was having none of it. So I scared the cat away, and I'm like, "Oh no, dereliction of duty." I remember like yelling that. And anyway, that was my other memory. And then I flew out of Mexico City. I mean, there was nothing I did in Mexico City. I just flew in, did this for like 6 hours, and then flew out again. Worst mistake I ever made. I should have just canceled. Like I don't know what the impression of everyone there must have just thought I was just the worst. That was the worst. So anyway, I'll never do that again. Don't do all-nighters. Give myself lots of room. Jump towards things to do. Don't let things sit. Be nice to people where I can. Assume the best. And then work on projects that I care about, but don't wrap myself up in sadness and anger or rage that I didn't do them. So that seems to be, you know.
I'm in the same boat when it comes to the day before and the day after major conventions. And people think I'm nuts. I'm like, I don't want to leave the day of closing ceremonies of DEF CON. Are you nuts?
Oh, sure. Yeah, no, when I used to go to DEF CON, just so, by the way, he's for a second. So, Jason, I don't know if you know, did you know that you have an IMDb entry with like all your games?
I did not know that.
Okay, well, if you look your name up on IMDb, it's a list of all the games you worked on.
That's amazing.
As cast and crew.
Huh.
So, yep, just a weird thing, and it generates its own bio, and so yeah, so you're just.
How about that?
Yep, you can create your own bio and your own. You get a good headshot of yourself, and you can make it into your headshot.
I was disappointed because I imported Action Park into Plex and it didn't have a photo of you, Jason.
Oh, that's a shame.
I don't know where it was pulling from, but
I'm trying to remember your trivia because I can add trivia. I can update, add a bio, trivia, and more. There was something you're allergic to or you can't have. That's weird.
No. That's not. I can't. No known allergies.
There was, okay, let's put it this way, in a way, and again, there's like 50 people on, so choose wisely or not. There was some medical condition you had that was odd. Oh, you're colorblind.
Yeah, I'm pretty colorblind.
That's it. That's all. Let's just remember. So you benefited heavily from like the way modern game engines have color blindness built into the engine, so you can, from the fundamental set them now.
Yeah.
But it meant that like.
I remember I learned how bad it was when we were working on WrestleMania, and I remember going to the artist and saying, "Hey, so on round one of the fight, you know, it was a best of 3 falls. So on round one, the life bar goes from green on one end, or on the second round. On the second round, when you're like facing elimination, it goes from green on one end to red on the other. So why don't we on the first round have it go from like green to yellow, and then on the second one we go from yellow to red?" And they just looked at me, and like, well, you know, we were always wondering when you were going to get around to fixing that, because I guess the in the first round the life bar went from green to yellow, and I just had it backwards because I couldn't see the difference, and so they just assumed that it was just way down the to-do list, and I was going to fix it eventually. But no, I just couldn't see it. And that's when I learned how bad my colorblindness really was.
Right. Yeah. No. That's pretty much. There's some Family Guy joke with the dog Brian. He makes some kind of a reference like that. You know, he's just like, oh, that's going to set off a gray alert or something. Like he makes some reference like that. and like nobody calls him on it. Like they don't make a reference to it. He just says it, and you're just like, you're kind of supposed to know that dogs are colorblind.
That's awesome.
Like it's just this
Yeah,
line.
the boy already is starting to pick up that I don't have color lines. He's got a car transporter, and there's 3 cars with it: an orange one, a yellow one, and a green one. And I'm always having to ask him which one's the orange, which one's the yellow, and which one's the green. Like, hand me the green car, and then he'll hand me one. I'm like, you sure this is the green car? You say yes. Okay.
Yeah. By the way, somebody just to pass along to you because you're there. Somebody just yelled, "What a complete debacle!" So there you go.
It's a total debacle.
Yeah,
that was really McMahon. We got him to do the. They went and recorded him.
Yeah. No, that whole thing worked out. Like one of the, the wrestling with pixels thing is almost done. By the way,
we couldn't figure it out. Like when we got the license to do the game, what we proposed to do, because Midway was doing all digitized at that point. We would shoot the actors with a digital camera and then use the art that way. And we were trying to figure out how to do it. And so we were going to get actors and dress them up in the costumes and film them so that we could do this. And when WWF got wind of this, they just shit a brick. Like, no, absolutely not. Under no circumstances can you dress actors in our costumes. And so we try. We went a couple rounds with them trying to explain. Well, this is how we do. We can't just draw. We don't do hand drawn art. The only and it was a while. It was like a week, I think, of going back and forth before we finally said to them, "There's just no way we can do this then unless you give us the actual people," which obviously is impossible. You can't do that. And they stunned us by immediately saying, "Yeah, sure, no problem." And that's how it came to have all their stars coming through our office for like 2 or 3 days each.
Yeah.
But it was like literally unimaginable to us when we were setting this up that like they would send us Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels for days.
Right. No, the famous.
But I didn't understand the wrestling business and what was possible, and sure it was, and they did, and it was awesome.
Right. The famous story in Time Bandits is that like the original script said someone with the stature of Sean Connery takes off the mask. And then they got Sean Connery. And there's a shot in the end of the thing where the kid's house is on fire and he gets rescued by a fireman. And the fireman who rescues him is Sean Connery. Like it looks like Sean Connery again. But to do that shot, they walked through how they did that shot, like that last shot when they decided to add it. And this is what I was trying to explain to somebody about like how much money you're spending. Like, part of like what costs films so much money is when you try to make unnatural things happen. That's when it costs money. It's not like if it's raining and you go out and shoot, then it's great. But if you have to make it rain on Tuesday, that's where it gets expensive. And so Sean Connery, they really wanted him and they talked to him and he was coming into London to see his accountant. Like he was like coming in to like do a meeting, and so they said, "Look, we'll pay to fly. When you come in after your meeting, we'll drive you to where we need to shoot. We'll drive you back. We'll do everything." So a car was waiting for him outside the accountant, and when he was in it, he gets into it, and they drove him to the shot, and they had the kid actor ready to go, and they aimed a truck a certain way that was very anonymous because it was like shot in a back alley, and the kid is right there, and like Sean Connery like says a line to the kid, gets into the side, the fire truck, and the fire truck starts off with him looking out the window like waving. That was it. They did the shot, gets into a limo, gets driven right back to the airport so he can go back home. And so like they had to manipulate everything. But in the thing, he seamlessly fits into this whole scene being done in this street and everything else. And it's purely so that they can get him going. Anyway, so somebody just said, wishing you well, and just called Forrest a devout patron of my podcast. That's an adjective with a lot of heavy lifting going on. Devout is a lot. Devout's a lot going on. Anyway, so So it was pretty good. I like reached out to like 30 people to say, hey, you want to come on this? About 12 came back with positives. A few came back with just can't do it. And then some haven't responded, which I expected. I expected some of them will like tell me on Monday, "Ah, damn, I wish I had seen this, but I don't check email."
Yeah, it arrived on kind of short notice.
And I get it. No, I totally get it. Because some of them were like people like Gary Kitchen, who co-founded Activision, and Steve Moretsky, and totally understand that they're like doing other things on the weekend, and they don't. You get to a certain age, and you're like, you know what? Saturday ain't email time. And so, anyway,
I'm surprised I saw it at all.
Right. So it's just one of those things. But anyway, the amount of people who showed up, or I was able to bring in, was very nice, and it worked out pretty well. My voice is held up pretty well, although tomorrow it'll probably be a little hoarse. Besides my podcast, Jason, I'm doing another podcast now, which I'll be starting soon, called Readings from the Great Exhibition of the Industry of the Works of All Nations, which is a readings about the 1851 Great Exhibition in London, which I consider the first hacker conference. And there's an incredible amount of purple prose written about this event and all the things that were in it. And so, anyway, so I'll be doing like lots of reading. I'm like really building up my voice. I wanted to kind of move into doing some fun audiobooks, but it's easier just to use century-old text and reading it because it's really purple. It's really purple prose.
I would love if you would read some of the old Super Science mags that exist. You know, the stuff from the early 40s and 50s that were monthlies.
See, I won't do anything in copyright. That's just throwing money down the well.
Those are in Project Gutenberg.
Money and time. I don't trust it. I refuse to trust it. Anyway, yeah, no, like it's been good. You two are a great. Long ago, buddy, I never forgot. I don't know if I even said it the last time I saw you, but I'll never forget that you were really my best man. At my first wedding, you were my absolute dude who stayed with me through all of the Las Vegas Strip. I feel like you've gotten out of the gambling. Like,
yeah, it doesn't get me going anymore.
Yeah. So one of my rough plans is to go to Las Vegas for my 52nd birthday, with the idea being that if things have calmed down, obviously that's contingent on that, but if things have gotten to where it's fully safe for everybody, I don't want to play games.
2 years should be enough time.
You hope. So I'm going to go for a 52 themed Las Vegas birthday.
That sounds like fun.
I miss Vegas. It would be fun to pop back. I don't need to go as often as I used to, but it would be nice to get back there.
Yeah, and so the idea being, that would be my, that's kind of like my sketched idea. My original plan for my 50th birthday was to run over a mobile home with a tank. And so there's a place called Drive a Tank in Minnesota. And one of the deluxe packages is they bring out a mobile home that you smash up and then you drive over it with a tank. And I was like, that would be fun. I'll bring some people, and won't it be fun? And I'll have a stogie, and it'll be really funny. But then, nope, didn't work out. You see, so so everyone's suggesting other alternative. Anyway, so that was my sketched idea. But anyway, that's my. Do you know? Just for the people who are watching, I will just say to the people who are watching, and to you, and I guess maybe we'll end it on this. I don't know. Let's go with it. We'll end it on this. Are you aware of the Stockdale paradox?
I'm not. What's the Stockdale paradox?
Stockdale paradox is about James Stockdale, who was the vice president candidate that ran with Ross Perot in the 1992 election.
Right, I remember him.
Well, so one of the things he's really famous for is, like, during his debate, he went, "Who am I? Why am I here?" And they thought that he was being befuddled. But in point of fact,
he was making a point about his obscurity and how people might wonder. That was clearing his throat to introduce himself.
Right, and unfortunately, he didn't know how to play television, so he got wrecked. So James Stockdale, but has a different attribute to him, which is that he was one of, if not the longest, prisoner of war in the Vietnam War. He was there before John McCain, released after John McCain. He was there for I don't know what it was, 4 to 5 years. Okay. And there was a book that somebody did in the 1990s, and it was a book about management and perseverance. And they had interviewed James Stockdale. James Stockdale gave a comment. I'm really building up to something here. And James Stockdale, the person who interviewed him, recounted something that Stockdale talked about and called it the Stockdale paradox. So Stockdale did not name the paradox, but what he said is considered the paradox. And what he said was, the person said to him, how did you survive the Vietnam War as a prisoner? Many didn't. Many perished. And he said, who died? And he said, interestingly enough, the people who died were the optimists, because the optimists would set goals and say, well, we're going to be out of here by Easter. And then Easter would pass. And then they would say, well, we missed Easter, but we'll be out of here by Christmas. And then Christmas would pass, and then another Easter would pass. And these guys would just die on the vine and die. What I told myself was, I'm going to persevere however good or bad it is, and I will come out the other end of it and be what I want to be when that happens. And I will just set my goals on what time this terrible thing is over in my life, to then live my life from that point on when it comes. And that's how I got through the war. And so the person called it the Stockdale paradox, that what he was saying was, by being coldly realistic and not at all acknowledging that there's a good possibility, he was able to, in fact, survive what would normally be an unsurvivable adversity. So that's kind of what I kind of ingested, which is instead of saying, dude, I'll see you in June of 2021 because I'm being conservative about this, is to instead say, no, I will see you on the other end of this, which is, a variable, and then just go from there. But anyway, that's the Stockdale paradox. I am living by the Stockdale paradox. I'm doing very fine, and I will continue to, things have changed irrevocably for some things. There are stores I walked in that I liked that are gone. There are restaurants that are gone. Happily, not too badly. There are some people who are gone. Happily that it's not too many for me. But, I will continue to do what I do. So my plan is to, I got to get up to Rochester to try to steal back everything I gave them. I've got to go to see you in LA. I'll be hanging out in San Francisco, taking good trips, getting things done.
Well, that all sounds great. We are eager to see you, and I will meet you in Vegas in 2 years. I think that's a good. That seems reasonably likely.
That is a good sketch. That is a good circled in pencil plan, but it is not the definition of our measure of success or happiness. My measure of success and happiness is that I wake up often by being held too tightly, and then get up and shave and go for a nice walk and then work on a job I really love and watch weird shows that we make fun of and play video games where I am a inveterate battle royale player because I love dropping out of a plane going, I'm going to kill all you motherfuckers. I think that is an amazingly powerful feeling of what a shame that you're all gonna die. And more than once, I have been correct. And I think there's nothing better than being loaded out at the end of the game going, sorry that you 99 people weren't up to the task of moi.
I've done that with COD Warzone.
Yeah. Warzone. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I've done with Warzone. And I have done it with... We can cross-play that, buddy. We'll do it. And then...
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So I actually play a variation. I ruined my friend Jeremy's kids for a while because in PUBG, in PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds, your character can take in outfits of other characters. So my character was a female character wearing underwear and a gas mask, a la Meth Lab, and my rule was she couldn't put on any pants until she killed somebody. So I called them murder pants in front of his kids. I was like, I gotta earn my murder pants. So it's like, I killed the guy, put on my pants, now I can go. And the kids were just like, murder pants. And I ruined the household for a few weeks. But like now my latest variation, I know he is. And then and so Jeremy's been watching some of the streams. So Jeremy. Anyway, there's now a new variation I play in Warzone called Whirly Murder. And Whirly Murder is where I play, you can do no-fill teams. So it's quad teams, but you do one person.
Yeah.
And so I would do that because if I saw one person, that meant I might see three more. So even though one got out of the way, I could go after them. Now, granted, when you kill one, they're all going to come after you, but that's the risk you got to take. But then I realized because there's 4 of them, they won't get into the helicopters. Because it's too risky to put 4 people in a helicopter. You're just setting yourself up to explode, so they won't do it. Which means the helicopters are always left alone. Which means I grab a helicopter in Warzone and take it through places helicopters are not supposed to be and just kill people. So like a person, it's like, the only thing missing is the Jaws theme. They're on a building, they're doing stuff, and all of a sudden, like this helicopter comes through and will down like one of them, maybe 2 of them, maybe kill but one person, and then fly away. And nothing's worse on a on a battle royale team than your one dead member you can't bring back, because he's the worst thing on your chat. He's miserable, yes. And he talks like a psycho. He's like, kill that guy, take unnecessary risks, do something, be interesting. And so it's great. You've just made the team worse. So that's Whirly Murder. Whirly Murder is just your murderous thing. There's one where I'll follow one particular guy, and I'm like, I don't care what happens next. I'm going to just kill you. That's the whole game. You. Anyway. Battle Royale has turned out to be my favorite game style ever, and I'm glad that it exists, and I hope it never goes away, because there's something about it. So anyway, that's my life.
Okay, well, we got to wrap this up, because the boy is making noises I'm going to have to go deal with.
Everyone's making noise. It's I'm officially at 36 minutes overtime. Thank you, everybody. Thanks again, Jason. Like I said, like my bachelor party, you stuck to the end, so I appreciate that. And Forrest ran the whole thing. But anyway, so thanks to everybody. Thanks to everyone who's supported me over the years. I promise I will continue to impress you. I will continue to work on things. I will continue to be myself and eminently reachable, as healthy as possible, and always worth hopefully listening to and chatting with. So thanks again. 50 years. Egad. All right. Bye-bye, fellas.
See you, nerd.
See you, nerd.